fine when tides are high. Moving quick before the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's present, but you know they rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good old friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. Holding pace when times are fast. Soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. Woman's luck makes women sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good old friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go.
Move it, shake it till you make it, you know I'm a star. Crave it, chase it, I'm gon' make it, baby, I'll go far. Crush it, kill it, you can bill it, my tab's on the bar. Crush it, kill it, you can bill it, my tab's on the bar. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it.
LCP 리그 자체가 이번에 처음 생긴 리그이기도 하고 여러 나라의 팀들이 모여서 리그를 한다는 것 자체가 되게 색다르고 재밌는 것 같습니다.
やっぱり参加しているチーム自体が競技力が高いリーグで上位のチームなので、そこでお互いに競技力が上がる、中国、韓国を除いたアジア地域のレベルの底上げになるのかなというふうには。
今回のリーグだともうおそらく全員が本当に最も強いレベルの相手と常に戦うことになるってことで、一戦一戦も本当にちょっと気が抜けないような戦いになるのかなと思ってます。
ロースターも去年と変わってすごく手堅いチームになったなっていうふうに感じるし、
저희는 이제 소프트뱅크라는 AJL 팀이고 저희 팀원들이 이제 많은 좀 AJL 팬분들이 아실 만한 탑에는 이제 에비 선수가 있고,
에비 선수는 팀에서 이제 든든하게 탱커를 맡아주는 역할이라고 생각하고
리더 같은 역할을 하고 있고 팀 이제 분위기 메이커도 하고 있는 것 같아요.
모두를 놀라게 할 만한 선수요. 그거는 제가 될 것 같습니다. 항상 하면서 이제 발전하고 있다고 생각해서 밑바닥에서 이제 시작한 만큼 모두를 깜짝 놀라게 할 수 있습니다.
커리지 선수는 나이도 어리고 유망하다고 생각해서 앞으로가 좀 많이 기대되는 선수고,
일단 갱형이 좀 오래 일본에 생활했으니까 일본어에 대해서 되게 유창한 편이어서 저희가 하고 싶은 얘기들을 잘 통역처럼 해주는 것 같아요.
またソフトバンクホークスゲーミングっていうチームの名前を背負って大会に参加できるっていうのもすごく貴重な経験だと思うので、貴重な経験だと思います。
저는 이 팀에 와서 생각보다 놀란 게 이제 마블 선수가 좀 그래도 되게 잘하는 선수다라고 생각이 들 것 같고,
마블 선수도 제가 AJL 내에서는 되게 신예라고 얘기를 많이 들었는데 그중에서 좀 되게 잘하는 유망주라고 들어서 마블 선수도 아마 되게 잘할 것 같고,
인게임에서 팀을 이제 선수들한테 어디로 가야 될지 방향성을 좀 제시해주는 리더가 이제 페이트 선수 같고,
저희 팀에 있는 선수들이 경쟁력이 있는 선수들이라고 생각을 해서 저희들도 뭔가 가능성이 되게 크게 있다고 생각합니다.
国際戦のトーナメントとリーグはどう違うかっていうのは、やっぱりトーナメントっていうのは負けたらそこで終わりじゃないですか。そのリーグっていうのはやっぱり学びながら戦える場所だと思ってるので、やっぱりその試す余地っていうのがトーナメントはやっぱなくなるので、その点リーグ戦は試す余地っていうのがすごく大幅にあって、それによって新しい戦術とかチャンピオンとかで新しいものがリーグ戦によってのおかげで見れるようになるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
이 롤이랑 게임을 정말 일본 내에서 좀 인기를 좀 끌어올리고 싶고, 그리고 소프트뱅크를 응원하는 팬분들 입장에서 얘네 팀은 정말 한 팀이구나, 다 같이 하구나, 이제 그런 생각을 가질 수 있게 하고 싶습니다. 그게 성공이라고 생각합니다.
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for. It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually compete in this league. So I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是能对我的水平能提升的更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Spy Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of like is similar or kind of the same to like Evie's. We play for like map movements. We want to make sure that like if there's any lead, we just kind of like elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in like the LCPs.
Looking down at all the jungles available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of like the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for like the environment and playstyles, this kind of thing. Like I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently like playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就是担任队伍的箭头，然后
去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is like the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about like the map state.
When I stumbled across Zorn, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. That was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I've watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player who's like really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. Like we want to win, and like I think it's just like such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然后让他们跌破眼镜。
As the underdogs, and I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot at taking these top teams down.
.关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子，就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军，
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực
rất là mạnh.
Bạn cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là bạn đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến họp nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới, kia da thì kiểu ngầu,
chỗ dựa vững chắc.
giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về kia da thôi thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới lên bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lên và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó, thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid.
Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là anh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là anh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu
em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều, em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau.
Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
AC Love chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, nghĩa là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn.
Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Em đánh giá vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM Farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em sẽ cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin á. Mình sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì đã mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác.
Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, it has come down to this. We can now settle which is the better team. Is it TLN? Or is it GAM?
Let me break it down for you. It's gonna be quick and simple. You're gonna die. We're still gonna be the kings of Pacific.
Ooh, 8 PCS championships. Well, guess what? We got 11 of those.
Yeah!
Where's our trophy? Where's our trophy?
Huh? You call that a trophy? This is a trophy. Kogi, 拿出来. Where were you at Worlds in 2021? Oh, that's right, nowhere. Remember, we fought for you. Does VCS ring a bell?
Says the team that got third place in 2022. I mean, was that even you? That team went by a different name. Shit, I don't see you guys taking down LPL teams in a best of one.
Yeah! Levi, you should go join Maple in the retirement home.
Hey, that's too far, that's too far.
You guys lost Maple, and your mid laner, he hasn't even been to Worlds in 5 years. And your in-game economy can't even beat the watch on your jungler's wrist. But the point is, you're not running a team, you're running an elderly home. Kiaya, what you gotta say?
Vâng lời dùng cảnh sát.
Someone forgot Kaisa! Kaisa!
Stop making those silly faces. Why are you even wearing sunglasses inside? What does GAM time even mean?
What do you mean, what does GAM time mean? It's always GAM time, baby!
It's GAM time!
GAM time! GAM time!
不要再吵了！难道你们忘记我们彼此是最好的兄弟吗？
It's okay, it's okay.
He's right, bro. I'm sorry.
My bad. Love you guys, man.
We're still gonna beat you on the weekend.
Forget that! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This weekend, don't forget to catch Talon. This is GAM.
You know what time it is? It's GAM time! GAM time!
Crossing city limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you.
It's a beautiful day to be a League of Legends fan in the APAC region, as today we have another exciting lineup of games, and I cannot wait to get into them. I will once again be the host, Veshian, and alongside me, my good friend, is Blue Panda.
Yeah, an exciting time for Asia Pacific as a whole. I think we're coming to the tail end of the regular season. We then look to jump towards playoffs, but for our first two teams, a little bit maybe far beyond their horizons, but we'll see. Maybe there is a chance these guys crack their first win and then go on an absolute rampage to round out the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on who wins in our matchup tonight, of course, both teams currently sitting at 0-4, not being able to pick up a series just yet. But the winner here will tie up at least the games, the match strength as DFM. They, whoever wins, they'll have that 1 win, 4 losses. Chiefs there on your screen is Jimmy, that's going to be competing in the 1v1. On the other side of things, it's SoftBank, the representatives from Japan, and that's going to be Evie going up against Jimmy. And Jimmy having a great run of the 1v1s thus far.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a stand-up player. He's been, not to be too harsh, but one of the redeeming qualities of this Chiefs roster, he's consistent. He's trying to put the team on his shoulders and do the hard yards. So putting him in the 1v1, I think that's exactly when we go. Maud versus Cled. Now,
We've seen this once.
Yeah. Cled has been pretty dominant in the 1v1s, but Maud, I don't think suffers too much. Yeah, again, mechanically, this is going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we saw this matchup once before, and it was actually BioPanther playing the Cled into a Mordekaiser, losing that one out, unfortunately. So maybe, we'll get another run at the exact same matchup, but roles reversed, essentially. Maybe getting to find out a little bit more into the battle that goes on, I suppose, between Mordekaiser and Cled. Of course, Mordekaiser, you go into that death realm, all of a sudden you're stealing stats, you're doing a lot of damage. Cled has that passive, has the skull, and can be very menacing as well. Bear Trap on a rope, one of my favorite named abilities.
Yeah, and just look, dark timeline Evie coming in. He's got the goatee, everything. Let's see if it is the darkest timeline in this 1v1. But double cloth armor, no potions for Jimmy, and doesn't really need it as the Mord unless he does get jumped on and chunked out. But Hex Drinker, the response for Evie with no mana constraints. It's a pretty solid item to start off with.
Yeah, neither one of them gonna ever have to be concerned with mana. Barrier comes out early. It's a massive trade going on. I mean, I'm taking Jimmy in at the moment. Has that consistent burn going down. Going to be able to get the skull off of Evie, and look at how strong he is here on the Mordekaiser, getting the shield up, a little bit of health even coming back. I think great start to this 1v1. Mordekaiser just straight stat sticking and doing better than the Cled for the time being.
Absolutely. Plus, if you can somehow isolate Evie, he's got that extra damage on the Q.
Oh, that E went a little bit crooked.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah, Jimmy in.
He'll have the shield available to himself, so not going to feel all that pressure just there. Neither of these players having the barrier left up, but Evie, importantly, having the flash instead of ignite, and Jimmy does have the ignite still available to himself, as Evie will go forward, but misses the bear trap on a rope. Massive shield available here for Jimmy. He gets the skull off. He's going to pop the ignite. Out comes the shield, but it's the Hex Drinker as well. Evie, he has flash. He is going to utilize it. Gets himself away from the house coming down. Will be able to survive. Very, very low health bars, but then he lands. Jimmy in. Able to secure himself first blood.
That's it. That's a gamer move. Certified gamer move right there. Reads it brilliantly. Lots of gold. Going to get a bit of farm in this first plate as well. Yeah, he's sitting pretty happy there off the back of that. Please out the way. My lord, he's just still hanging around knowing full well that obviously it's going to take a bit for Evie to get back to lane. Darkest timeline, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy, once again, I mean, he's proved exceptional at these 1v1s thus far. Now he's picking up a Haunting Guise. He's also going to pick himself up the Bramble Vest, taking away a bit of the healing that comes through from Conquer and Runes, as well as just reflecting a bit of that damage that Cled has access to.
Yeah, it's a rough gig for the Yordle, but whatever the case may be, you just got to keep trying as best you can. Maybe he pulls out something, maybe it's a misplay from Jen. I doubt it though, because there is now, he's a 2-level difference, so Maud will have the Shadow Realm. Bear Trap on a rope, not worth sticking around to get pulled by Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely not. I've been feeling very good about the state of this 1v1 for now. Got to make sure not to relinquish control.
Maybe the big difference being, I mean, 6 doesn't do nearly as much for Evie as it does for Jimmy.
Yeah, Heavy gonna take a lot of damage. Bear Trap on a rope's gonna connect, but the shielding is there for Jimmy. And just look at the raw damage. Level 6 now available for Heavy. The Death Realm is there. There's no flash available for this cleared. I suspect there could be a Death Realm coming. Ignite is popped for Jimmy in. Gonna get the skull down once more. Now he's not gonna have access to it. The barrier, the Death Realm, and boom! Jimmy in will cleanly take the 1v1 and head into the series with side selection.
And he does survive as well before we head off camera. The tower was trying to, avenge Evie there, didn't get the opportunity. Post the 2 deaths, obviously, it doesn't matter either way. But, I mean, look, yeah, I have to say, there would be few abilities that would be worse to be on the receiving end than Mordekaiser just hitting you with a massive mace. He's not even hitting you, he is just hitting the area that you're in. You are just unlucky enough to be there.
Yeah. And he was able to find it consistently. Very, very good at the old skill shots there, my friend Jimmy. And now, yeah, it gives Chiefs an edge up in the competition here, heading into game number 1 at least, as they will now, if this goes all the way to 3 games, they're going to have 2 chances at side selection, which, yeah, every time has been the blue side. So hopefully they've got something in store for us to...
You want to know something real fun?
Yeah, sure.
So both teams have 1 map win. For the Chiefs, it is red side. For SHG, it's blue side.
Oh.
So they're sitting on opposite sides of the coin there. Chiefs have blue side, which, look, they have not won blue side yet. But for saying that, SHG haven't won red side either. So one of those teams is going to, buck the trend.
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine there's no way that we can get a tie here. So finally one of our teams is going to be off that 0-win mark. And I mean, imagine if there was some way to find a tie. You'd almost be like, okay, yeah, they're going to manage to do it somehow. But that's not how League of Legends works. Unfortunately, only one Nexus will be going down twice at minimum. So yeah, I don't know what to expect coming in. I think, honestly, you look at the 2 teams. SoftBank, while, yes, they're at the same scoreline in that 0-4, they've actually had the harder competition to go up against so far. Yes, they haven't gone up against Talon yet, but they have gone up against Vikings, they've gone up against CFO, they've gone up against GAM. It's not an easy start to the season that they've had, whereas Chiefs, started off against Talon, probably the hardest team to go up against, but then had sort of the easier run. They had DFM, they had Team Secret Wales, which admittedly now they're second, so it's hard to tell, how easy that was, but it is... concerning for a Chiefs fan just because of that alone. But I do think that ultimately you can come in here and not really know for sure. I think strength of schedule is one thing. Chiefs went up against Team Secret Wales. They probably should have won both of their games, and they are the second place team at the moment.
No, they're not. Vikings are, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Vikings are nuts.
That's right.
Secret, look, an impressive win. Yes, we'll give them that. They're top 4.
Yes.
So they're sitting pretty comfortable at the moment. But yeah, that home stretch for SHG looks vastly different than it does for the Chiefs. Secret first, which, given how they've been playing recently, Secret are a pretty sure bet in that situation. But then it is likely to come down to that battle of 6th place. Who does eke their way into the playoffs? SHG versus DFM in our penultimate play day of the regular season. And this could be a good indicator. If CSHG take down the Chiefs, I'm not saying it's a huge leap up, but yeah, look, it gives signs of positivity towards that matchup for DFM later on.
Yeah, confidence as well, I think, is the name of the game here, because ultimately both of these teams we have now are still competing for that 6th place spot. It's the only realistic chance for either of them. You wouldn't expect them to take another 2 games after this to overtake GAM by any stretch of the imagination, but DFM, who do have 1 series win, are only that 1 place above them, right? So you win here, all of a sudden you're tied with DFM, maybe the points are different. I would have to go back and check what the points are looking like, but that is a chance. You get 1 win here, all you need then is 1 more win and hope that DFM don't find any, and you've made it to top 6.
Yeah, I definitely have to look at the tiebreaker requirements to see how that pans out.
It'll be on the points, and then probably head-to-head after that.
Yeah, more than likely. But I mean, unfortunately for Chiefs, despite even a win here, unfortunately, I just don't think that the tail run of their split gives them that chance at a 6th place. Their final 2 matches are Vikings, who are currently 2nd place, and then CFO, who are currently 3rd.
Yeah.
So it is, there is a possibility, there is a world where Chiefs make those changes that they need to, and then coming week off the back of a win here, and then somehow blow things out of the water and do make it into playoffs. But the indications just are not really there, given what we've seen out of them so far.
For sure. Positive signs perhaps for the Chiefs. His big pole there has a massive smile on his face, so it could just be Mayor saying something funny. He typically does do that, so that's a classic Mayor act, but still, SoftBank as well, I think they're probably coming in with a bit of confidence. Yes, they're 0-4. They know they're going up against the team that looks the weakest in the competition currently. I don't think it's a complete write-off though, and I've said this, already before this game, but there have been signs of life from the Chiefs. I think Mir has had some key moments in each of these games to, you'd wish he didn't have to, but save the game and then give Chiefs a chance. BioPanther as well has been dominant in his top lane and been a real driving factor between them getting completely steamrolled a lot of the time and actually having some chances within a lot of these games. So I think you look at this Chiefs roster, who are you playing around at the moment? I think Jimmy should be your late game carry threat, and I think BioPanther is the man to get you there with Mir sort of filling in the gaps between them.
Yeah, it feels like at the moment 70% of this roster is doing what it needs to be. They're doing the right things, and unfortunately it's that other 30%. Lemus doesn't feel like he's quite filling out that role as the bot lane carry that he needs to be. Luan also struggling to try and enable him, and I would argue not for lack of trying. They are going up against opponents who are going to limit that very much so. But you look at the rest of the map, BioPanther's still finding opportunities, Mir's still finding opportunities, Jimmy is trying to make opportunities happen for the team, whereas it just doesn't quite feel like the bot lane has been able to enable that.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's quite easy to look rough when I think, at least for my money, I think the bot lane is the most stacked role we have in our league at the moment. At least that's how it sort of seems to me. And so it does look quite rough in that regard, but I think a lot of the issues aren't necessarily always off mechanics. It's some decisions, like taking the wrong runes or going for the wrong style of Varus, I think was a big one. But then also just
farming while the team's fighting. Yeah. We could sit there and nitpick every little thing, but unfortunately that's not going to help anyone. And
exactly.
As we jump into Champ Select, this is where Chiefs can look to give themselves a leg up.
Absolutely, they do get their selection of the blue side. They're going in and Bessa, Rumble, Azir banned. Fate has been tending to like the Azir, so I don't hate to see that. Cassante, Callista, as well as Skarner banned up against the side of Chiefs. Now, what will they look for? 80 carries that are available. There are lots of them. Mir going to go for the Wukong. It's something that I think is one of the better junglers in the league currently, or just in league in general. It has been sort of looked away from it for the most part, but happy to see it here. I don't think there's all that much in the game to deny what Wukong wants to do in the meta in particular.
I mean, he did receive a bit of love in the patch notes, and by love I mean a bit of a nerf. It definitely isn't feeling like it's significant enough that it is going to take him out of that sort of, A tier, S tier position, but it does, slow things down a little bit in terms of what he offers. Xin Zhao, the response for Courage, both reasonably evenly matched junglers on the Rift at the moment, so two fairly solid picks for them to try and enable the rest of the team. I'm still looking towards that top lane pick for Bio. I think he is going to be integral to how this plays out for the Chiefs. To give him something strong, he can really make those opportunities. AD carry picked up. It's Ashe for Marble.
Yeah, Ashe, I mean, just a staple. Really, the Ashe, it's so strong in lane. It offers so much without having to do all that much, right? You can just sit back, fire off arrows if you need to. The slows are there. You can be that DPS carry, something we've seen Eddie being very good at. But what will be the response? Aurora for Jimmy, and now that's a great way to start off. I fondly remember in the PCS last year when Jimmy got the Aurora when it was finally unlocked. He was very, very good at it, able to find consistent 4 or 5 man ults and eliminate people time and time again, and I think he's going to be very comfortable playing this champion now.
Absolutely.
Also has the electrocute buffs. We'll see if he goes for it.
Oh, now this I'm gravely concerned about. So Jace went from being arguably one of the most dominant top laners in the competitive meta to, bullying Cassante in lane, bullying most matchups, doing reasonably well even into lane swaps, to getting bodied by Cassante in every situation over the last couple of days, or yesterday with that patch going live. So I have concerns. For sure. I think there's probably a lot in the pool at the moment that would be better for Bio, but obviously they have a plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw his Renekton, right? It was a very strong look from him. Going to be the Poppy picked up. Still, we don't know if that's going to go into the top lane or the support. It has been tending towards the support more often than not, but definitely a champ that can go up into the top lane, and I imagine would have a fairly decent time against a Jace. Kai'Sa removed now from Lemus, maybe targeting out that AD carry pool as they already have their own. Chiefs, what are they going to respond with? I don't see anything in particular that needs to take away.
I mean, targeting at the Kai'Sa, it feels like maybe they are quite happy to let Lemus go onto the Varus, and there could be arguments as to why that would be for SHG, but Victor taken away from Fate. Makes a lot of sense, incredibly strong, offers a lot to the team, and would very much make things hard for someone like Mir on that Wukong and Jimmy in as well to try and enable that Aurora. So yeah, I think that's a great takeaway. Obviously, Poltron's been doing his work.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, one more AD carry, I imagine, will be banned here. Ziggs taken away from Lemus. So, I mean, I guess just not wanting to give him some artillery, something safe, and is admittedly something that we saw in the past often picked into Ashe. Now I think Ashe is the best champion against the Ziggs also in terms of AD carries, but still not an easy lane to navigate by any stretch of the imagination. Also gives, if they wanted to look for a lane swap as the Ziggs, he does a lot of tower damage and has that execute as well, making, you know, a lot more volatility, causing a lot more volatility in terms of those lane swap positions. So I think a good ban away here from Lemus. Now Hui going to be picked up here, almost certainly will be going over to Fate. Again, can technically be put into the support role.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that would have been a good pick for Lemus in the bot lane. Gives him a little bit more security in terms of, you know, just not being able to dissuade. Mel.
Wait, this is not a bad Mel game.
This is Mel bot lane carry.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, it's very, very safe. It's almost possibly even longer range than Ziggs in terms of actually being able to consistently land your abilities. And also, you fire a Hui or an Ashe ult at Mel, guess what's coming straight back at you?
Absolutely. Do you think it works with Poppy ult too? Surely. Is that a projectile? Yeah,
yes,
so all of a sudden, that Poppy pick, a little bit questionable, can definitely throw some fights there. Brom, Ashe, so it's Poppy top lane.
Yeah, the Braum is a little bit perplexing to me, simply because, yes, good in isolation against Leona, good in isolation against the Wukong, I guess technically the tank chase as well.
Which certainly makes a lot more sense why they insta-lock Luan onto Leona.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if Leona had gone over to Gag, that was all but that bot lane is over. I'm sorry. One rebuttal into a Zenith Blade, you're in trouble.
Yeah, technically, yeah, for sure. I mean, the counterplay to that is just not using the rebuttal right and allowing Leona onto you, but yeah, it's, I mean, interesting. I don't think the Braum pick does that well in lane, just simply because you're never hitting Mal. You know, even if you want to try and Q to slow down Mal to Ashe to follow, well, that Q's going to come back at you. I mean, interesting. I think there's too many unknowns around the Mal currently for me to fully give judgment, but it doesn't give me the greatest sense of, well, I don't think of it as a great counter. Well, you know, Braum, he likes to be against melee champs, and Mal is probably the longest range champion in the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does nullify some of that damage coming out of the Radiant Volley. Also, shuts down the Solar Snare. So, look, there is justifications for it, but I think you're right. I think what you're looking for in this situation, it is going to be a lane swap opted into by SoftBank here. They want to verse that Jace because it will be a little bit more comfortable. Because Mel, Leona, bot lane up against Ashe, Brom becomes very, very tough. All of a sudden, Brom's job is not, you know, going for that engage. It's now trying to keep Ashe alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can make the argument that the level 1 is very good for Marble and Gang because you land that Winter's Bite. Lemus isn't going to have access to the rebuttal, and you can just run at the whatever AP carry is put down there. But I think in general, you know, you get that first recall off, and it starts to feel really rough to be the Braum especially. Invade coming through, looking to see if there is a lane swap, and I mean, Lemus has already made it to the tower, so he's not going to have to walk through any wards. Chiefs are going to answer on the top side, get that Raptors ward down to try and keep track of where Courage is across the map. Looks like it might be a split map, perhaps. I mean, SoftBank are leaving the jungle and maybe just going to return to his own.
Looks like we are going to get the head-to-head matchup. 1-1-2.
That's good. I wanted to see this.
Yeah, I think this does just favour out the Chiefs so long as Lemus and Luan don't misposition themselves, and I don't think you need to. Lemus has some phenomenal range, Luan has great threat, but Courage is looking to fight this.
Yeah, absolutely. Courage is here. Mir, he's going to be spotted out. Hasn't lost too much HP for the time being, but certainly going to lose a lot more now. Does get on out of there, though, and does have the option to try and look for something, but honestly, it does seem like he's just going to be giving over that red buff. I think it's an okay decision. Ultimately, is you're not wanting to throw the game immediately. It does suck for you, but your red buff is not the be-all, end-all of this game. So give over the Raptors. He can choose to try and invade the other side of the map, although could be hard depending on whether or not Fate is able to maintain priority in the mid lane. Neither jungler now with Smite available. It's going to come down to a battle of last hitting, and Mir will happily take that with the Q available.
Lemus down the bot lane, he's doing a decent job avoiding that damage, but 2's already been hit here by SoftBank. Luon taking some punishment means they aren't going to be able to outright fight this. Yeah, I think that from here, Chiefs just play it slow. You don't want to over-aggress and throw away any advantages you have in that kit from Mel, because if she gets shut down, she gets shut down hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, look at this champ. Oh, the range on it is disgusting. Getting shoved in early, you do expect that against the Ashe for the time being. But again, you're just waiting till you get your first recall off, and then things get a lot easier for you. Up top lane, BioPanther doing pretty well up against Evie for the time being, but I think, you know, just the nature of, once again, the range versus the melee. As soon as Poppy gets back to base, it starts to feel a lot easier for her as armor does come online.
What do you reckon? Do you think this is ultimately where we will see Mel end up once she's been sort of tuned as more of an AP carry bot than necessarily a mid laner?
I think she will fill a similar spot as someone like Wei. She is just one of those artillery mages where, yes, you can play a bot if you get a good matchup, as won't take a lot of damage. But she can also just play mid, right? It's not something that you need to put in a single role, is what I'm trying to get at. You don't need to put it mid, you don't need to put it AD carry. It can go support as well. I think it's going to fill a similar niche as the Xerath.
But yeah, I definitely think she's got a lot of flexibility in the moment. It's going to be interesting to see if we do see her pigeonholed, I suppose, later on down the line. But for the most part, things are going reasonably well for the Chiefs. They've got leads top and mid. Pretty even down in the bot lane. So I think if the Chiefs can, just hold this pacing, keep things nice and even going into the mid game, they do have a lot of threat once those ultimates start coming online.
I must say one thing I'm perplexed by, and it happened yesterday as well, is we've seen Auroras since the new patch where the Domination Tree and Keystones got buffed, but none of them have been going Electrocute, and that is a rune that Aurora out of almost any champion can proc nearly the easiest, right? You throw out a Q, you land the E, you pull back the Q, you've procced Electrocute, you've done your damage with the 3 procs, and it's just so much damage. 20 extra damage every time you proc Electrocute, which is also on a fairly short cooldown, is a very substantial laning tool, and so it's just interesting to me that we don't see anyone opt into it at the moment.
The difference being, obviously, Comet can hit multiple people at the same time, so you pair that with sort of the AoE fight. That's, like it's more oriented towards the team fight. I think you're anticipating a 5v5, and if you can land it on multiple people, it's going to pump out a little bit more damage.
Yeah, in theory, I think you still want to just isolate one target and take them down as Aurora, because your kit's not generally, it can hit multiple people, but that relies on the enemy misplaying more so than yourself outplaying. And ultimately, generally, Arcane Comet is just used as a laning rune. It means you get a little bit more poke, and it's generally interchangeable with Aerie, depending on the mobility of the enemy champ. But either way, it's just interesting to me. I think Electrocute just gives you so much utility in that lane phase.
Yeah, I suppose it's personal preference at the end of the day. What you think you're going to have a better time with, maybe Comet helps, not necessarily helps, a little bit better farming in the 1v1, because if you can clear that wave a little bit faster, realistically, Aurora doesn't suffer all that much when it comes to wave clear. But SHG, posturing around the mid lane, Courage is there, Mira's also there, neither of them are 6. So it's going to be largely off the setup from the mid laners. Fate not 6 yet either.
Yeah, importantly, Mir did make up for the lost red buff. He didn't get the red buff of Courage's, but he did find a camp somewhere in order to make sure that CS is going to stay even, and ultimately the XP is about as close as it possibly could be. Now Void Grub's being started up by the side of SoftBank, while Chiefs heading down to the Dragon. And I must say, I do like this. The Void Grubs did get hit in the patch, as well as this Dragon. Yesterday especially, we saw how integral it was for lots of teams to actually get a game across the line, right? The games were oftentimes very, very close, and it was the pressure coming through from the Dragon Souls that did tip the scales in one or the other team's favor. So I kind of like the Dragons again. Last year, at the start of last year, Dragons were preferred by most teams, and then people worked out Void Grubs were broken, and so that became the main focus of everyone. But I think the Dragons now have a little bit more power just because the loss of power in Dragons. Grubs, rather.
I mean, the other thing in this game, so both the SHG and Chiefs, 100% win rate went ahead at 15%. So I think likely the situation will be whichever team we see winning from 15 minutes will win the game.
Yeah.
Both have struggled to really bounce back in a meaningful way. The one difference being that Chiefs came close to winning and then threw it, unfortunately.
For sure.
So maybe they could be that outlier.
3 times, really. It's always sad to see, but, you know, they have the redemption arc possible now, and at least for the start of this game, everything does remain even. They scale extremely hard. Both teams not going to be, you know, worried about scaling this game, of course. The Hui, in particular, on the side of SoftBank, scaling very hard into the game.
We are starting to see those big ultimates coming online. Both bot lanes, well, unfortunately, Luon's a little bit further away, but you can see Gang and Marble should have both of theirs soon. Lemus has just hit 6.
Yeah, so in this lane in the 2v2, the rebuttal can be used on Bromald. It can also be used on the Ashe ult. So not using it for the Brom Q anymore. Will Lemus, as doesn't really matter if you get hit by that, as long as you're not out, you know, positioned in a very poor position.
Gang going into Rome, and I mean, this might just cost him 6, but they are wrapping down to this bot side. Gang will be spotted by the ward. He's going to clear that, potentially set up Courage for this tower dive, but Courage working back to that brush. He is slowly working his way down now, wants to make sure he's out of vision. This is going to be a tower dive, and this could be a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, Mal, I imagine, is a little difficult to dive. Has the teleport, looking for the base, is going to be able to come back with full HP, but they should probably just leave Luon to the wolves. The teleport is going to come through. Jimmy needs to get there. No other teleports, but it looks like they're going to be okay for now. The Fear is going to connect onto Luon. What can Lemus do? He's got the rebuttal available, but not able to find any way to use it. The ultimate's still there as well for him on the Mal. So far, just the 1 kill found onto Luon. Doesn't impact the game all that much, and, you know, Jimmy's going to be able to make up for that gold, essentially, with this tower. So I think, you know, not the worst. You would rather your support not go down, but I think it's a little bit... okay, it doesn't really matter.
Lemus had the opportunity there to bounce the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, though. Unfortunately, I mean, AD carry, you know, reflexes, you step away from those ults. If he'd stepped into it and popped rebuttal, that fight could have changed drastically under that tower. But yeah, look, unfortunately, first time playing well in a competitive environment, you're an AD carry, your instincts say run away. So you see the teleport come in, Gang decides it's time to go in. Marble holds the Enchanted Crystal Arrow here. It would have been seconds, milliseconds of reaction time, but all of a sudden that Ashe arrow bouncing back could have meant that Marble or Gang went down there as well.
Yeah. It's hard to say if that changes too much just because Marble's not tanking the tower. But ultimately, yeah, it was an option. He didn't use the rebuttal in the end. Maybe you could argue that saving it does mean they can't dive him, but I do think he could have looked for that.
I mean, you don't really have much to lose. Their focus was entirely Luon there.
Yeah. Either way, I think Luon going down is fairly inconsequential, ultimately. In the grand scheme of things, as long as Lemus was there, he collected the gold, the XP, and everything that comes with it, so he should feel okay. Jimmy looking for Fate here. There is a flash available for the Hui, and will not be pressing on his ultimate button. Between Worlds not going to be used there. I think smart decision ultimately. Fate did take a little bit of damage. But 5v5 on the cards.
Not quite. 4v4. Fire doesn't have teleport, and Marble is already working his way down. They want this second lot of Void Grubs. Fire's going to work his way through. I think there is potential in the team fight. A very, very scary team fight here for Chiefs.
Solar Flare going into Courage, everyone jumping in on him. Luon is there with that Zenith Blade, but no one here to follow up, and out will go Luon with that flash. Evie finds his way here onto the carries. Jimmy going to flash away. Lemus, he's got that Spiring Despair on him, but he's going to be able to stay nice and safe. Many low health bars. Keep in mind this Mal with the execute, with the ultimate. There's no way in now for the side of SoftBank, and Chiefs do not find any kills, but will get the Void Grubs for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that was dicey. It's not often you see a handshake team fight there where everyone walks away despite the heavy engage, but look, I have to say, Chiefs handled that pretty brilliantly on the whole. I mean, jumping in, splitting the fight, forcing SHG to back right off, and then Chiefs don't waste any time, just getting straight back to farming, getting that GP rolling, getting that much-needed experience. And Chiefs currently sitting in the lead. We are just over 3 minutes out from 15 minutes, and that could be a good indicator of where this one goes.
Yeah, taking stock of the map now after that engagement. It is SoftBank with a turn on the map. They're going to start up this Dragon. You don't think... I personally do not believe Chiefs should even bother contesting. Should be happy they got the grub, straight up for the Dragon for now. No ultimates, and you know, both teams missing every single ultimate. Ultimately, it's still I would favor the side of SoftBank in this sort of situation.
Edison. Some, you know, beating of chests between the two supports, just, you know, posturing in front of each other. Mir going to be hit there by the Winter's Bite. Gang encourage might look to collapse on it, but with Luon in support, it should be enough to dissuade and make sure that Mir keeps a hold of his Raptors for now. Oh dear, Jimian might be in a bit of trouble.
Certainly might be. Should be under his tower though, should be okay. Between Worlds getting close to coming up, about a third or maybe in a fifth of the cooldown left. Getting very, very close. Ultimates now pretty much coming up across the map. The mages being the main characters without it.
They really want Jimian. Oh, Mir's gone.
Yeah, he's going to spot him here though. Does have ult up in 2 seconds. He's going to be able to get out. Nice work respecting there for Jimian. Hextech gates as well, because of the Hextech soul does mean that Mir's going to be able to get on the map and help him get to these minions. Able to sidestep, claim those. I mean, Biopanther once again, he is ahead. He's looking pretty good here on the Jace. Only the 1 kill going down, which is almost what's causing the entirety of this gold lead that we do see on the side of SoftBank. It's Fate that is 700 gold up on Jimian, but I don't think that matters all that much considering neither of these mid laners have an item just yet.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm really impressed with how Chiefs are pacing this one. We've seen them sort of jump the gun a few times, throw away fights that they shouldn't be taking, and this time they're playing around what they've got. They're not over-aggressing, they're not getting too keen on
nice
big objectives, and yeah, Jimian with the fancy feet wants to be able to have as much impact as he possibly can in this game.
Yep, doing a good job. Can be pretty happy with himself, I think. Still, he is down 600 gold, so you know, if Fate finds the correct recall timing, he might get back, might get that Seraphs online, or Archangels it'll be as the tier's not fully stacked, while Malignants won't be quite there for Jimian.
Iffy and Bio just, again, going at it, hammer and tongs. That is obviously a tank Poppy versus the current bruiser-oriented Jace that we are seeing post that patch. I'm still waiting to see the limits of this Jace in its current state.
Yeah. It's looking so far so good in terms of Biopanther. Going to find his way onto Evie now, will Mir, but only going to get the flash. No objective at the moment though, so it is just a 5-minute timer now.
Well, I mean, Rift Herald coming up. But
yeah.
To be fair, I don't think we've really seen a contested Rift Herald bar maybe 1 or 2. So, I mean, that's a prime opportunity. Mir as well. Oh,
yeah. Stunned up. Evie with the steadfast presence, though, will be able to get out, and pretty happy with the chunk he was able to find there. Still, it's Chiefs with proactive play. They're looking for this tower. Their tower should be answered in the bot side. Oh, but Chiefs get it just first. Demolish, paying dividends.
So, next objective should be feet.
Yes, yeah.
Rift Herald being 25 seconds out. Whoever claims that should get feet. I mean, there is potential we just see it wait out to the first Hextech Drake coming up, and I mean, that makes for some interesting situations in terms of, you know, big team fights and what's available. Gang is still level 6. The trials and tribulations of being a support.
Yeah. Ultimately, the levels after 6 are a little bit less consequential than hitting that 6 in the first place, so yeah, he'll feel around, if not the exact same sort of strength as Luon does in this next fight. I think the big point of weakness, of course, at the moment would generally be Jimian, but they do manage to have their items online. Lima's taking a lot of damage there, does use the rebuttal, but unfortunately it's not to block all that much damage. All if there comes out, it's going to be answered by a flash here out of Fade, and they're looking for an angle You see on the top side of the map, Jimmy, and he's coming down. He's looking for that big, impactful Between Worlds ultimate. It's going to have to be done without Lemus's health bar and without the Solar Flare, but he's found his way into the back. He's going to find his way into everyone. That's 3 people getting hit hard by this Aurora, but the health bars are going down. Mir's going to have to escape with his life and will do so. So much damage being found. Jimmy, and he is being left alone in that pit. Does flash over the wall as Lemus gets caught by the Xin Zhao, is able to flash away. He's finding damage. Hell raining down on them from Fate's Way, but it's not connecting. One more does come down, but it misses, and BioPanther, he is still full on HP and providing a tanky front line for his 2 carries as Jimmy will manage to reconnect with the team. No one goes down, but feet secured and Rift Herald for the side of SoftBank.
I'm beginning to feel like there might be issues with the draft. It just doesn't feel like there. Yes, there was great damage coming out of Jimmy, but it doesn't feel like there's enough mop up. The Mel isn't really going to be that big threat until later, and yeah, just hit with everything. I mean, that should have been a 1 team fight off of a clean rebuttal there.
Yeah.
If Lemus had timed it.
Yeah, unfortunately, a mechanical misplay, but still the fight saved a little bit by Jimmy, and just by the virtue of him doing so much by himself in this back line. The damage he was able to output in, Mir tries to get in there, but it was a massive knock-up from Courage that actually denies it. That 3rd auto attack coming through from Xin Zhao, able to just keep, honestly, his entire back line alive. Lemus does get jumped on, loses his flash here, but still everyone does, thankfully, the side of Chiefs make it out. Gold Lead remains, honestly, much the same. And so the final test of who gets those upgraded boots will come down to the kills.
So that entire fight, Bio was still in mid lane. So he wasn't actually able to frontline, which is why Mir and Luan ended up so low. If Bio was in the middle of things there, would have created a little bit more space in it. And I think that might just be the problem with the way that we're seeing the change towards Jace, which is that Bruisey, you're a little bit more hesitant to go and commit into these big team fights, and as a result, it puts you in an odd spot.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He is pretty far ahead of his lane opponent. There's 4 people now coming into the mid lane. Lemus going to have to be careful.
He's picked up a Coalfields here as
well.
well.
Yeah, building towards the Mirror Manor. He's just going damage.
Interesting.
Jimmy Between Worlds. Not going to land on the back line, but does find a lot of damage onto Gang. Nonetheless, as BioPanther in the back line is going to have to flash away, and Evie stuns him up against the wall. That is one very, very dead Jace. The rest of the Chiefs trying to just tuck tail and leave, but Jimmy won't be able to have that luxury as he is going to get claimed. It's going to be the feats of strength now secured for the side of SoftBank as 2 on the Chiefs do go down, and 3 left wondering what went wrong.
And this is where opting into a damage Jace and a Wukong who's going to go Triforce, Sundered Skies, I think really cripples the roster because you don't have a dedicated frontline. BioPanther's not wanting to tank, he's wanting to pump out damage from range. Wukong can't sustainably last in a fight for more than a few seconds, whereas you look at this roster from SHG, Courage has huge a pool of HP, Ebby is going to tank up so much damage, and like I rate the Mel pick, but it just takes longer to get online than, is comfortable for Chiefs to fight at the moment.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, Courage doing a fantastic job of denying so much of that damage, right? The Sweeping Blades just denying Mal and Lemus and Jimmy, and honestly, from doing anything. So while ambitious ult from Jimmy, unfortunately, just misses out on connecting with Marble, it does mean that there's no one really to hit. And BioPanther, coming in, trying to help his team and be somewhat of a front line is just going to end up being isolated and taken out. Now, Khan possibly on the cards, and despite, what was a team fight loss, the game is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Although I will say Chiefs probably want to be waiting for Mirror Manor to now come online for BioPanther before looking for their next fight.
Yeah. I don't know. The support build at the moment isn't offering a huge amount of, livability, and Luan and Mir have a very limited lifespan.
Solar Flare goes wide, unfortunately. Marble able to just walk on out of that, and so that's a missing ultimate now on the side of Chiefs. Don't get a summoner either. BioPanther, though, still trying to be that artillery Jace now. This Gang going to spot out the side of the Chiefs here. Good clone by Mir, dodges out of the Winter's Bite and a lot of damage. Although, looking at the side here, Jimmy might have just been caught out by Evie. trying to find a way out, and he will hopefully get out for himself, but it's a nice knock-up, and Fate just claims the kill. No way out eventually, as Marble even on the other side of things, trying to slow up the rest of the Chiefs. Mir does flash away and uses that clone for the knock-up through the Cyclone to at least get himself out to safety. Now SoftBank, they turn around, they're looking towards this Arakan, but I don't think it's just that easy. There is still a lot of range here available for the side of Chiefs.
So I'm going to make a prediction. Lemus is not going to find a single kill before the end of the game. I'm sorry, he's just not outputting the damage he needs to. And I don't think SHG are going to give Chiefs an expiration date which allows Lemus to come online, which is a real problem because bot lane carry is meant to pump out that damage.
Yeah, and Chana Crystal Arrow lands on a Biopanther. He's just being jumped upon. There is a lot of damage coming back though, as Mir might be able to confirm himself one if he does eventually go down. Mir secures that one, but Lemus on the wrong side of the fight, not able to help with this. No mop up to come through. Still, the Arakan does reset, and with that, SoftBank not going to be able to claim it. You lose 2 lives, but you do stop this objective from going down. Luon looking very ambitiously for a Solar Flare. Is going to at least get a flash out of Marble here, as Chiefs are going to be able to get some control over this top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm lacking faith. Lacking faith at the moment with the draft. I think for the most part it worked until we head down to the bot lane. The Mel, it needs more stability to come online. That's why you play it in the mid lane. It has an easier time farming. Bio just locked out of that entirely. I mean, the fact that Jimmy has died preceding this and he's now working his way back to base. He had the ability to jump away, but held it for too long. And by the time he was, in a position where he desperately needed to, he couldn't because of Poppy. So, yeah, look, I think, I'm guessing that there was likely a different bot lane pick that they had in mind, and this Mel has just slotted in as a courtesy. Obviously, Ziggs being banned out may have been the culprit that they were looking for. That was banned, then they sort of feel like they have to force something, and Mel being the next progression.
Yeah, Chiefs though, taking stock of the map. Fate, no teleport down in that bot lane. It's going to be them now starting up this Arakan. It's going to be a 4v5 at best. Fate slowly but surely making his way up here. This Arakan takes a long time to take out. Leandri is available for Lemus, does mean he is doing a bit of damage to it. His Courage now going to be able to come up and join. Remember, all of the resistances on the side of Chiefs getting shredded bit by bit. Heavy going to be looking for the Steadfast Presence. Does find it, but Mir with a fantastic clone actually gets out of it. And Charter Crystal Arrow this time landing onto Biopanther again. Has the flash to get himself out. And Jimmy finding a large chunk of damage onto Courage here on the Zinzal. But Mir now in a treacherous position, will just be going out. Almost certainly will get the clone away, and a nice E, but eventually the Steadfast Presence does claim his life. Now Luon, low on HP, no ultimate available to himself. It's almost entirely up to Lemus to find that poke damage to try and deny Arakan, but Luon finds a fantastic stun, and the shutdown comes through for Lemus as Jimmy is ducking and diving and flashing and getting himself out. Lemus with a lot of damage too coming through. Luon will eventually be found out, and Biopanther does go down. Health bars on the side of SoftBank are still very low, while both these Chiefs AP carries remain fairly topped up. The Arakan still will not be fouled as Chief and SoftBank meet at an impasse.
I stand by it. Just Lemus on the Smell is not doing enough damage in these team fights. I don't know if there's another pick in terms
there's
of...
a ward there, there's a ward there. They're not going to know. Lemus eventually does wake up to the fact this is occurring. Jimmy and though doing a lot of damage. The rebuttal comes through. Can they find the kill onto at least one of these champs? No, unfortunately they will not. He's trying to, but he cannot. It's a double kill as more members from the Chiefs do respawn, but this Arakan should eventually be fouled.
I was wrong, he did get a kill, but that really means next to nothing in the current state that they're in. They are so far behind, it's just criminal. Yeah, great play out of Mir. Jimmy trying to do everything that he can. Bio loses half his HP before he can really tank up the return. I mean, Lemus coming into that fight doesn't have the mana to really pump out the damage he's needing. In a situation like that, you really do just sort of have to force the issue, but off the back of it, a bad situation gets even worse. They couldn't even do much there. They do get the kill onto Fate, but it does then result in, well, Bio, unfortunately, yeah, not able to do much. They lose 4 off the back of this. They get full team wipe contesting Arakan without Arakan even going down.
Now, Arakan's still not gone down, despite us having 3 different team fights around it. So now, I mean, Baron is up. If the Arakan does go down and if team fight does follow it, the team that wins it should almost certainly be able to secure that Baron, and with that start to, I mean, for SoftBank look to end the game, but for Chiefs find their way back into it. Lemus getting those items now once this Void staff is online, will start to be outputted. A reasonable amount of damage. You see not that much magic resist truly coming through on the side of SoftBank, despite the 2 AP carries we see on the side of Chiefs. Ivy, you know, building some now.
Seraph and Lemus, buddy. Seraph and Leandres, yeah, most of the way to avoid stuff. Still can't even, you know, 2 ability a minion wave, though. Like, that's... I think it's indicative of Mel. She needs to play in the mid lane. She needs so much more time just to free farm. 250 CS, 1 kill. And it's still tough to feel her presence in this game.
Yeah, at the moment, I think also SoftBank, to their credit, have been doing a good job of throwing out all these ultimates that can be sent back at them, but making sure they're not aimed towards the Mal. Artican now is being started up once again. It's down to 9k HP. Chief's going to find any way back into this pit. Mia's going around. It's 4k. They don't have any idea how low it is. It's going to be going down. The Voracious is going to be secured here. And now it's up to Chiefs to try and live through what is about to be an oncoming storm from the SoftBank roster. Down will go Luon. He is trying to play Disrupt, and he does a fairly good job of doing so. But Lemus getting caught by that. Winter's Bite does mean he's getting low. He rebuts that one, so he's not slowed up and finds the root, so might just be able to get himself out. He's looking for damage on the back end. Evie as well. He's all seeking for this Lemus for the Mal, but I think he's made enough, you know, enough of a gap to at least get himself to safety, committing the teleport as well to ensure no one can follow him.
Yeah. I don't know, it just feels like by the time Lemus gets enough damage off onto even 1 target to get that execute proc, the rest of the team's dead anyway, so it's not quite there. So yeah, like I'm just struggling to feel the vibe of the Mel at all in this roster. I mean, it's 12-2, both these teams, their only victories have come when they were ahead at 15 minutes, and SHG have been ahead at 15 minutes, and they're very, very far ahead at the moment.
Absolutely, 6k is the goal lead. Still scaling is there for the side of Chiefs. Of course, it is a little bit easy to itemize against them, being that they are so AP heavy. But Voracious Artican up and available, the respawn at least, for the side of SoftBank, means they're now going to start hitting the Baron. Not a whole lot that Chiefs can really do about it. You know, you commit to the fight, yes, maybe you get some withdrawals, but you almost certainly lose a bunch of your members. Down to 6k HP, Evie is going to be hitting Mir away, so no chance of a steal now, and Evie just being that menacing tank in the front line, so much HP. Through comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, connects now onto Luon, who's going to be stunned up in the middle of the enemy team. Jimmy is going to be able to get himself out with that between worlds, but it is Luon that's going to pay the price. Still, a lot of damage coming through. It's a really nice glacial fissure, and Biopanther, he's trying to get away, he gets slowed up, he's going to get stunned. No, the flash actually available for him, so he does manage to narrowly get himself out of harm's way. And SoftBank, though, still, they have the revive. They now have a Baron buff to boot, and looking to march down this mid lane.
Yeah, and Lemus takes a lot of damage. There's not much he can do in response. If he steps too close, he's dead. He's just going to die anyway. I just don't think there's anything he can do. This might even be probably not the end of the game. I suppose the respawn's coming up now, and just a lot of key utility available. So they crack mid inhib. That gives them all the priority they could possibly want. They do get a single withdraw, but at the end of the day, it's Evie. He's quite happy. In fact, that just speed, fast tracks is going into buy whatever it was he was after next. Evie, yeah, great knock away there from Mir. Couldn't dodge out of it this time. Jimmy and lockdown Luon. Evie single-handedly zones the team.
Yeah.
Which Biopanther does not offer. And I'm a little concerned that in this situation, Lemus's first thought there is to farm the minion wave. Rather, I mean, yeah, look, he's probably not going to do much if he throws the ability into the enemy team, but it's feeling like his priorities in this Mel are a little bit lacking.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, you see them get the Baron, you clear out the minion wave so they don't get that immediate push, but ultimately it doesn't change anything. They get the tower. Dragon now spawning it is going to be a soul for the side of SoftBank. If they are able to get it for themselves, they are no longer going to have access to that revive, which, you know, Chiefs are counting their blessings for, but they're starting up the Dragon, and Chiefs really quickly have to act upon it. They have to find a way in. Jimmy is going to be found by Evie. There's no way for him to look for any sort of flank, as Lemus taking a lot of damage from Fade, and out will go Mir. Down will go the Dragon as a Hextech Soul, the most egregious Soul to try and deal with. Jimmy trying to offload a lot of damage here in the fight, but Mir may be able to find a way in. He does. The Cyclone's great. The Between Worlds is also very, very good. And we're seeing so much damage from the Chiefs. Lemus gets one execute. They're able to get another one on Jimmy, but still Courage and Fate remain. There's so much damage coming through, but only this Mal will be up to try and deal with this onslaught that SoftBank are providing. 4 kills to 17, 3 members left alive for the side of SoftBank versus just Lemus, and this should just be game number 1 done and dusted.
I mean, he's doing good damage on the Courage, but the problem is he's not getting damage onto anyone else. Like, Marble face tanked the full Q from Lemus and it did nothing. Yeah, there's not much he can do. Luon's here now to try and assist, but the towers are gone. They just don't have to worry. The damage output isn't there. They finish him off. Oh, okay, no.
Here's the one shot. Nice little turnaround onto Marble. Consolation prize at the end of the day, but it is SoftBank now that they do lead the series 1-0. As Chiefs, they have to try and provide us what Team Secret Wales did yesterday with a reverse sweep.
I mean, off the back of that, SHG are now no longer in last place either. True. They have one more map than the Chiefs do. And now it will be a hard slog for Chiefs to get themselves back the win and out of 8th place once again. But I think there was a lot left to be desired in that game from the Chiefs. The draft, there was a plan clearly, but the plan just left them wide open to being exploited. And I mean, just the mismatch in the top lane, yeah, cool, Bruiser Jace, damage Jace is great and all, but when your front line evaporates in a second and EV can survive 1v4 zoning an entire team, there's a huge mismatch there.
Yeah. It is rough. It's a tough place to be in for the Chiefs and their fans. SoftBank, you can see them there, smiles on Gang's face especially, very happy with himself, and had a pretty good game on the Braum, all things considered. I think ultimately, while not necessarily the champions that are best to deal with Mal, I think their tactic of dealing with Mal was fantastic. Not once did an important ult get fired towards Mal's direction in any of these team fights. They just kind of ignored that she was there. You can kind of do that, and like Lemus, you see him doing the damage in terms of the graphs here, but the problem is you've got 2 APs. It's very difficult. I think you'd much rather have more AD champs rather, than AP champs, because Magic Resist just does so much, and while not a whole lot of Magic Resist was being purchased, just any is enough to sort of deny a lot of the damage that could possibly come through, the burst that the AP champs tend to like to have. Yeah, and so you kind of just ignored the Lemus, threw your ult at everyone else, the other clump of champions, no chance for the rebuttal to find any meaningful impact, and just run away with the game.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that Ziggs ban did throw things off a little bit there for the Chiefs. It definitely felt like they pivoted last second. It didn't feel like Mel naturally slotted into this roster. They just sort of threw it in there. I'm not going to say Varus would have done drastically better, but he would have dealt with Evie a lot better. You know, that on-hit Varus is just going to shred through a Poppy in those team fights and ultimately get more damage out in the end. Bio, I mean, he definitely had an expiration date in that game compared to his lane opponent. He wasn't surviving long, neither was Mir. Mir was repeatedly and aggressively thrust away from key objectives to not be able to contest it. Evie really did a phenomenal job in that.
Yeah, Evie playing Disrupt during the team fights and doing it really well. I think, you know, going into the next game, Chiefs need, at least what I think Panther needs someone with a little bit more autonomy. You know, he can choose when he wants to take the fights, because we saw how good he is at champs like the Renekton when he gets the choice. Sion as well, another champ that he's been playing very well on. Although not always finding success, their one win was off the back of almost a solo carry by him there on the Sion. But yeah, it just felt a little disjointed a lot of the times. I think, you know, Lemus sitting there poking away at people. Jimmy, he found some good engages, but it always felt like someone was out of position. Whether it be Lemus or whether it be Biopanther or honestly anyone, you know, some of the solar flares as well going wide. Just small micro things that I think you can change, or, you know, maybe go better in the next game, and all of a sudden you've got a much more even game, and these engages that Jimmy's finding go a lot further.
I mean, the one thing to add to that, if you are going to run Mel, you need frontline. You need someone, just heavy CC beef in the front line so that you can just sit there pumping that damage. The Jace was clearly, you know, more to that bruiser. He was playing it more in the ranged form with the Muramana and all that. And so you had Mir and Luon, Wukong and a Leona. Yeah, Leona is great at tanking, so is Wukong. But when they've just got the answer and an Ashe who can shred through both of them without much threat at all, and a Braum to shut down all the re-engage, yeah, you just need to create more room for something like the Mel in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Game number 1, all done and dusted. SoftBank will be taking that one. It's now Chiefs who will get side selection once again in game number 2 to see if they can bring us back to a third. See you very shortly.
Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy between you and me. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy between you and me. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way you say your name, the way you touch your face.
It's a huge opportunity for me to play in the LCP. I feel like it's what I've been waiting for.
It means a lot to me that to have the opportunity to actually like compete in this league. So I want to do everything I can.
其他国家比较强战队的选手交流，然后进行对战，相信就是能对我的水平能提升的更快这样子。
I think it'll change the way teams view the meta. You're not going to have fixed play styles. It's going to be different. It'll be fun to watch.
Top laner is Panther.
He is a player that will cover anything I require from him.
My playstyle kind of like is similar or kind of the same to like Evie's. We play for like map movements. We want to make sure that like if there's any lead, we just kind of like elevate that and push the game forward. That's probably what my playstyle is closest to in like the LCPs.
Looking down at all the junglers available, Mir instantly popped up. But I think he's a super aggressive jungler, which is what I want.
He's kind of like the carry jungler. He's very vocal as well, which is really important for me.
I have lots of experience playing overseas, so I can be a leader for like the environment and playstyle, this kind of thing. Like I can be in charge for most of things.
When it comes to Jimian, and I just think he's consistently like playing well in every single game I've watched him play.
我可以就是担任队伍的箭头，然后去抓各种机会开战，然后帮队友制造赢下来的画面这样。
When it comes to Lemus, especially from an OS 80 carry, he kind of is like the jack of all trades.
I feel very comfortable when playing around the map and thinking about like the map state.
When I stumbled across Luan, honestly, I wasn't really sure what he wanted to do next year. I thought he had LCK offers or something. But when he rocked up, he was like, Poltron, I want to play for Chiefs and go to Worlds. That was as simple as that. I'm like, all right, come over, you're in. No second thought.
저의 장점은 이니시라고 생각하는데 팀에서 이니시를 담당할 것 같아요.
I've watched him play in the LEC. Seems like a really solid player who's like really good at engaging.
The whole team just shares the same goal. Like we want to win, and like I think it's just like such a big factor where everyone is passionate, everyone's here to win.
Nothing really changes for us because we just play the league and go competition and try to win.
People definitely view us as a weaker team.
觉得大家应该普遍可能不是很看好我们，但我希望我们可以成为黑马，然後讓他們跌破眼鏡。
As the underdogs, and I do just think that the underdog story is so fun.
저는 치프스에서 월즈를 한번 꼭 가봤으면 좋겠어요.
We finally have a real shot at making OS history. I truly do think we have a good shot of taking these top teams down.
Get back, you never had a chance. I'm gonna take the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. 'Cause how was I supposed to know this was a party of a century? That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know this was a party of a century? That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know.
And we're back. Game number 2 on the horizon. Chiefs choosing red side. So going back to the side they actually won on. I think it's a good start to what I'd like to see. We'll see, though, how they want to angle this in terms of their drafting. Again, I think a large part of the reason they struggled in the last game is ultimately they're a little bit too one-dimensional in their damage sources. You know, yes, Wukong does a bit of AD damage, and so does Jace. But ultimately, those big heavy hitters, which are supposed to be the Aurora and Mal, both doing magic damage is always going to hinder your chances. And so looking to diversify the pool or diversify the damage profile a little bit here would be what I'd like to see.
We start with 4 of the same 6 openers from game 1. Callista Nocturne taken out by SHG, and then Skarner Rumble taken out by Chiefs. Pretty stock standard at the moment. I think they are among the top banned champions. I mean, certainly Callista and Skarner are the most banned. Nocturne not far behind, I don't think. And then Rumble has been copping a few. Pantheon follows it up from SHG. I mean, look, Pantheon has been pretty good. Honestly, just offers a lot of global threat. So I do think that he is a pretty impactful thing. Misfortune banned by Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, Marble has just been first picking this anytime it's up. So I like it. Get him off that hyper comfort pick that he loves to have for himself and make him show something else. Evie, thumbs up. Boy. He gets the Cassante.
Evie on the Poppy was a dominant beast. On the Cassante, he's got a lot of potential here in this matchup. The Darkest Timeline looking a little bit brighter when he's in charge. Absolutely. Coming into it, Bio, I mean, the Jax was a bit rough last game. I think it's still trying to find its identity in the game at the moment. After, coming to this patch. And Orn, I did say to you, I want to see Bio go back to something that is CC heavy, big beefy, that can frontline and allow these carries for Chiefs to do what they do best, and Orn is perfect for that.
Yeah, and now it's what do we want to see next? Do we want to see someone come out of the bot lane, out of the mid lane, jungle? I mean, all good options. Varus is up and available. You know, that on-hit deals with Cassante fairly well. Going to be the Israel, so a game, Limas had one reasonable game for himself on the Israel. Almost winning, in fact. I believe it was even with Orn, maybe. But unfortunately, not quite getting that one across the line.
Yeah, Brom gone, though, means that a pretty classic pairing is no longer there. Same with Leona, two supports that you quite often see with the Israel. Kaiser, the immediate response from Marvel.
Interesting. So what build he goes? There's a couple of Kaiser builds out there at the moment. There's the El Clasico of recent times, the Krakens, the Gwinsus, and to the Nashes. There's also a static Essence, Reaver, Shadow Flame. Vi locked in.
Vi,
not the greatest targets in the world just yet.
Yeah, but Vi Kaiser, all of a sudden you've got not just Vi, but your opponent AD carry on your Viego, the response. So I'd rate that.
I think that's a very good response. It does very well against dive. You know, you isolate one of those people that come a little bit too far up, and all of a sudden you've got your first reset, and you've got the pieces of the puzzle of winning a team fight.
I mean, not just that, but Vi is a phenomenal pickup as the Viego as well. Being able to charge up the Vault Breaker and turn it on, what was Vi's teammates moments earlier. So, yeah, I do rate this Viego. Nautilus coming out as the first ban from the Chiefs in the second phase. Yeah, with Kaiser, Nautilus, that is a terrifying combo in the bot lane. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if Chiefs look to enable the spot lane a little bit more and even target away another support there, especially one of those CC heavy supports that we still have.
Yeah, definitely should be. I think I don't really see any reason to ban out the mid laners, so going for the Rakan. It's a staple of a Vi comp to have the Rakan as that support, so take it away. It just does so well at not only going in with the Vi, but also getting back to peel for whoever's in the back of the team fight.
Absolutely. He's a very slippery character as old Rakan.
Very fun.
Yeah, very much fun. I love me a bit of Rakan. And Elise going to be banned out as well. So, Luon, I don't think he's played an Elise game as far as I... Yeah, no, he definitely hasn't. Alistar coming in, though. My now biggest concern, though, is this game is looking better and better for Silas.
It is looking terrifying. It is scary to blind pick Silas, but you can kind of get away with it when you see an Ornn ult and an Alistar ult. Will he go for it? I wouldn't see a reason not to be honest. What really can come out here to deny what looks like the easiest Silas pickup of all time?
I mean, Azir is available, so there is potential that Fate maybe opts into that instead. Vector available as well. Maybe just going for a control approach rather than just... Okay.
That's interesting to me. Because if you're picking a Kali, why not just pick the Silas with an Alistar? Either way, they chooses not to. What is going to be the answer here? You can just go for one of those control mages, which, you know, it does get a little bit scary later on, but the lane is very easy to navigate. We've seen Jimin already play a Victor game up against a Vi, and while it sucked for a little bit of the game, he eventually turned it around. Goes for the Ahri, champion he's put many reps onto. Has, you know, the mobility that you tend to like up against champs like the Rel, the Vi, and the Akali. I definitely don't hate this pick. Damage, a little bit lacking on the side of Chiefs, but ultimately all they need to do is isolate one member that is going in. You know, Courage goes in a little bit too far with that cease and desist. You take him out, Mare gets reset #1, and you really do put together a pretty good team fight for yourself. So, I mean, that should just be the name of the game for Chiefs. You know, get Luon in there, play Disrupt, buy Panther as well while you try and take out those diving in members of SoftBank.
Yeah, I don't know, the Ahri, again, another champion that's felt a little bit lackluster in the current state of the game. Does feel like, doesn't offer as much to the team fight, I suppose, as something along the lines of Victor would, but is definitely a much safer pick given this lineup that we're seeing out of SHG, and I think that's probably a smart call from Jimmy and how the last, you know, few teams fights went in that previous match. But I have concerns. The Kaiser Vi combo, very, very scary. Not to mention the fact that, you know, Cassante is probably going to be following up shortly after.
Yeah, so I think Chiefs has put together a very good comp to deal with it. I mean, you've got Israel, a very safe AD carry. You know, it's pretty hard.
I think that's the first time I've seen Lemus smile while commentating the LCP, which I think is probably a pretty good sign, if I'm being honest. If the visage is cracked, maybe there's something deeper going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Chiefs draft this game. I think they have put together a really solid draft, and especially against what's being shown by the side of SoftBank. It's very difficult for anyone courage, especially to choose a target that they can actually take down. You can't go on the Alistair. You can go on Lemus, but if he has that Arcane Shift, if he has Flash available, you're going to be going very deep into the enemy team. And at which point, Mir and Jimmy pair very well to just isolate one member and take them out.
There you go, Ben. We've got the Electrocute coming out on both mid laners this time. Jimmy and Fate will be rocking the new and improved rune. So it's going to be interesting to see how it does enable these mid lanes.
Looks like a lane swap coming through. Not too surprising, being that they do have the Kai'Sa. Is a weaker champ at the early stages of the game. Now, admittedly, both the top laners should be pretty okay. They're going to go down CS, whatever. That is typical of a lane swap. But Ornn, as long as he's getting the XP, he's going to feel fine. K'Sante, much the same.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn just naturally a pretty beefy individual. Plus, you're looking for those later levels to be able to start upgrading not just yours, but your teammates and items as well. Whereas K'Sante, he's sort of just that island. He's going to be left to his own devices, do his thing, get to the late game, and just be the absolute powerhouse that we've seen him be.
In my in-houses, this is how many of my games have looked. I'm the K'Sante. Just sitting there, begging for one singular CS. Please, sir, may I have some more?
Yeah, it's been interesting, seeing how those OS in-houses are going. I'll probably get myself there one day. Playing ranked for the first time in 6 years has been an experience.
Now, not much to see. I do like the Ornn skin. He's gone for the pink chroma on the Choo-Choo skin. I think that is arguably the best skin chroma combo that exists in League of Legends to current date. The Choo-Choo Ornn skin.
I don't know. Remember, Mukau Alistair definitely has some decent chromas.
Yeah.
Which Luon, ironically enough, is running. But this gank from Gang in the mid lane, level
Jimmy,
2.
Not ready for it. Does a very good job to react in time to get out of that, but still, that's a missing summoner.
Not the end of the world. I mean, you've got the charm, so if you time that correctly, if a gank comes, you can remove a lot of that threat. But Luon, he's playing bouncer down here in the bot lane. Marble, what?
Hold up, this is not supposed to happen. BioPanther runs out of abilities for the time being, but you're not supposed to be this low as the AD carry in the lane swap.
I reckon he's got caught under tower. That's the only justification that I can think of.
Yeah, lost his barrier. I mean, he's not going to get punished because ultimately if Ornn ever goes in now and Marble flashes the engage or the knock-up or whatever, he will just end up killing BioPanther as BioPanther would run to his tower. But still, it's pressure now, like Marble cannot be as aggressive. He did lose out on that barrier and now is going to have to look for a recall. So BioPanther alleviating so much for himself and going to bode well going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, that chunk out means that he can collect a couple of waves back, get some items up, and head back down. But we do see it's a lane swap, and Evie isn't going to get the chance to back to base to spend what little gold he does have, which means that you can very much see that Bio is going to be much more comfortable heading back to lane.
Yeah, now it's really onus on Lemus and Luon to quickly return to that lane and make sure they're not going to drop too much CS to the tower as well. But as things stand, Chiefs, I mean, just out of playing the lanes, playing the lane swap that was opted into by SoftBank, have come out ahead ever so slightly, but those slight differences can make a huge sort of team fight breakout or a skirmish breakout around an objective and turn this game on its head very quickly.
Now, I mean, it's going to be interesting. 10.5 minutes from now is going to be the indicator to look for, because both teams have only won when they're ahead at 15 minutes. It happened last game for SHG. So it's going to be one to look at. Evie is being jumped on.
Yeah, Evie does have flash available to himself. Mir looking to try and help out here. The Unstoppable comes through, but BioPanther biding time. And they're going to get the solo kill. Not the solo kill, but the kill nonetheless. As BioPanther is going to secure first blood. Evie being awfully greedy, teleporting out, looking for the recall, and is heavily punished.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference. You look at it, Bio's coming in with that cloth armor and boots, so he's a little bit more mobile. All that was in the inventory for Evie was the door and shield because he didn't have the chance to back, and that is exactly how you want that top lane to go. BioPanther is integral to the success of this Chiefs roster. If he has a good game, it is going to be a stellar game. And Evie just being punched down on, he tried. It looked like Ramon was going to get away, but Mir makes the right call. Boom, stun, waits, times it perfectly. And the brittle proc from Bio gets him first blood, that is going to accelerate him in this lane.
For sure. Now, admittedly, a possible miscommunication there as Mir did use his flash a little bit unnecessarily, trying to get that last hit when BioPanther did the same. But as long as they don't do anything too aggressive and be punished for that, it should be okay, and you're always going to be happy with the 300 gold mopped up. As, once again, Chiefs just drag that lead out ever so slightly further. The Void Grub's coming up, but I think because that flash is down now, Chiefs aren't going to want to contest it, although fighting very hard for control over this mid wave means that at least Jimmy will have first move. It's going to be Void Grub number 1, definitely picked up by Courage.
Which is what we're seeing at the moment is the trade of the 2-1 for both sets of Void Grub. So both teams will usually end up with 3, but it's not a clean take for either of them. Courage stepping back in, Fate on the back line could be a problem.
Yeah, he's freed himself up from that middle lane. The charm coming out of Jimmy, and it's a nice dash away from that Spirit Rush, but my god, Mir has been completely one-shit. Gang going to be taken out. It's a nice headbutt by Luon to try and keep himself alive, but ultimately Fate finds his way back in. It's a double kill. It's a 2-for-2 scoreline, and it's SoftBank fighting back.
Which is a problem, because all the champions on the Rift here for SHG that you don't want to get fed, it is definitely going to be Fate, because that calls into question Lemus's lifespan. And on top of that, they then are able to get back and take the remaining Void Grubs, which means they get all 3. So they will start their progress towards that feat of strength. Chiefs obviously having claimed the first with first blood.
Yep. So, well, actually, you need 3 kills now.
Yeah, well, they're similar, so 1 of 1 for each. So they're both making progress towards it. Well, I'm saying that, then yeah, 1 for 2. Oh, so look, to be fair, they're pretty even standings. Yeah. Unfortunately, a rough gig, just so much threat out of that Akali when it comes to a fight.
For sure. Now, Mir, punished really for not having that flash, and that's what I said might happen. Unfortunately, after the success of that top dive, it was a little bit of a misusage of the summoner, and it will cost him in the fight that does break out there on after. Now, Fate, very scary, has that Hextech alternator, is up gold. Importantly though, Jimmy was able to find the kill onto Gang, so did keep himself in touching distance of the gold here in terms of Fate. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal, however, is a bit scary.
Heavy is teleporting right into Bio, but look, Bio not willing to just outright. I think he got a lot of damage out off the finish of that TP, but decides better of it.
Yeah, just ultimately solo kills shouldn't be happening in this lane. It's kind of crazy that what was not a solo kill, but essentially,
oh boy,
in many ways, Fate just doing so much damage. But Mir here, that's going to be the perfect execution, able to come out, but Jimmy has to dodge! No, he doesn't. Ooh. Fantastically played. What an amazing gank out of Mir. He finds the timing. Jimmy dancing, prancing. Going to be able to take down Fate, get rid of those Dark Seal stacks, and importantly give even more gold over to the side of Chiefs, this time landing on to Mir, who does secure the feat of Warfare. The Chiefs once again will be in the lead by 400 gold for the time being. And BioPanther getting aggressive up on the top side. Pathmaker not going to connect.
Just the Breath of the Forge for Bio, that brutal passive is just so brutal.
Yeah, it is. It's an absurd amount of damage that comes through from that. SoftBank though, with the pressure on the map, because you know what? Basically, Chiefs use their timer to gank mid. They do find success. It is going to mean that the objective will, however, go over to SoftBank. Still a trade you'd take as the Chiefs.
That was brilliant from Fate to get in. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't actually a 1v1 like he initially thought. Jimmy lands a great charm. Literally the outer limits of the stun from Mir, and then finishes it off. But yeah, that could have been disastrous if Fate had actually won that and gone 3-0.
Importantly, for the Chiefs and their fans, he didn't. And you're seeing, I think, improvements already in Game 2 comparative to Game number 1 in terms of the micro play. Mir there, the literal last auto attack he could possibly get off at the last second. BioPanther going to find a lot of damage there. Just constantly being able to dodge away. He's going for the one shot. Can he one shot the Cassante? It's looking damn well like it. If he's going to be able to get all of his damage back up, but BioPanther holds it. BioPanther's holding him with so much damage here, and now Evie's dead. It was exciting until it wasn't, as the rest of the Chiefs do come and mop up that kill. Jimmy as well given it. an ideal situation for the Chiefs, as once again BioPanther is being that rock in the top. My God, this man is making things happen. He wants a win. And Jimmy's gonna reap the benefits of that.
I think what we need to see is, yes, look, Jimmy is integral to this team, but Bio is proving that he is the one that will likely create the most space in a game. So Jimmy proved he's capable of pretty much playing everything. Evie played that about as poorly as he could. He got greedy for minions, saw the TP coming in, thought he had a chance, but the Brittle is just such a game changer in a 1v1. Where, I mean, any other champion, I think Evie's doing much, much better, but with that Brittle, it just chunks out so much damage. And Bio plays that for Jimmian. He knows that he is in the win condition. He needs to accelerate Jimmian.
And immaculately played too. All the cease and desist though, talking about Jimmian, but he's able to Spirit Rush up. Oh my God, the reset's gonna come through. Mir does get it. There's resets for Jimmian as well. There's one more Spirit Rush gonna be available, but it's a 5v4. No BioPanther there. It means the team fight being mopped up. Killer Instinct in for Marble as Lemus runs for his life. Barrier's gonna be available, not gonna need to use it. And what looked like a great start to the fight does end up going poorly for the side of Chiefs. Still, it is a 1-kill return. But ultimately, Marble out of nowhere picking up 2.
Yeah, Chiefs at least deny the feat of strength from SHG. A feat of monster killing, whatever it is, because they would have got their 3rd one, and it would come down to towers. So, I mean, look, BioPanther not being there really hindered that fight for the Chiefs. If he's there, it's a drastically different story. I think he just soaks so much damage. He plays so much disruption. Because if you look, 4 players. The fact that Courage is confident enough to go in while the team is still getting to him speaks volumes. At least Lemus picks up the kill there. Yeah, BioPanther's down on bot side river. So it was a 5v4, unfortunately.
I think Lemus wisely, or somehow, you know, knowing the upper limits of his champ, does manage to hold on to both summoners there. I know myself would have been absolutely burying, scared for my life, but didn't need it, knew it, he didn't need it, and ultimately will be able to keep that summoner. Could be very important going forward. Jimmy can be able to dodge out of that cross down, but Evie coming in looking for this RE Spirit Rush is available though. The Pathmaker's great. Evie though, if he does go through that wall, will almost certainly be taken out, and it's going to be Gang and Evie losing a vast majority of their health bar, but do get the Spirit Rush now out of Jimmian. Malignant's available does mean he will get that cooldown back up in not too long of a time.
What is Lemus doing? He's got no support, but SHG are just so lacking in confidence to go for that. SHG would have had him almost dead to rights there if they'd caught him.
It's pretty hard to catch. Ultimately, there's no flash on Gang, so not really the lockdown available. Lemus as well, both summoners. Still, it is a scary place to be in. Gang going to be able to find the stun now onto Luon. Fade as well, lands a Shuriken onto Jimmian, who, keep in mind, does not have access to the Spirit Rush for the time being. Still only about a 1/3 of the way through that cooldown. This is also a dragon. It would be the 2nd of the game, and also give over the monster, the creep, the neutral objective feats. I need to learn what that one is called.
Yeah. I'll look it up in a second, surely. But Evie again overstaying.
Yeah, BioPanther. He's going for it again. Mir's going to be here. Nice unstoppable. Evie's going to have to flash away, but it's the Brittle coming through. The all-out! And all of a sudden, I think Evie didn't quite expect it to go just that far. He's going to be taken out. Give this one to Mir, I reckon. Big Bio, you deserve the kill, but it's definitely not going to be best suited for you. Evie does buy a lot of time, but it is just an inevitability. There we go. Mir does pick it up. Much needed kill now. 2-2-3 there on the Viego as once again is BioPanther finding everything for the side of Chiefs. It's a tower going down now, so feats of strength will be available for SoftBank if they are able to pick up this dragon, which they are already hitting and will be able to take.
Yeah. Poor lonely Void Grub, all on his own. No one can claim him for the feats, so no one wants him. Oh dear. But yeah, look, Drag. Courage is just... I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, the turn was used by Chiefs up top, so it is just give... Wait a second.
Okay. Yeah, that's why it was given up for free.
I didn't even notice this. So yeah, Lima's taken out of this tower. Nothing he can really do.
I mean, there is. His entire team is up top side of the map. That's screwed, unfortunately. He had the opportunity to back and group up with the rest of the team. He was just too confident that his tower was going to give him that, and as a result, hubris hands over feats of strength completely uncontested.
Yeah, does keep his sums though, so he was never ever getting out of that situation. So wise of him to at least not use those. Still, definitely a curious choice as to the positioning on the map, but Chiefs still are in the lead, up 600 gold and fighting here to try and take us to game number 3. ByPanther especially, I mean, all credit to him for
that
the
is
state of
Monster
this game.
Slaying. I was right. So,
Yeah.
Warfare, first turret, and Monster Slaying. But it looks like next objective focus is going to be that Rift turret. And I think it's the right call for the Chiefs. You want to be able to crack open this mid lane at least, or at least one of those outers to create some map pressure for you, because Chiefs had, despite a phenomenal start, to really slow down.
Yeah, Courage finding a way onto the flank there is going to be able to get on in, but it's going to be ultimately Gang just going down immediately. Fate trying to find a way in. Spirit Rush available for Jimmy, and he is getting very low. Tries to find something onto Marble, but just gets executed over the wall there by that perfect execution. Still 4v4 on the cards. Mir going to use that ult to get on out. Here comes the train, though. A nice knock up, but Marble's in. Marble's really in, but Mir somehow Hero is going to be able to save that Rift Herald that does get picked up. He's able to collect it, but Lemus is going to go down as Courage comes over that wall. And it's another teamfight loss to the Chiefs, but they do manage to get that Rift Herald, saving them from more destruction on their towers.
Now, I think Chiefs were just ahead at 15 minutes, you know, just about 2 minutes ago. So, look, if that's the case, then there is still a possibility that these teams remain 100% win rate while being ahead at 15. But yeah, it definitely feels like this RE isn't quite doing what they wanted it to do. It struggles in an 5v5 team fight. It excels when you catch someone. Jimmy and yeah, he's just taken so much damage.
What a play.
But yeah, the worst possible situation for Jimmy, and jumps over the wall into Marble, who's waiting in the wings, and then Fate comes over for the shutdown. So the one saving grace being that they did take the Rift Herald, thankfully, so they have that in the back pocket. But yeah, look, it's looking a bit dire at the moment for the Chiefs.
Thankfully, though, Luon, he knows he's going down and managed to actually get into the Rift Herald pit to secure the Eye of the Herald. So at least that's something. But definitely concerning. While we're in that replay, it looks like we might have found a kill onto Fate. Oh no, I can see what's about to happen. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh!
Yeah.
Now that is a tilter.
So not only is fed, he's super fed. I'm not even sure they get the kill here. Yeah. That is a tilter and a half. So Jimmy is just free farm, unfortunately. And this is the concern I did have for the RE. It just doesn't feel like it has enough bulk to withstand a fed Akali, which we have on our hands.
Yeah, definitely. Nice amount of damage. Oh, unfortunately, missing out on that Orb of Deception. The terrain forcing Fate to walk away that generally you wouldn't expect. Yeah, concern definitely this Akali. Not really all that much lockdown to take it out either. Luon really going to have to be the one providing that. Just very difficult to hit in the Shroud.
I mean, look, if Fire gets a good pain train off, they can potentially, you know, CC stack. But yeah, I think we're not far off being in a position where Chiefs team fight becomes much more viable. Obviously, we don't have the Muramana in the hands of Lemus just yet. When that happens, he's actually going to start pumping out a lot more damage. And it does mean that the 5v5 fight is going to be at least contentious.
Sure. I mean, Lemus and Evi, not Lemus and Evi, ByPanther and Evi going at it in the top lane. ByPanther handedly winning the trades, but is a little bit scared. Don't know where Gang is on the map, and does wisely choose to not just ram his head against the Cassante. Herald, however, will ram its head against the mid lane tower and take that down to, you know, one auto attack or thereabouts off going down. A nice charm from Jimian and the stun from Mir is going to chunk out Gang to about half HP, as ByPanther also going to be teleporting in alongside Evi. So 5v5 around this dragon now, as, you know, Chiefs not wanting to give over the soul point. In goes Gang though, nice 5-man or 3-man even on the Magnet Storm. Unstoppable will go Mir. He's made his way out for the time being, but Fate is going to be able to secure that kill there. Lemus not got the damage to deal with Fate for the time being, and Evi with the 3-man, the Tofu strikes, shut down any chance of Chiefs taking that team fight, and it was a hard lane for him, but he's made up for it. tenfold in that fight as SoftBank look to take the voracious Arakan.
O's fans are in shambles currently, unfortunately. Yeah, just the fight happening before, I think Chiefs will alive because Lemus, he's only just now got his Muramana up. He hasn't even got that. He's just come back to collect the wave, but he would be heading back for it soon. And Fate just does so much damage. Jimmy's too squishy. Mira's too squishy to be able to, you know, survive through that explosive power. They do get the shutdown again. But you look at it, even after death, the Darksteel still has 7 stacks, and Gang plays that brilliantly.
Yeah. What an engage. Able to lock down Jimmy and Mir. Jimmy, yes, he gets out, and you know, Biopanther trying to do what he can to peel, but Fate makes his way in the back line. Able to mop up Mir, able to mop up Luon, even taking Lemus down to the most minute amount of health. And then right here, this all out. Without that, there's a true chance that Jimmy's able to try and find another reset and maybe even look for a win on that team fight. But Ivy, very good job by him to be able to shut that down and honestly win his team that team fight on the back end.
I did say, I think the Victor probably does a little bit better in this situation. He offers a lot more zoning in these fights, and it definitely feels a little less opportune for Fate to commit the way that he has been. One good gravity field, he's locked down in the middle of the team fight. The Chaos Storm on top of it just dissuades SHG from sitting in the middle of all that damage coming out. So yeah, I'm just struggling with the Ari at the moment. But Lemus, there you go. He's hit his second item. Maybe just a bit of a spike coming his way. Unfortunately, his lane opponent is working on his third. SHG now feeling very much in the driver's seat, unfortunately for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Fate though, not here. Does have teleport, but if Chiefs were to go quickly, they might be able to get a few of these withdrawals up. And remember, on the current patch that we are playing on, it's a 15-second withdrawal time, so not quite as ridiculous, I guess, is the tempo advantage you do gain. You have to wait 15 seconds before teleporting, which will take another 4.5 or so. So ultimately, you know, there is the potential here for something. Biopanther will not suffer against this Akali up on the top side. Luan is going to find his way and to cancel out the kick crash down from Gang, and maybe we're able to look for something here as the Unbreakable Will does come out. The teleport, however, here for Fate. They are able to get at least one withdrawal, but keep in mind there's no resets when this is happening, so Mir not going to get so much power. But the flash in, Jimmy is going to be taken out. It's another withdrawal though as Lemus is hidden from the back lines. Mir trying to get something, but the crash down, it's going to be the Magnet Storm. Lemus gets one more for his work, and yeah, Marble as well as Courage maintain their health bars up to full. It is going to be a fairly reasonable job here by the Chiefs as 4v5. They're able to get the teleport out, they get the withdrawals down, and Biopanther even secures himself a tower.
Yeah, I think best of a bad situation there. At least you're funneling gold now onto Lemus and the rest of the team. The gap's still sitting around 2.5k, but it's salvageable in this situation. The fact that it's 16 and 8 and Chiefs are still able to actually pump out damage is rather impressive, but the space with which they have to roam freely is quickly dwindling away from them, and these lanes constantly being, you know, shoved in. Eevee, despite the way things have gone, is a real and ever-present threat on the front line. It just feels like, unfortunately, there's too much for Bio to have to do here.
Okay, importantly though, Biopanther now level 14 is going to be able to start upgrading items, so he goes for Jimmy in first. We'll see if it's Leandries or the Malignants very shortly, but it is a big power spike now available for the team. Each time Biopanther gets a level up, another item becomes 1,000-ish gold more powerful. The Leandries is the choice for the first. Obviously Jimmy, he is 4, and 2. He's got a few deaths, but certainly not weak if he's able to find a good team fight. Now the last team fight that did happen with the soul available is Marble getting looked at. He has flash, but he's getting knocked up, and Biopanther will do it again! Marble with the flash, with the killer instinct, he's 1 HP, and Chiefs don't seem to have what it takes to get onto him, especially with the Hextech Gate coming through. Marble will get safe passage out of this team fight, but if there was anything to happen now, it's a 4v5 without your very fed Callista. 6-0 and 6. Mir looking for Evie, it's the Spirit Rush, there is the Unstoppable, the flash comes out, there is the Pathmaker, but Jimmy holds the charm. Baron has now spawned and Mir will claim the soul of this Cassate. Chiefs find yet another chance here in game number 2.
My God, mate. Marble, what an escape there. Remains deathless in the game. They committed so much onto him and ultimately couldn't finish him. They do turn and take the next best thing, which is Evie, keep the poor man down. But there's just nothing they get off the back of that. And Lemus is still pretty significantly far behind. He's down an entire item on Marvel, who played that out of his mind.
Yeah, he did manage to escape, but it's important. Yes, he escaped. He did lose flash and barrier for it. So the next team fight, he's going to be a lot more vulnerable if they do find him in a pretty poor position like they did there, honestly. Definitely had no right being that far up in mid lane with where his team were. It will result in an almost certain kill. You see he's 2.8k of the gold lead, which sits at under 2k. If he does go down, that is the entire lead gone. And Chiefs all of a sudden feel very, very good. Another level coming through for BioPanther means Triforce now upgraded for Lemus. Adding just that much more impact in these team fights. Each Q will land that much harder. Gang, nice sidestep though.
Very much so. Which, I mean, is pretty much everything. Lemus now actually a contestable threat to this Kai'Sa, but Fate in the wings is a problem.
Yeah, we found our way onto the Kai'Sa. The knockup comes through, and the shutdown. Mir will now be the 6-0-6 Kai'Sa. Let's see your worth. Down will go one of their AD carries, but Evi is playing disruption. They don't have the damage. The reset will not come through. You've got 2 tanks left, one of which is this absolutely menacing Ornn, but it's SoftBank who look to take the win. BioPanther should have the health to do something here, to deny something. Fate coming in. Yes, there's a lot of damage coming back, but the time being bought for BioPanther, and I thought maybe, just maybe, the kill on Marvel should be what they need, but unfortunately, the rest of SoftBank just played too damn well and still find the win.
I can understand it. I mean, Marvel is a problem, great engage, but he is far from the biggest threat on this team. I rate the Chiefs and how they're playing this, but they should not be the one forcing the issue. If they play this reactionary, if it's SHG fighting them out of position, but they commit so deeply onto Marvel that there is no peel for Lemus, who has just been hounded into position so that Courage can jump on him. Unfortunately, and yeah, like Chiefs, if they just play for a mistake, they just need to wait for SHG. They can definitely turn this one around, but them forcing the issue time and time again has been the cause of their downfall.
Yeah, unfortunate situation, honestly found there, and yeah, they almost got that reset. I think Mir going for the execute, but it was a really nicely timed pathmaker from Evi that denies that execute damage, keeps him up, and takes out that Viego before anything can come through, and that was all she wrote. Not quite got the damage to deal with that Cassante did Mir in that situation. The flash forward, we're on to Courage. Are we able to go find anything more though? It's an ult. Unfortunately does land there onto the Alistair, but it's still going to be Fate and the rest of SoftBank with all the damage they ever need. Courage does pick himself up a double kill and should all but confirm that they will now be picking up this Baron soon to follow.
Bio was not there in the front line. Mir explodes. Luon can't do anything because the rest of his carries are backed off. Chiefs consistently forcing the issue in a way that ultimately is going to cost them the game. This is not just an issue for this week, it has been an issue all season. They have had opportunities. The door has been open for them to work their way back into it. There was a chance that they brought this back, but for some reason, they feel the need to force the issue. I mean, you look at it, all they had was Mir and Jimmy in there, and Gang was...
Yeah, immediate reaction, and Mir doesn't get to move for the duration of that. Fate luckily did get knocked out by BioPanther, so Jimmy's able to stay alive, but
Lemus wasn't there.
Picture in picture, BioPanther in a curious position, trying to get himself out. The rest of his team will be here now. Baron was picked up by the side of SoftBank as they do send 4, even 5 as Fate comes to join them to this top side. Jimmy in the waiting wings finds a nice amount of damage onto Gang. Lemus trying to follow up, but will not manage to pierce through that Rel shield, unfortunately. Mir, nice stun, lands onto Marble. They find their way on. That's a lot of damage coming through onto this AD carry. He gets shielded up though. In will go Luon. He doesn't have all that much tankiness despite the ultimate going, and down will go this Alistair. It's now a 4v5. Baron still to get through. Marble still topped up in HP. And Chiefs left wanting. Evi does use that Pathmaker. Might just be able to get himself out with a flash. Almost certainly will. The Sterix, however, for Vi keeping him topped up in HP. As Mir will have to flash away. And down will go Jimmy and Lemus with a lot to do. Mir getting executed. It's only Lemus left. And SoftBank, it was a hard-fought game, but eventually they're going to be able to take it.
OS fans are in shambles, as this will be Oceania propelled down into the depths of the leaderboard for the LCP. They had so many opportunities. This was far from a done deal, but they forced the issue. They make some key mistakes, and it definitely feels like there is no one part of this team that is making the most egregious mistakes. It feels like a team effort, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate truth that just, SoftBank were the better team. Chiefs will go down. It was admittedly a decent look for them for the most part. I think each game had glimmers of hope. Biopanther up in the top lane. Couldn't ask a single thing more from him. I feel horrendous for Biopanther. He played his goddamn heart out. He really provided everything he needed to and more. But it just wasn't quite enough.
I just feel like the RE let that comp down so badly. Like, you needed something more oriented around the team fight. Jimmy just did not have the health pool to survive. The same issue for Mia. Either you play a mage that is not going to dive straight to the middle of the enemy team with such a small health pool, someone that can sit back, pump out damage, zone control, one of those tough control mages that we've seen absolutely dominate the mid lane up until this point. Because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like, again, I said it at the start, this feels like a team that has, 70% of an idea of what's going on, and that carries through to the drafts here today.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a sad, sad time as an Oceanic resident and someone that's friends with multiple people on the roster. It's always sad to see, the trials and tribulations of the professional life. They will unfortunately fall here, and that will land themselves solely in the 8th position as SoftBank now claim their first series win. So for any Japanese fans, or any fans of the side of SoftBank, are in elation right now, as now they truly have the opportunity to contest for that final spot in the playoffs up against DFM. They will meet each other, I believe, their next game, or maybe the last game.
Last game of the season.
Last game of the season.
February 15th.
Yeah.
The Japanese derby to round out the regular season. I think it's the penultimate play day, so it's definitely going to be an exciting one. But for the Chiefs, I mean, look, the rest of their season, it just got even bleaker, unfortunately. The one saving grace is they do have an opportunity to maybe play a bit of spoiler, but given how things have been going, I'm not even sure they can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in theory, they still are competing for that 6th spot, right? If they do now come in and beat CFO and beat Vikings, then they will have 2 series win and truly be contending.
I don't think they can, because SHG plays DFM, so either one of those teams is going to walk away with a win. So I'm pretty sure off the back of this, Chiefs cannot make playoffs anymore.
You might be right. I'm not sure. We'll have to go and look at the numbers. It's a little bit hard. I don't do math in public.
Chiefs were ahead at 15.
Yep.
Unfortunately, so their one saving grace they had, that, which was they have yet to lose when ahead at 15. Well, they have now, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, ultimately, the early game, while I'd say it was good, it really was Biopanther performing out of his mind to cause it to be good. As well as, off the back of what I believe to be a mistake from Evie, I think the greed to teleport straight to top lane prior to finding a recall to just get a little bit extra combat power, led to it going down. But this, what a play by Fate. And I think you're looking between Fate or Courage as the MVP for me.
Oh, it has to be Fate. He just dominated this game. He was the threat. I mean, the fact that SHG, their entire gambit was bait them into a 5v4, and then Fate comes in from the side and just absolutely guts them from behind. And justifiably slow. That was a magnificent showing of what the Akali is capable of in the mid lane, and he's done absolute numbers for the team to help claim their first victory in the LCP.
Yeah, absolutely. It does now mean they move on, I believe, tied or maybe even above DFM simply because they've got more match wins. It'll be roughly the same either way. And truly contesting now to reach that top 6, to get into our playoffs, to compete for the first strike tournament. And that's an exciting concept because, for the last year, every single PCS playoff, which obviously, was the tier 1 of our region last year, it was SoftBank that made it to the grand finals and was going up against what was PSG TLN at the time. So looking to try and come onto form here at the latter half of the season. And if you do that and manage to make it further into the tournament can start to viably contest for that position.
Yeah, I don't know. It's rough seeing these fights where it's not just Jimmy who was unfortunately in this situation. Members of Chiefs entering team fights without the full resources, full HP, and while they can collapse on one, the follow-up is just a mess. And Jimmy single-handedly targeted out of almost every single fight. Fate was just able to manhandle him around the rift despite a pretty decent early game where, Fate was being bullied because obviously that melee into range matchup. But as soon as Fate got that perfect execution up, it was just game over for the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. So many team fights that could have been close calls, and looking back, I'm sure Chiefs will go back and watch the VODs and locate things they could have done differently here. I mean, Jimmy getting killed on the back of this and still not being able to kill Fate, loses flash and ult as well. It's moments like these that truly shift the trajectory of each game.
I also must say, the Israel, again, it felt similar to the if there was something along the lines of Caitlyn or Jin, someone with a bit more range, but also adds to that threat in the team fight. I mean, a Jin in this team fight becomes a very, very scary prospect. You've got the root, you've got that, grenade just bouncing through, dishing out damage to everyone, and then, of course, the curtain call to mop anything up off the back of it. So, yeah, look, the drafting definitely feeling a little bit lackluster. The team, though, tried. Chiefs tried to make it work as best they could. Unfortunately for them, SHG, as soon as Fate got ahead, there was really no stopping them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, watching a sad Taj at this point. Evie, nice path maker. Flash as well, means he doesn't go down. And then Mir is stuck in the back line with no ult.
Yeah, Courage doesn't even go down there. He was the closest to death. And Fate freely diving between towers. I mean, honestly, didn't even need the help of the rest of the team, but hits him with the star points from the long range return and the shuriken. Yeah. It's a bleak day for Asia Pacific, if you're an Oceanic fan.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a little bleak day for Asia Pacific because honestly,
predominantly the Pacific part of the Asia Pacific.
But unfortunately for the Chiefs, they do go down. SoftBank now truly contesting for that 6th place spot. But, while that game, it's near and dear to our hearts being that we are Oceanic residents, this next one is the banger of the night. It is going to be GAM.
I mean, you say that, I'm about to shift residence. I'm committing Southeast Asia, baby. That is where my heart lies now. I'm backing the boys.
Well, GAM versus TLN. There's a little hype video they put up, and they're really building anticipation.
If you haven't
for
seen
this.
it, go watch it in the break, please.
I believe we are putting it up during the break. And speaking of,
so good.
I see myself on the screen, which means it's time. We are going to go to our break. Once we're back, it's GAM from Vietnam up against TLN Esports from Taiwan.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, it has come down to this. We can now settle which is the better team. Is it TLN? Or is it GAM?
Let me break it down for you. It's going to be quick and simple. You're going to die. We're still going to be the kings of Pacific.
Ooh, 8 PCS championships. Well, guess what? We got 11 of those.
Yeah.
Where's our trophy? Where's our trophy?
Huh? You call that a trophy? This is a trophy. Kogi, 拿出来. Where were you at Worlds in 2021? Oh, that's right. Nowhere. Remember, we fought for you. Does VCS ring a bell?
Says the team that got 3rd place in 2022. I mean, was that even you? That team went by a different name. Shit, I don't see you guys taking down LPL teams in a best of 1.
Yeah! Levi, you should go join Maple in the retirement home.
Hey, that's too far. That's too far.
You guys lost Maple, and your mid laner, he hasn't even been to Worlds in 5 years. And your in-game economy can't even beat the watch on your jungler's wrist. But the point is, you're not running a team, you're running an elderly home. Kiaya, what you gotta say?
Vâng lời dùng cảnh sát.
Stop making those silly faces. Why are you even wearing sunglasses inside? What does GAM time even mean?
What do you mean, what does GAM time mean? It's always GAM time, baby! It's GAM time! GAM time! GAM time! GAM time! GAM time!
不要再吵了！难道你们忘记我们彼此是
最好的兄弟吗？
It's okay, it's okay.
He's right, bro. I'm sorry.
My bad. Love you guys, man.
We're still gonna beat you on the weekend.
Forget that. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This weekend, don't forget to catch talent. This is GAM.
You know what time it is? It's GAM time. GAM time.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多个冠军， 塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Đầu tiên thì em nghĩ là em sẽ cảm thấy rất là vui vì sẽ được nếu mà được thi đấu ở LCP năm sau các thứ.
Mình rất là hào hứng khi mà sắp có cơ hội được thi đấu với rất nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh ở những khu vực rất là mạnh.
Bọn em cũng đã chuẩn bị cũng như là bọn em đã tập được những cái mà về chiến thuật, về cái cách mà bọn em vận hành đội hình khi mà bước vào trận đấu.
Còn em trông chờ thì em rất là mong vào đến hạt nhanh ngày 16, 17, 18 gì đó tháng 1 này.
Hiện tại thì team của mình có 7 thành viên thi đấu chính thức tính cả mình.
Em nói từ trên xuống dưới. Kia thì kiểu ngầu, chỗ dựa vững chắc. Giống như kiểu khi mà mình gặp khó khăn thì cứ nhìn về Kia thôi, thì mọi thứ nó sẽ ổn hơn rất nhiều.
Khi mà em khi mà đi đường với tới lên bên kia thì em rất là để ý và rất là kiểu quan trọng về cái việc đi lane và cũng như là tìm kiếm lợi thế trên lane đó, thì điều đó chứng tỏ việc em cũng rất muốn solo kill top lane bên họ.
Kiểu đúng là chỗ dựa của team.
Em thấy anh Khánh là một người đội trưởng khá là có tâm và có tầm, bởi vì anh ấy là một người luôn dẫn dắt đội, luôn có những cú call mà khá là hiệu quả và luôn đưa team tới chiến thắng.
Emo thì đi mid. Còn về Emo thì trẻ, nhiệt huyết.
Tuy là ít nói chuyện nhưng mà khi nói chuyện thì mọi người đều hiểu cười á, chỉ vì hay nói xàm á anh.
Ares thì cũng ngầu luôn.
Anh rất là trưởng thành về lối chơi á, kiểu như là anh là một người đi lane hay và kiểu như là anh đưa ra quyết định rất là tốt, và những thứ đó em nghĩ là em sẽ cần học hỏi về ảnh nhiều hơn.
Anh Hưng thì Hưng thì kiểu
em nghĩ anh ấy là một người chơi khá là thú vị, nhưng mà em sẽ không tiết lộ gì nhiều. Em sẽ để cho mọi người mong chờ hơn khi mà được xem anh ấy trình diễn ở LCP mùa sau.
Team em nhìn ra cũng ngầu quá. Hưng thì ngầu, anh An thì dễ thương.
AC Love chọc cười mọi người khá là nhiều, kiểu là hay làm cho mọi người có cảm giác tích cực hơn anh.
Mặc dù là em đi ở vị trí là xạ thủ á, là một vị trí mà cần được dồn tài nguyên, nhưng mà so với tính cách của em nó tác động vô game nhiều á, nên là em thích hậu cần, nghĩa là hỗ trợ về mọi người nhiều hơn.
Và một hỗ trợ là Elio.
Em thì cũng dễ thương. Em đánh giá vậy.
Bởi vì Elio thì mọi người thường đánh giá thấp Elio, và bản thân mình thì đánh giá rất là cao Elio, cũng như là mình tin rằng Elio sẽ làm được điều bất ngờ đến cho các bạn fan hâm mộ.
Đối với fan GAM thì anh nghĩ là khi một đội tuyển thành công thì đối với họ là những cái người mà cổ vũ họ, giống như fan GAM Farm á, thì rất là quan trọng đối với GAM.
Thế là khi mà em đang cảm thấy là được nhiều thứ như vậy á, thì em sẽ cảm thấy thi đấu nó rất là tự tin. Em sẽ cảm thấy là kiểu như mình không có gì đã mất hết, mình có nhiều tài nguyên như vậy thì lý do gì mà mình không chiến thắng những đội tuyển khác.
Và ở LCP sắp tới là một cơ hội để khiến cho các đội Việt Nam có thể chứng minh cho mọi người thấy như vậy.
Hy vọng là mọi người sẽ vững tin vào GAM, và mình tin rằng GAM sẽ giành được chức vô địch tại mùa giải năm nay. Cảm ơn các bạn.
Series number 2 underway. You see the champions picked on your screen there. The Ambassador for Levi up against Betty on the Draven. As soon as I saw Betty on the stage, I said to Blue Pan, had a little whisper in his ear and said, we're going to see the Draven, and there it is.
It's time. Swinging axes. Like a little Noxus Civil War, it seems, coming through. After her recent failings in Piltover, maybe Draven is, you know, striking a little bit higher up the militarily corporate ladder.
Possibly. Levi as well, being a jungler, you know, when the Ambassador first came out, some people taking her to the jungle, definitely less common these days. Landed itself pretty comfortably up in that top lane. See, what can Betty bring out on the Draven? It has, for my knowledge, not lost a 1v1 except in the direct Draven versus Draven matchup.
Well, I mean, Draven is pretty potent in the 1v1, especially against a champion like Ambassador. That stand aside is going to ruin a lot of that mobility. Just also having sheer damage output on his side as a Draven. It's pretty gross.
Levi and Betty type into each other. What language do you think they're typing to each other? English?
Leet speak.
Leet speak. I imagine English.
Noxian, probably. I don't know.
To my knowledge, Betty and Levi don't speak the opposing player's language, but maybe they do.
Well, they are about to meet. And an iconic skin rocking for Betty as well. I mean, this is... I mean, when you think about Draven, this is kind of the skin you think about.
Yeah, the old Soul Reaver. Yeah, Levi well aware of the strength of Draven, I dare suggest. Just sitting in the bush, playing around that vision. No wards, so no real way for Betty to fish him out. I think intelligent, really, by Levi.
Yeah, I mean, try and reduce that direct line of sight. Don't take the axes. Unfortunately, it does mean that you are just going to lose the tower because you're sitting so far back, you're not going to be able to do anything. Plus, you can already see the experience difference. Betty's up. This is like a lane swap, but there's no other lanes.
Yeah, Levi trying to find some damage, but Betty does manage to step out of the way. Finds a couple of attacks back. I hope the start of this 1v1 isn't indicative of the game. I would like to see constant brawling, battling. Two powerhouse, two juggernauts of their given regions, and that's pressed the attack popped, and Levi having a bit of a tough time for himself. I mean, maybe, you know, get level 6, get that public execution online. Maybe there is an angle, but it looks for now like Betty's probably going to be pretty happy just hitting away at this tower, and it is a way that Betty won in the past, last year in the introduction to the 1v1s. Of course, every champion available back then, so you could get yourself into some matchups that were indicative of tower being your win con.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, Levi, less than half the CS that Betty has. Ultimates are up and available, but I just don't see a lot of kill threat coming out of Levi right now.
Gonna go for it. Public execution. Barrier gonna be used. Betty gonna wait for a bunch of those dashes. And the whirling death does not connect onto Levi on the way back, and Levi able to secure himself first blood. Finally, the Draven has fallen
Skill
at least
diff.
once.
Hard skill diff.
Oh.
Until Levi takes a tower shot, and then I call it into question. But I mean, BF sword on the back. I don't think it gets any better, even though that first blood has come through. I mean, what do you build? You build straight damage, then the stand of sight comes through. He's opted into the, you know, the seal plates and the phage, which means that he isn't going to have nearly the damage that Betty now possesses. So I think if Betty's smart and just avoids the public execution, stand of sight is going to just ruin the day for Levi.
Yeah, definitely could. Ultimately, you know, while the kill does come through, the gold will remain relatively even simply because of the tower plates as well as the CS advantage Betty has himself. Continuing on forward as Betty.
Press the attack. Gonna definitely help. Gets himself a bit more mana. Yeah, I mean, it speaks volumes that Levi still does not feel comfortable enough to sit close enough for Betty to attack him.
Yeah, those spinning axes definitely doing some work. Though Levi is now at a pretty significant XP advantage. Betty only just hitting over to 8, and the massive minion wave Levi still gets to gobble up for himself as you see him approaching that level 9 mark, and will eventually get it there. Public execution coming off cooldown in the very near future. Betty maybe a good time to find a recall here. I would be a little bit worried.
I'm very worried. Who would have thought Draven coming out for, I mean, arguably, he is one of the top AD carries in this league. And yeah, I mean, you see him on his Draven in a 1v1, you're like, yeah, this is his moment. To be fair, he very nearly did win that fight. Just defensive footwork from Levi, just meaning that he avoided that willing death and ultimately turned that fight around. So yeah, look, right now Betty's the one zoned out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at this stage of the game, level 10 for Levi, level 8 for Betty. There's not really a way for Betty to out-combat this Ambassador. Not for the time being. You know, get this minion wave, collect all the gold from it, the XP, and then maybe find a recall. The sudden death will be coming through soon, so, you know, Levi's going to be feeling pretty good about that. Maybe looking for a recall himself, and yeah, does start to channel it. We'll see what he goes for as his first item. First and only when it comes to these 1v1s. May get a little something on the back as well. Whirling Death used to clear out the minion wave a bit quicker. Make sure he can get that recall in. 2,000 gold. He should have Bloodthirster if that's what he opts into. He's actually up in gold at the moment.
But I mean, now, much of a muchness given that going into the sudden death, there's no further chances to buy. Phage Coalfields, plus the steel plates for Levi. Yeah, Bloodthirst finished up, plus a cloth armor. So at least that little bit of added sustain might help keep Betty in this, but Ignite very much hinders that.
Level 11 now. Second public execution available.
Will do it for you.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, Levi missing abilities is not going to be conducive of winning the game. Actually, I mean, wisely going for his recall, but can Betty... Okay.
Does Betty finish this canyon? Maybe look for one of his own?
Can?
Yeah, okay, he is. Is he going to be punished?
He'll be fine, he'll be fine.
So, yeah, he's got that little bit of a window. So finishes his boots as well. And a pot in the pocket for Levi. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah. Plated steel caps completed. I mean, gold essentially the same. Importantly though, doesn't have that additional power of having an actual completed item.
He will have the level advantage though. So he does just crack over 12.
It's really going to be key. Can Betty sidestep the public execution? Can he not? If he does, probably wins. If he doesn't, I'd say Levi most likely favored. Oh, and he sidestepped it. Betty's going to know that now. The combat power should be in his favor. Levi, though, trading back very well. Barrier available for the both of them. The Willing Death can come through, but can Betty land on the backside? It might just not matter. It might matter after all, though. He's dodged! And oh my god, he's got it! He dodged out of so many abilities at the back end there. It does secure the 1v1 win. Talon, side selection in their favor.
My lord, taking it down to the wire, Fofo. And the rest of the team going to be pretty stoked with that, I think. But he could not have made that any closer at the end of the day. Betty in his outing on Draven. Oh, look, he cut it close. Let's be honest. He cut it very, very close.
What a close fought battle. Do we get reactions? Is this what we're seeing, or... No, just pretty stoic at the Talon. Yeah, pretty stoic at the Talon camp. Yeah, just another day in the office.
I mean, that's just Talon in general, though. I think everything is just pretty much on the chin. You carry on. If you lose a 1v1, who cares? You go into the 5v5, you play it out anyway. You win it, cool, extra bonus. But at the end of the day, they are the favourite team for a very good reason.
Yep, sitting atop their pedestal at first in our league. Haven't lost a single game, let alone series just yet. Now, it has been close calls, don't get me wrong. It's not been clear cut, but, you know, coming into this game, I got to have them favoured. And just based on how dominant they've been, I think it'd be rude not to say 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. I think Talon, by right, should win this 2-0. The onus is definitely on GAM to try and take it to at least a third map. Realistically, I mean, we've seen some concerning things out of GAM. Things, you know, a bit of a mental boom earlier in the weekend, and they kind of did crumble after a couple of misplays. So hopefully, you know, something's been said to them, and, you know, mental fortitude has been reinforced going into this matchup, because it will be arguably the toughest matchup of the split.
Yeah. Absolutely, I think for every team going forward, you go up against Talon, it's going to be a tough time. But GAM, they are a roster that's full of experience. They're not going to be expected to just go down without a fight. You've got Levi on your roster. Anything can happen with that guy. This could be finally the time we get to see him pick up some of his cool champs. You know, obviously we've seen the Kindred already out of him, but there are other champs that, you know, he was playing at Worlds, getting banned at Worlds when no other jungler was. The Shyvana obviously was striking me out when I'm mentioning that. So coming into this matchup, I think GAM, they just need to aim to not play Talon's game. And obviously Talon, they're playing pretty traditional League of Legends, and they're just playing the best version of it that we have in the LCP currently. So GAM coming in, you can try and take it to the man and then do the same thing, but I think just looking for something that's more uniquely your style, carry on the jungler, you know, give Levi something that he can get the game done by himself. You saw him do it on the Kindred. There's other champs available to him. I think that could be their key to success.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, realistically, it's probably a closer matchup than some of our other matches, you know, over the last couple of days, but you're still looking fairly far down the leaderboard between these two. I think it's, what, 1st and 5th currently. So GAM, I mean, look, they're a good team. They've got a lot of fans behind them. This is a great match for them to prove that their current state on the leaderboard is not indicative of what they're capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see teams now on stage getting prepared for that champion select. We were saying earlier in the day as well, so far we have not really seen much out of this Jace. I think if we do find a position where Jace is finding himself in the meta, this is the game we'll see it, because Kiaya and Arja are both very talented top laners. Top laners you'd expect to be able to carry a game in any given situation, really. And so if Jace does come out, you can tell that, yes, okay, it's definitely a champ that deserves to be in the meta, depending on how well it does.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. Personally, yeah, I think it's definitely not hit the same way that full tank Jace did. So it's going to be interesting to see what a team like Talon does with it, whether they do touch it at all in its current state, because look, for this team there is definitely a lot that they can bring to bear. They're not going to be that pressed if they no longer have Jace in that pool.
Absolutely. Hopefully getting underway. Hand warmers in hands for both of these teams. Well, I'm excited. I'm excited. I want to see some fun stuff this game. I don't want to see boring old League of Legends. I want to see some real good old days. We're pulling out all the stumps here. I mean, for GAM, it's important because standings do matter in the leaderboard. If you do, you know, come in the bottom side of the bracket, you don't get a, I believe, second life. I believe it's double elimination for the top 2 teams. Yeah. So you won't have that extra chance at competing for that last place and or the LCP spot, rather, at the international.
Yeah, look, you know, any lifeline you can get, especially going to playoffs, you're going to want to take that. And blue side for Talon, pretty stock standard, has been the go-to for everyone that has won in the 1v1. I think there's maybe been 2 at most that have picked the red side off the rip, and that doesn't always go the best for a team like Talon. I mean, we've seen this. Red side is the stronger side, but purely because some of those weaker teams are winning the 1v1s and then upping into blue, and the stronger team is then just winning on red anyway.
Yeah. Now this time, what we have is the stronger team will be on blue. So we'll see what GAM's able to do here on the red side at least. Of course, whoever loses will get side selection for game number 2 as well. So, you know, you always get that chance of being on both sides if you find it so important.
I mean, very much so. I mean, look, I think that this is definitely Talon's game to lose. And they have had a couple of slow games where they've had to battle back from a pretty significant deficit. I mean, you just look at that secret game where it was, what, 11K, yeah, and they then did bring it back. But to expect Talon to be playing from behind off the rip is a pretty farcical thing to be leading into going with this. Look, I know GAM has a lot of fans, and justifiably so, coming out of a very, very impactful part of the world for the Asia Pacific. Vietnamese love their teams. They back them harder than I think almost anyone else. Maybe the Brazilians do outpace them a little bit in terms of fanaticism, but when you've got that level of support, you want to be able to live up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Champions League music now, ringing in my ears. Hopefully get that on screen shortly, and hopefully they're in it. Talon and GAM, we see it there. Akali and Kasante immediately going to be removed from the game.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily indicative of that last game at Akali. We just know it can be very, very strong in the mid lane. They've clearly got a game plan. Kalista Rumble, very, very strong at the moment. I mean, Kasante and Jay Scott for the ban. I'm not sure if it's... Look, I can't think for a minute that it warrants it in the current state. I've yet to see that it warrants it, but Talon, obviously they are more clued in than I.
Yep. Now, Skarner remains open. That is the champ that I am most eagerly looking at. And it will remain open. So Talon, they now have some choices to make. Are they willing to give Levi another game of Skarner? He's 50% on it so far. It hasn't looked strong, even though it has been losing. It has certainly looked strong itself.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this. When it comes to drafting for a team like Talon, they're not banning these picks because they think they're OP. They're banning them because they want to enable their draft, and they think that these are champions that might make their draft a little bit harder to play out. So Skarner being let through is because Talon know that they can play around the Skarner if it is taken away from them. The Varus is the response from GAM, which is fairly solid at the moment. And especially with someone like Artemis, who's been pretty on point, has great support backing him up.
Yeah.
That is going to be a very solid pick for GAM to try and deal into what is already gearing up to be a very, engage heavy. I was going to say Levi back on the Ambassador again. Not going to be jungle Ambassador, but yeah, look, it's bold.
He's pretty bloody good at it.
He was.
Renekton now picked up against the Ambassador. It's a good lane for the Renekton. Does get outpaced by the Ambassador as the game goes on, and Fofo on the Azir. Very excited to see this. A champ with a lot of playmaking capability on a player that can absolutely playmake.
Yeah, and in the hands of someone like Fofo, who leaps and bounds ahead of his opponents more often than not when it comes to this mid lane. I'm here for it, and a Lilia being picked up, which I would imagine is going to the hands of Levi, more likely than not. I don't really see it working all that well elsewhere, but crazy things do happen in League of Legends.
Yeah, so Lilia in the jungle up against the Skarner. It's an okay matchup in isolation for the Lilia, but of course, the impact that Skarner can have on a game cannot be understated. Lilia, much the same. If you find a nice sleep, multiple man sleep, you can quickly take over a game. A little bit harder as the Lilia. Kind of have to commit the flash for that generally.
Misfortune and Corki both copping some love in the second round of bans. Pretty standard. I mean, Misfortune very solid in the hands of Betty. Insanely solid. Corki, an option in the mid lane there for RS. Into the Azir does reasonably well. So, I mean, both teams are giga-braining it in the Ashe to follow it up. So GAM targeting out Betty as much as they can. Unfortunately for them, that's only going to get you so much in this situation. He's still insanely capable. We've seen the Jhin out of him. We've seen all sorts out of him, really.
Kai'Sa as well. He hasn't hated the Kai'Sa. I think Talon correctly realizing that, some form of AD champ needs to come out here in the middle lane. Poppy going to be banned in that support position. Does a lot to deny Renekton and Skarner as well as Azir, so not a bad ban.
In terms of Betty specs that we've still got up, he's played Israel, he's played the Kai'Sa as well, like you've said. He's played the Jhin to pretty great effect. I mean, he's lossless. The entire team is lossless at the moment. So anything that he plays, he's won on. And, well, what?
Tryndamere for Kaya.
I
guess. Wait.
No. That would have, that's got to be in the mid lane.
It's mid.
Tryndamere into Azir.
Yeah.
This has to be a mispick.
No. So Tryndamere is a broken laner. You can never, ever get this guy out of lane because, oh, look, I'm poking Tryndamere, who's a melee champ, and then he heals his entire health bar by pressing Q. It's so tough to get out of lane. It'll scale fantastically into this game. The side laning is unparalleled.
So, no doubt this is the first Tryndamere in the LCP. I would be intrigued to know when the most recent Tryndamere has been played in competitive League of Legends, not just in Asia Pacific, but globally, because I reckon there's probably a big window.
Yeah, it was last summer. It was Chris Carter on DCG did pick it. And the Elise here to round out the draft. Woody going to get his hand at this super potent, very high damage support champ.
Tryndamere. Of all the champions I expected making my return coming back to League of Legends as a commentator, Tryndamere was he was bottom of the list of champions that I expected to be played.
And Raul now to round out the draft, much more standard of a champion there.
Okay, and best of mid lane. No? Yeah, okay. Tryndamere mid lane. Yeah. Look, sustain, insane sustain.
No, I mean, Azir's never going to be able to force him out of lane. But the good thing for Fofo is he's going to be able to pretty handily free scale. So, I mean, both mid laners are going to be pretty happy, all things considered. The side lane will be a little bit rough for anyone on the side of Talon, as Tryndamere will just start to run away with it. However, can Tryndamere get there, you know, and actually have that impact in the side lane? We'll have to find out. What will his summoners be? I know in the solo queue, typically it's Flash Ghost. Will he have the teleport? I imagine you probably won't.
Teleport. No, you've got to, because otherwise you're just not having that same level of map control. Unless your entire game plan is just avoid those team fights in
nah, the thing is, Tryndamere will always have priority on the side lane, so you can get away with not having the teleport, whereas, at least in my opinion, Tryndamere is kneecapped a little bit without the Ghost, because you just have that much less sticking power. We'll see, though. I mean, he could go a different build. He could go something, you know, not the crit. He could go Stride Breaker, which gives him a bit of movement speed, as well as a slow in the team fights, and you know, depending on his usage of Mocking Shout, he can find value there. Basically a huge unknown.
The big question is, who on Talon is going to be the first to die solo to a Tryndamere in the LCP in 2025? Now, look, I did say it. Unfortunately, Ose has fallen out of my good graces. I am now putting all my eggs in the Southeast Asia basket. I am officially joining the the Vietnamese fandom. I'm here for GAM. I'm here for the Tryndamere. Talon are they have no idea what's about to hit them.
Wait, we got a Gingy emote just then.
Surely the Tryndamere seals the fate of Talon and hands them their first loss. There's no way it couldn't happen that way.
That was a hype intro. Got a Talon emote, got a Gingy emote. Not sure what the Gingy emote was.
Ghost teleport. So
he has the Ghost, but no Flash. Okay.
A lot of faith in the spin to win. But, I mean, look, I'm here for it. The big sword, the big smack. I mean, much like the Akali in our last series, this Tryndamere could run away with this game.
Yeah. Very snowbally champion, in general, the Tryndamere. But particularly in the side lanes, I think the lane should be pretty easy to navigate for Fofo, and Ares shouldn't really be getting taken out of lane by any stretch of the imagination, being that he does have access to the Q. We'll see what he started first. Is it the E looking for an aggressive trade onto Fofo? Is it the Q to sustain up the damage he does take?
I mean, the insane thing to me is Tryndamere very much gets lost in a team fight. So you've got these targets that you're trying to prioritize. He can just freely smack away unless you have one person whose entire job is single-handedly locking him out. But we are going to see vanilla lanes again, the 1-1-2 split. There's both bot lanes match up down here on the bot side. And Artemis and Elio, very, very good. Betty, Woody, I'd argue just a little bit better, especially given that Woody is going to be running that electrocute too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, generally you'd see Kai'Sa versus Varus and think, oh, we need a lane swap, but then, yeah, throwing a lease onto the Kai'Sa's team, and all of a sudden, okay, our 2v2 just ended up stronger. Here's the mid lane look. Not a whole lot of action, I don't suppose. Any kill threat should be Ares with the kill pressure. However, not likely. Fofo, I don't think, is going to be caught out by any antics by Tryndamere. I'm sure he's gone up against it both in scrims and in solo queue countless times.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a huge... Okay.
Oh, massive amount of damage coming out. Elio might just have to lose his summoners here, although Artemis finding a huge trade back onto Betty, and it's Woody now under a load of pressure. Talon, they might just be going down. Betty, he's taken out. He loses his cleanse. He loses everything. Woody flashes away. The Ignite takes away. And a 2v2 kill in favor of GAM as they're looking to cement the deal here.
I think I made the right decision. I'm Vietnam all in, baby. That was brilliant turnaround. Elio, I'm not quite sure what the game plan was, but it baits Talon into overcommitting there. They turn around, they pick up a kill each for themselves, and so what was the game plan? Okay, so they just wanted Betty, that he was so low. So overplays a little bit. They think they got the turnaround, but after that initial burst, there's no follow-up damage, and Artemis can just start pumping away with that lethal tempo, get some great damage out. Betty, all of a sudden, he's already burnt that flash, trying to get away, cops it handily. So kill and assist going into the pockets of Artemis, and look, a bit of generous gold handed over towards Elio as well. That's huge for GAM.
Absolutely, but Talon entering their comfort zone of being down a ridiculous amount of gold. 600, not the end of the world, but at 4 minutes it is a substantial amount. The stun lands here, a lot of damage. The lockdown is available. Ozzy's going to be able to flash away, but Kiaya has outplayed it. He's lived. Some way, somehow, the lockdown doesn't matter, and the Ambassador does get away. Levi now coming up, but there's not going to be anything to catch. Still, that's 2 flashes down. Kiaya keeps his. Massive, massive turnaround.
Yeah, and look, I think that was single-handedly Kiaya saying, Levi, this is how you play Ambassador, buddy. Look, you can do it. You could have won that, but no. Fancy feet keeps him alive, and they avoid losing out there. Levi starts up the Gromp, and Caster's going to stop his back there. So, I mean, even if Levi doesn't secure the Gromp here, he's slowed Caster's tempo down.
Yeah, but Arja does come down, and might even see a battle around this. There's no follow-up available for Levi. Doesn't get the Gromp and now has a Renekton right on him. Is going to get shoved into that tower. Does flash away, but unfortunately just gives up a kill for free. And that's going to be Arja feeling very good about things as he does pick that one up. Kiaya finds a lot of damage back onto the Renekton, but Arja will be completely fine. Missing out on minions though.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of an overstep from Levi. Luckily, I mean, Lilia's primary job this game is setup, plus being some, if not decent amount of that magic damage, so you kind of still want him to have a decent enough game. But look, I think if Levi, if all he does is set up the rest of the team, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, things in the mid lane about as you'd expect. Not a whole lot happening. There's no real way through this Trinimir's health bar. There's no real way for Trinimir to get onto Fofo. I don't know who this favors necessarily, but I would tend to think Talon. Just, getting a free scaling Azir always feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is the freest lane in Azir is going to have this tournament.
Yeah.
As a whole. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we're now seeing, Aris just went back to base for the first time. He's got the TM out. Woody's here, but yeah, no kill threat. He's still got the ult. Hasn't used it yet.
Throwing out the bowling ball. Will not connect. Boy Grub's being started though. Betty is going to be here. Everyone's going to be here, in fact. It's a 5v5. Arja being level 6. As Renekton can be very scary. Elio does full commit, but unfortunately misses out on all of the CC. And now this Renekton can do a lot of work. He's killed 1, he's killed 2. This is possibly the worst team fight of all time coming through for the side of Talon. As they look for Kiaya, he's able to flash away. Thank God he kept that from his prior engagement, getting dove in that top side. And unfortunately, as things were looking so great for GAM, they all come toppling down. Now Arja, as well as Betty, looking for something on Kiaya. The slice and dice available, but Kiaya's going to be able to back away.
Maybe it's something to do with the seats, because Levi and the rest of GAM are playing in the chief seats. Because, you're fighting while the team isn't there. And they're too spread, and we are going to get that replay just up.
I mean, Elio just overstepping his mark, ultimately.
Yeah.
Looking for Woody. Woody
just split the difference,
a great dodge from both Woody and Betty. But as soon as they do dodge that, and you have to be aware it's a possibility, you are just going to lose the fight. And I mean, Arja is level 6 on the Renekton. For my money, the strongest level 6 champion in the game in raw battles like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Elio throwing a little bit, but they're not irredeemable, not recoverable. I mean, not irrecoverable. But sure. I mean, Kiaya only has half HP up here in the top side. This is a rough spot, especially with Carson now. This is free tower dive.
You have to be careful of the public execution, but the cocoon landing and the lockdown should be there. They do find the public execution, and Betty is tanking the tower. They do drop aggro now, waiting for it to reset that damage load. Caster should be able to tank this up. Woody gets that execution. Caster's still tanking it up. Levi, though, he's not level 6. No level 6 for this dancing, prancing deer.
Unfortunately, they just can't find the same success against RG because it's a Renekton for one, and Dominus has just come off cooldown.
Chain of Corruption lands though. Gonna be a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the piercing arrow used prior to the Chain of Corruption means no real kill threat over.
Yeah. Great start, but definitely has fallen a bit flat after the fact for GAM. Now they're just going to have to just bide their time, start scaling up, looking towards that mid to late game. Next lot of grubs 2 minutes out. The first Drake is up and alive. But I mean, you look at it, 3 kills, all of them in the hands of Ajit. Suddenly this big bad Croc is an even bigger and badder Croc.
Yeah, he's a massive Croc at the moment.
Absolutely.
1.3k ahead as he builds towards his Black Cleaver as the first item. Interesting to see him go for that item, considering Mbessa's not going to be purchasing all that much armor, neither is really anyone else. But he completes it. I mean, first item at 9 minutes is a scary barrel to look down. I mean, casts are much the same, but not quite the same impact on the Zeke's convergence as the Black Cleaver will have.
Yeah, I mean, look, they may not have a lot of armor stacking, but whatever armor they do have is going to be completely irrelevant. Their base stats are just going to be ridiculous.
We've seen one top laner survive a dive. Now it's Arge's turn to try and do the same. His way of denying a dive is just insta-clearing a wave.
Yeah.
Now, will they look for the redive as the scary thing? I mean, Talon seemingly just willing to give Arge to the walls, but he's going to teleport out. Very intelligent.
That's going to be feats picked up here as well by Talon. They took the first 3 kills. They will get the Blessing and Oxus under the belt. But at the 10-minute mark too.
Yeah. Possibly the quickest we've seen. I would have to go back and look at for that, but for my money it would be. This tower will eventually go down though, as GAM do answer back with an objective of their own, but still, I think Arja, clearing out that massive minion wave, not only does he get the gold for it, get the XP, but also gets out with the teleport.
I think they just miss out here. Yeah, they can't stay because Arji is just an absolute menace. The one saving grace, I mean, GAM do get the opening for Levi to take this Drake. It is slow, very, very slow, but at least they're getting something back on this map.
Sure, something. Blue grubs, however, will be answered. And now GAM do eventually get that tower down. So, still a lot of gold over to Artemis. You see he's leading in that sort of head-to-head against Betty. Helped out by the kill and by so much of that tower gold going to him, whereas Betty was sharing it 3 ways up in the top side.
Yeah. Full stack of grubs the second time as well. So 6 now in the pocket for Talon, which means, I mean, we might not be as good as it was 2 days ago, but it's still pretty darn good at accelerating those tower pushes, especially if you get all 6. So, look, if you GAM, you're slowing things down a little bit. It's only a 500 gold deficit. You want to keep scaling on those carries and let RS scale up, play those side lanes, because that is really where he is going to create pressure and allow GAM an avenue back into this game.
Stride breaker for RS on the Tryndamere, whereas the Leandri's picked up for Fofo, so both the mid laners at reasonably even pressure. Of course, in the side lane, this is where Tryndamere can, within reason, find a kill. The mid lane a little bit too short, really. It would rely on a lot of misplay. Here in the side lane, I mean, it's always going to have to be a misplay, but very much more punishing, having that stride breaker, being able to chase down the Azir, the additional movement speed, the ghost, as well as, of course, the spin to win.
I'm just very intrigued as to how we're going to see the sleep paired with this GAM roster. I mean, it's a great tool for resetting a fight if it goes rough, but I think Kiaya still has yet to finish his first item. To be fair, it is hard to keep pace with Ajay, who's not 3-0, but even still, you're hitting that sort of 12.5, 13-minute mark. An item would be desperately needed by Kiaya at the moment.
Absolutely. Oh, pinpoint accuracy from Betty.
This is just like, regardless of where you are playing Tryndamere, whether it's solo queue, low elo, high elo, that is where you're going to always find Tryndamere. It's just off in a sideline.
Yep. It's roughly the only thing he does. When it comes and joins a team fight, maybe find a few crits on a key member and take that help down. Levi not going to pull the trigger on the Lusting Lullaby. but are deadly accurate on the bowling ball.
Who do you reckon's a better bowler, Gragas or Lilia?
Lilia, she's...
I feel like Gragas has got like, you know, mad like Sunday night bowling league vibes.
Yeah, but Lilia can throw hers across the map.
Gragas is throwing a barrel that's almost as big as he is. Like, I'm pretty sure he's got that.
This is true.
Well, I mean, items coming up as well for these bot lane carries. Betty, Kraken Slayers there. Bork picked up by Artemis. I mean, these are two big powerhouse AD carries coming into this competition.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Betty does not have the fancy feet to dodge the piercing arrow.
Yeah, and cops a substantial amount of damage. Luckily for him, not the lethality Varus. Otherwise, it would have been even more.
Yeah. RS down in the bot lane. Taking a bit of damage from Fofo. Woody's there to try and assist. They may look for a tower dive.
No, there's no way.
It's Trinimir, yeah. Like, this is just... I mean, you're dreaming. You're hoping, you're praying. If the Oblivion Orb is going to mean that RS isn't as healthy in this situation. And I mean, second item pickup's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, doing work here. Ari's not able to hit that Q button quite as effectively and finds himself very low and forced away from the tower and finding the limitations of Tryndamere, are we currently?
Why does it feel like Kiaya has not backed yet? Teleport's coming in down to the bot lane. They might like to turn this one around, but yeah, I think the gap is already there.
Yeah, not a lot of action. Dragon spawning soon. Rift Shield much the same. Likely to see just a trade of those objectives. If you're GAM, you'd certainly hope so. Rig play coming out. Oh. Oh. Kasa.
Whiff City.
Well, Kasa didn't whiff.
I mean, Kasa did what he could, but yeah, unfortunately for Artemis, no Chains of Corruption for the time being. Not that he needs it, there is plenty of setup without it, but obviously giving those Blight stacks immediately means that he can then initially pop some big damage. But he's looking for that sustained fight. RS, what do you, they really want to try this Tryndamere.
Yeah, I mean, attacking the Tryndamere seems to be working. There's no objective on the other side for the time being. Obviously changes in 15 more seconds. But Talon really trying to get down this bottom tower. It's just some standing gold that still remains on the map. That's fairly attackable. Cocoon lands. Arya is getting taken very low and is going to have to pop his ultimate. We'll be losing the tower now because of that.
Yeah. Watching. I don't know that he did. I think he hit enough with the Q that, yeah, so it was all off the, sorry, not off the spin. So he got enough stacks off the spin to make it happen.
Okay, Ilio able to stop, but no flash on Artemis means as simple as that. The flash and pale. Artemis is just completely headshot. Betty claims that one. Ilio as well, flashing away with the Killer Instinct with one more from this Kai'Sa does seal the deal. And just like that, as explosive as can be, Talon claim themselves a sizable lead at mid lane tower to fall. And Arya is unfortunately going to be sent packing back to Halper's team.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I mean, not enough pressure on the top side that they've done the damage they need to crack that tower, and Talon are immediately going to transition it into a Cloud Drake as well. Herald up, but Aji, despite having a phenomenal early game, struggling now into Kiai. I mean, just Ambessa with an Eclipse. We've been waiting for the good Ambessa play to come out. Unfortunately, they've been on the receiving end some real problems. Great flash suppress there. Yeah, brilliant cleanse from Betty. Woody zoning as well. Yeah, poor GAM. That's a rough spot to find yourself in, especially. I mean, there's this Talon team in a nutshell. They do get the kill onto Arjeet and will crack that top tower. But yeah, it's Talon. They look for the opportunity. As soon as they see it, they strike, and they strike hard.
Yeah, I mean, well done by GAM to find something back. It's a shutdown as well that was picked up. And we'll go over to Levi here, a key member that majoritively AD comp. He's going to provide a lot of that magic damage, so good place for the gold to go.
Is starting that crit up. The iconic, the classic Tryndamere that we know and love. Yeah. Okay. Oh, bowling ball connects. Yeah. That is brutal. Just all the setup they could possibly want. Now unfortunately, RG is just a belt and a pair of boots.
Yeah. Tilt shield now collected by Talon. We'll have the choice of where to put that, of course, and with the others all being down, it could be a very quick end to this game if, you know, GAM were to make any mistakes in the near future. Ares will once again be the point of target.
Wow, they waste no time.
Yeah, well, this is the problem with Tryndamere. There's no wave clear. Yes, if you're left alone to 1v1 someone, you'll do very well, but if the other team just target you the whole time, you're not going to be able to 2v2. Or 2v1 even. RJ, I mean, much the same, isn't going to be able to 1v3. Not going to get hit by that bowling ball. Castle's coming in, Dominus is popped, but RZ's just going to be taken out. No quarrel whatsoever for the side of GAM.
Yeah, off the back of that, Fofo retreats back into the jungle, and a good kill to especially alleviate some of that pressure. Talon force, you know, move themselves out. Artican, 50 odd seconds away, and your favorite Soul coming into play.
Certainly is. Very strong Soul, Capachungus. I mean, again, you take what you get. You know, you can't choose these things. It does have its benefits. I mean, you are just a little bit more tanky in those fights, harder to take down. The shield you get on Caster and Woody, I mean, Betty rather, just that little bit more potent, but again, you would have preferred it to be anything else.
Great instincts there from Elio, just chucks the wall over that red cam into the brush by the river. So, playing that very close to the chest. Talon are spoiling for a fight, you can see it.
Yeah, Artican now spawning. It does make sense, but rather now just gonna take that recall, finish off some items, maybe some components, as Betty will finish the Gwinsus, a massive power spike on that Kai'Sa. As well, Fofo, I imagine, getting dangerously close now to having that Nash's Tooth online, where Zia truly becomes a powerhouse.
Both 80 carries. I mean, we've seen one or the other run away with the game, but this is a fairly evenly paced one. Both have 2 items and boots finished up. I mean, Talon definitely have got a lot of threat that they can then deal out that punishment with. Unending Spear as well for Kasa, who has enabled this team phenomenally. 6 assists. He's been a part of every single kill. GAM spotted. Oh, Elio.
Lordy lord, that is a disastrous engage. He's trying to buy time. The root comes through from that corrupted arrow, but nice flash means that Caster's engage will also whiff. Still, Levi now without flash for himself, and Elio as well, of course. Starting off that team fight by unfortunately missing the entirety of that engage.
Yeah, I mean, the Chains of Corruption were committed as well. I think Caster, if he'd landed a skewer, that would have been, you know, the Impale coming out. If he connected onto one or even more, it would have been a disastrous situation. So, best of the worst. Oh dear.
Okay, just being looked at. Flash will be there and able to get himself out. One more auto check from Betty would have done it, but now, no, Talon, only 3 of them up here, looking to start up this Artican. I definitely don't think that would be a wise choice, and now maybe we're getting pincered. Oh my lord, that was scary.
As you identifying the fact that there is going to be something kicking off on the top side of the map in the very, very near future, so backs himself off. He's going to be running on out. He's got the Sterax as well. The second item completed for the Crocodile. RS being matched every step of the way by Fofo. I mean, he's read this so brilliantly on the Azir. Just going to match the Tryndamere, trying to shut him down. Oh, Elio.
Yeah, no flash, remember. Did use it just before the crash down though. Creates some distance between himself and this menacing Scorpion, and you know, he'll be able to walk out.
Yeah, I mean, Elio has got to keep together. Unfortunately, he's had a few whiffs, and that as a support can really tilt you. Lands the bowling ball onto Kazi, who just pop the shield and carry on. That slow is incredibly frustrating, but what can you do in this situation? 2.5 to 20 away from the Baron coming up. Otherwise, Artican and Drag both still up in the battle. Aris has been spotted, so they know he's still topside. Yeah, look, unfortunately, I think what's going to happen is a lot of posturing. GAM is going to try and force an opening that they think that they have. All of a sudden, Talon will likely collapse and wipe them, which is the way things have been going so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely not getting out of this Tryndamere what you may have hoped for, at least for the time being. Total damage dealt, 600 185 over the course of this game for the Tryndamere.
It's huge. I mean, it's more than I expected, honestly. But Arakan being started up pretty freely, and Kai'Sa just being Kai'Sa is going to shred through it. So you're going to have to make some moves. Elio does not have the flash, so he's just going to have to run it straight at the Arakan. It's low.
Just taken out, and now the turn, is it going to be there? Talon with the Voracious, they're looking for Kai'Sa. Elio with a great turnaround though, but the Conqueror, so much damage coming through. Fofo will be able to withdraw. 2 taken out. Levi to fall soon as Ares trying to get more of these withdrawals. Will not be able to.
He might be.
Woody, the flash away from Woody. Kai'Sa with the burn, and the explosive spider will seal the deal. 2 withdrawals taken out. Well played by Ares. Just about possibly 10 times his damage in that fight. Will unfortunately go down. No kills to his name, but of course there are the participation awards, and there it is.
He's gone up by almost 500%. That's great. Meanwhile, yeah, Kaya and actually down in the bot lane. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Disaster.
I mean, that is just... that is just a rookie mistake. I mean, to be fair, there's only so much you could do. Great. Emperor's Divide, the suppress onto Artemis, who is just too close once again. If Artemis is just a little bit further back, that is a drastically different fight, and they likely turn it and RS survives, but yeah.
Classic Tryndamere moment here. But Talon doing a great job at kiting around it. Woody does use the flash. Now, sieging down in this bot lane, they do not have the Baron. You see Ari's up on that top side, making ways to try and start pushing away at that inner tower on the top lane. Someone will need to eventually go to answer him. Betty starting up the Dragon for his team. As he's now seen on the map, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Fofo start channeling a recall, although Talon may be a little bit more convinced of going for the fight. Argus found himself away into the back pocket. The flash forward, the suppress, and down will go Artemis. This weekend has been a field day of taking down Varus's, and another one will fall as Baron is on the cards. Anyone going to answer the Tryndamere, though? I do feel like Arias rather, should have some free time to himself alone with this tower. Is going to start wailing on it. Will be able to take it out. However, Baron will be taken out for that prize. They're coming in, the Drowsy. Oh my god, we found our way in. Is there going to be a good kick? Emperor's Divide, yes there is. They're going to take out Levi. Kai'Sa still full HP, as Benny does have to flash over the wall, but keep an eye on Ares. He's making his way through this team fight. He's going to be right on top of Fofo, who does have the flash, and the peel is there, but he finds his way back onto the Azir, and the Baron will eventually take him out as Ares trying to find a way out of this Baron pit and will be able to do so. But Baron's still on the cards here for the side of Talon, as Benny does remain alive, but only just narrowly though, as he does have to take care of his health, and the Void Seeker does unfortunately miss.
So the worst bit is, I think, Artemis, Chains of Corruption, off the mark, yeah, okay. The crazy thing is, I think if Ares just does not engage in that fight, it still goes the same way, but he could have cracked Inhib Tower. Unfortunately, not how it goes. Okay, Elio, I think, more or less redeems himself with that engage, unfortunately. That Emperor's Divide, if it doesn't clip Ares there, he probably finishes Betty. Unfortunately for him, you know, Woody and Fofo both have the Seeker's Arm Guard. They go golden. He will finish Fofo with Baron's help, but yeah, Impotent Rage is a rather rough feeling to be as a Tryndamere.
And dying he certainly was.
He's almost doubled it again.
Yeah, no, he's climbing those damage stats, although Fofo sits pretty comfortably there in the lead. You know, a lot of it fake damage, as it was, you know, I'd say a good estimate about 5,000 damage maybe done during just 1v1ing the Tryndamere, who would heal it back up almost immediately.
Yeah.
Now we'll do a little bit more damage. It's a nice suppress. Simple as can be. Ilio claim, not going to have that rel to look for any turn, look for any engage, and that's going to be the tower going down.
Ares will finally take that mid outer, but it is likely going to cost him his inhib tower in the bot lane.
RJ, unfortunately, is on Mark the Tryndamere duty. Although the side of Talon,
just be game.
Yeah, there's no Elio for another 15 seconds. A lot of range, a lot of damage still available, and a lot of utility still on the side of Talon, as Petey going to have to dodge away from what is a pretty scary Ambessa, all things considered. Nexus Tower number 1 goes down and will choose to back on out. Does Kiaya go aggressive? They do have Ares. The bowling ball does unfortunately go wide and will come the public execution, but the turnaround damage is insane. It's Fofo, and also RJ will take down the first kill. You see Betty wailing along at Ares' health bar. The Undying Rage does come through as RJ goes down, and Betty goes psychotic in the middle of 4 people who get 1. He will go down, however. Artemis maybe accidentally clicking his cleanse, does use it at the back end of the fight. Ultimately, though, there is nothing more for Talon to do. They do just claim a couple more kills and will just leave the base of GAM alone.
Yeah, Hullbreaker there coming through. Terminus finished up for Artemis. I mean, a couple of more opportunities like that, there is a real possibility that there might be some break that GAM can exploit. About as good a public execution as you could expect. Unfortunately, Fofo, there's no CC follow-up. He gets the Emperor's Divide up, and Kiaya just melts in the face of this Talon roster.
Yeah, I mean, good work to find the kill. I think Betty lost his goddamn mind here, but still managed to get 1 for himself. Looking for some style points, and GAM say, no, none for you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the Tryndamere, well, ambitious. Well, I really do rate it. I just don't think it offers enough in the team fight. That Undying Rage being forced out as he was retreating because he's been chunked so low. He really can only fight in these side lanes or 1v1. In a 5v5, I just don't think Ares finds the freedom that he needs. That Emperor's Divide is just too much of a problem. The Impale, there is just too much to make his life a misery.
Archer quietly just sitting 7-3-2. Kind of going unnoticed. You know, he's playing that spoiler to the Tryndamere most of this game. Now marching up a wave into the mid lane as will force GAM to react to it, but not really any pressure from the Renekton coming on towards that tower necessarily.
Yeah. Betty.
Oh, okay. Chain of Corruption now does go wide. Actually, Zonya away, and Suppress comes through. Elio is going to be taken out very quickly. Down he will go. The rest of Talon trying to find some play in this team fight. Ares does find his way in, but the Emperor's Divide cuts off an entire quadrant of the jungle. Woody goes in, pops the Zonyas. Betty gets himself a double. He's looking for a potential triple. RG does claim it. The quadra should come through eventually, though. As actually, no, RG says he wants another one. 9-3-3 on the massive croc. And now, all of that said and done, it's Talon will take again on 1.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that single-handedly Woody is zoning Artemis out of these fights, Ares as well, he's just getting so much damage out as the Elise. Ares, yeah. Look, I rate the Tryndamere pick, I do. I think the idea was sound, but against a team like Talon, they're not letting the Tryndamere do what it wants. They are just hounding it, whether it's with the Azir or the Renekton. They just had an answer.
Yeah. Ultimately, yeah, as you said, you saw what happened in the lane phase, right? Sure, Artemis wasn't punished. Ares rather wasn't punished. He was getting his farm. He was getting his items online, but he was not able to find any way onto that Azir. That Azir was scaling up, and the raw damage numbers that came out of Azir, while a lot of it was fake, you saw it in the team fight. Those Emperor's Divides were coming out at half healthing. Kiaya, who found, you know, public execution onto Azir. Wow, this is the perfect person we'd want to find it on. I've lost half my HP, and Renekton has one-shot me. So it did look a little rough. It didn't seem like Ares really had any way to play those team fights. He didn't really have any way to play the sides, because Ares just wasn't able to hit anyone. You know, you got RG in the side lane, he'd just come in, one-shot your minion wave, and walk out. He wasn't trying to trade with you, he wasn't trying to fight. Fofo, the opposite would happen. He would just push the minion wave in, because if Ares ever got some funny idea of going aggressive, well, Woody was there waiting to take him down. So just Talon, reading the Talon, the Tryndamere pick like a book and playing around it perfectly.
And unfortunately, yeah, rough game for Elio, who he did try and make plays, but yeah, look, you've got less damage on the board than anyone else. You had the second lowest damage across the map as Ares on this Tryndamere, which is not what you want. Elio don't expect to do a lot of damage, and they did start strong, but it very quickly petered out and then suddenly took a nosedive off a cliff. This is what we expected from Talon from the most part, but look, GAM definitely could have done a little bit more in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think getting cute with the Tryndamere pick, and you know, you can kind of do that in game number 1. I think you come in, you're definitely going to have a second shot at things. Try and show something new against a team you're not really expected to beat. Get creative with it. They did, unfortunately. You know, Talon, they know how to play around it, and they play around it very well.
It does also remove some key picks from Talon's lineup. I suppose, yeah. Look, you've only thrown away a Tryndamere if you're GAM, but that's a zero out, that's Renekton. You've got Skarner removed thanks to the Fearless draft. And I mean, this was the big moment. I think that likely GAM could have had a real say in the game. It was a brilliant turnaround. Unfortunately, Elio, off the back of that, then made some rather poor engages that just completely missed the mark. And look, to be fair, he did get one final, there, just splits the difference, doesn't get anything. All he really does is get the stun on the cast, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, and Renekton in a fight like this is just never going to lose. This is, I would argue, this is the perfect scenario for Renekton. He's come in untouched, in between all 5 members of your team at level 6, while some people aren't even level 6, and he's just completely one-shotting. Game kind of fell apart there. There were moments of hope, potentially.
Oh, this was...
Yeah, I mean, good read by RJ. Realizing that the only play they really had was to try and teleport and Besser up there and just sitting in the bush, waiting for it to happen and making sure it couldn't.
Yeah, but, I mean, Artemis as well. How did that impale? That curved. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, Artemis just kept getting caught. He needs to be a little bit on the mark, a little bit more on the ball when it comes to avoiding some of those big skill shots. And there were a couple of times where, for some reason, he was in the front lines and got caught by that impale as well. Yeah, just a lot of unnecessary damage taken by him, which meant that he didn't nearly have the effect that he should have in some of these team fights. Then on top of that, not only have you got Fofo dishing out punishment. Now, we did talk about how, dual APs really struggle in the game at the moment, but when that second AP as a support, if it doesn't hit, it's not really the end of the world. Their job is more to set up fights than anything, but Woody had a great game. Yeah, and this was like their one chance. They get onto Fofo, but there's no follow-up CC. In fact, there's limited follow-up CC from the comp because Levi just can't jump in. Rough. It's a rough time. And look, GAM didn't look bad, but they just didn't look great either.
Yeah, for sure. And I think ultimately, what we saw from GAM here, they kind of fell behind after a poor engage and it fell apart. But if this did stay more intact and the game was closer, I have a good feeling they just win this, because ultimately, you sort of touched on it there, about the multiple AP things. Kai'Sa is also building on hit, which does majoritively AP damage as well. So if we didn't have a 9-3-3 Renekton to deal with, then we could have just opted into a lot of magic resist, and all of a sudden this Talon lineup is doing a considerable amount less damage. But things did go poorly. They played possibly the worst timing of a fight, also botched the engage, and Arja capitalized on that and kind of just provided everything he needed to there on after.
Yeah, look, it's a rough time, but I don't think it was by any significant detriment. Yeah, look, there was a couple of mistakes, but you have to make plays, otherwise you're just going to get steamrolled. So GAM, credit where credit is due. They really did try.
Yeah, absolutely. They did absolutely try, but try again they must, as we are going to go to a break. When we're back, game number 2.
And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture. Get my husky on, yeah. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. Going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. The world is watching, so ain't no stopping. Push the pendulum of progress, now they clocking. Used to be sold objects, now we got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got auctioned. Some things we'll never know, our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo, police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow, Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT. One thing that I know, I go hard. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, this where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in chains, feel so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, mighty, main, reparations run that change. Black Wall Street, they burned our banks, bring us equal mortgage rates. Huey Newton paved the way, what else can I say? I go hard. I'm going hard until Martin Luther is proud of me. I'm going hard until Mother Harriet proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above, the ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood.
City limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you.
Game number 2 on the horizon, and Talon looking infallible. A little bit of a mistake in the bot lane early, but didn't phase them whatsoever and completely stomped through game number 1. GAM, get cute with the draft. The Tryndamere doesn't work out. What do they have in store for us now?
Yeah, I would like to think more in line with what is pretty stock standard, but
I wouldn't. I like the fun stuff.
Yeah, I do. I really rate it. I think that, you know, having a bit of fun can catch your opponent off guard. The Tryndamere, yeah, look, it kind of needs a little bit more. Definitely lacking in the CC department to shut down the likes of the Azir. We saw that they got the public execution on the perfect target, and there was just nothing to follow it up. Lily can't go in without dying. RS doesn't have any CC to speak of whatsoever. So the Emperor's Divide just came out anyway. But on to game 2. It's a fresh start on the Rift. Victor J, Span, Corki, Callista. The response from Talon Rumble rounds it out. I still think there's more respect on Jace than it necessarily deserves yet. Obviously, we haven't seen it played by Talon. Then maybe I can change my mind.
Yeah, I think the fact that these two teams are banning it out, possibly two of the better top laners in the region, does speak volumes to the J still being a very strong champion. Cassante noticeably lacking from this draft. Will be banned out their 3rd for Talon. Ashe remains open. Misfortune, Aurora.
That is one hell of a pivot in the mid lane from Tryndamere to Aurora. Champion draft, the Whiplash, essentially. But look, I rate it. I think it's going to do a lot more than the Tryndamere, which, to be fair, the bar is not high after what we saw at RS. Not for lack of trying, mind you.
Got a few towers.
Just in terms of team fight, the Aurora is going to offer infinitely more.
I'm inclined to agree. Pantheon, Woody or Casa could both play it. Technically a 4-way flex, but we haven't seen it in the top or mid yet here in the LCP.
It's a 5-way flex. You're just not trying hard enough. Oh, look. Yeah, look. Pantheon is incredibly versatile in the current state of the game, and that flex pick starting the draft means that now GAM sort of have to figure out, is it going to be going down in support? Is it going to be going jungle? Do we take the risk of letting something else through? Israel picked up by Betty. In the hands of the man, there is no ADC that is left lacking.
Yeah, Betty, a insanely strong Israel player, a very exciting thing to see him on, and I mean, I for one cannot wait. Love seeing him on this champion. But the Nocturne, Orianna, a potential follow-up.
With the Aurora already on board,
actually,
where do you pivot that?
Yeah, maybe not actually. Let me come to my senses real quick. But you know, we saw the Tryndamere. Could be an Aurora top.
Misfortune for Artemis. Yeah, Misfortune, Nocturne, Aurora. Already there's a lot of zoning, a lot of team fight, a lot of threat. Unfortunately, it's in Israel, so
a lot of errors.
Yeah, a little bit harder to lock down, a little bit more mobile at the end of the day. But something like the Pantheon, he's got the jump in, not necessarily the jump out.
Yeah, could be another Galio. Something we saw yesterday have huge success, the Nocturne Galio.
That's insane. Picks it into the Nocturne even.
That's scary.
Yeah, I do rate that. Pantheon or Orianna, ball delivery system there. I mean, you got the option to pick an Alistar as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be very scared to be Fofo this game, though. You are going to have to play very, very strong. Your positioning has to be on point, basically.
Who's your pocket jungler babysitting you all game?
Well, it could be Pantheon.
Possibly, yeah. Which, to be fair, into an Aurora doesn't have the worst time. Timing is a key. Jack spanned out. Yeah, because what do we want that's even scarier out of this comp? Certainly not a Jack, certainly not a Cassante. I think there is room for the Galio, but again, it does back you sort of into that AP mage, and the double AP has struggled a little bit.
Yeah.
And look, Nocturne is
more
great
tanky at least.
Yeah.
He's more of a tank. You also do have so much AD coming through from the Nocturne and the Misfortune that your profile should be fine.
The problem that I'm seeing though is the direct answer to Misfortune is still available in the ban phase unless GAM do ban at the Brom.
Yeah, I think they have to here.
Yeah. You do, because it just offers too much. It's going to do a lot to shut down this Misfortune, and without that bullet time, she is a little bit lacking at the moment in the current state of the game. Talon, their final ban, what do they target out? It's got to be top, it's got to be support. It's going to be the Rakan, which, I mean, a brilliant support in the game at the moment. Is going to do a lot to enable Artemis, no longer going to be an option. So, I mean, Alistar, Leona, still in that pool. There's a lot that could be paired with it down. Nautilus even, potentially. We'll have to see. I think we need to see the Brom ban here. I think it is entirely justified from GAM. I don't think there's much else that you can ban that would enable the team more. Xin Zhao, I mean, look, with a decent support, the Engage isn't as big a threat, but surely this is just Brom locked in.
Yep. Don't really see a massive reason why not. You do struggle for Engage. You know, you do have that Pantheon ball delivery system, but it's a short-ranged ball delivery system in comparison to the Vi or the...
Yeah, that is the other option, I suppose. Unfortunately, Vi being banned, do you look for the support? Leona is a great ball delivery system, so it is going to be...
Yeah, and it also shuts down the Misfortune with the Solar Flare. She can't stand still and use her ultimate. She will get stunned. Even if she has the cleanse, it's going to cancel out the ult. So, good answer, I think, ultimately here.
Does leave Brom open for, I mean, third game if needed, but yeah, much the same vein. I think it just Brom in terms of just denial is a little bit better than Leona, but I suppose offense is the best defense at the end of the day.
Right.
And Nautilus is, picked up to pair with the Misfortune. So CC, just layered CC and bulk. Now leaving just top side. I mean, in terms of what's available, probably looking along the tankier lines of things, given what we've seen. I mean, Galio could still be justified. I think there's probably something a little bit better.
Yeah. Camille!
Oh! Okay.
Now that is exciting. I love this champ. This champ is so fun to watch, especially if you get a talented Camille player on the Camille. It can do so many things.
Tryndamere game 1, Camille game 2.
No Renekton counter pick available as it is taken out due to Fearless Draft. What will Woody pick up for his top laner?
I kind of want them to answer in kind with something a little out of left pocket, but nah. Okay. We've seen nah. It was completely irrelevant last time, but in the hands of TLN and RG in particular, this is gearing up to be a hell of a game.
It is exciting. Now, this is a fierce top lane matchup. Any misstep from Nah, he's dead. He just dies. But if you go for a hook shot onto the wall, look for Nah and he dodges it, he starts wailing upon your health bar and things get a little bit scary as that Camille. Now, I mean, so much lockdown. You've got Camille ult, you've got Aurora ult for a Nocturne to come in, blind everyone up, the bullet time on top. You see the angle. You see what it is that the GAM are trying to put together here.
I'm picking up what they're laying down. I'm here for it. I'm back in the Vietnamese hopefuls. I am all invested in Southeast Asia League of Legends right now. May they reign long, but unfortunately their opponent is Talon, so that might be a short reign. We'll see.
Yeah, Talon looking infallible. Ultimately, still yet to drop a single game.
Looking inevitable, honestly. This is just their league now.
Yeah, the only thing they've lost is 1-1v1. That's it. Other than that, just a completely empty lost card, and I mean, themselves have put together a pretty fierce team comp as well. Yes, you've got all this lockdown, but unfortunately, you do have an Ezreal against you. The Orianna most certainly will be purchasing a very early Zhonya's.
Fofo jacket over the shoulders like the King Don that he is. You come to me on the day of LCP to ask me a question? No, he's gonna absolutely take it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. These guys, I mean, long history between the two, but unfortunately for GAM, it is Talon's world. We are just living in it.
At the moment, I mean, GAM's certainly gonna try.
He really does have like mafia boss energy, doesn't he?
He does. He does. The intensity of him looking at his computer screen.
Oh dear, this is going to be a game. This is going to be a hell of a game. Camille making its way into the LCP. Nah is the response.
Yeah, almost every series now we're getting multiple different new champions, and
yeah, I mean it's been a weekend for fresh picks here in the LCP. I think we've had getting close to double digits.
Sivir.
Yeah, Sivir coming in, Bard coming in, Camille, Talon, no, not Talon, maybe Tryndamere. Yeah, close enough. They both hit you real hard and then run away. But I mean, it does open up those questions now, looking at the Fearless Draft, especially as we get deeper and deeper, going into the playoffs, the best of fives. We are guaranteed to start seeing some of these newer picks coming through. And if Tryndamere can make it into the pool, that begs the question, what else can?
Yeah, I tend to agree. was a little bit more standard out of GAM this time, but of course you do have that question mark at the top side, the first Camille we're going to see. I mean, I'm here for it. I think the champion, while not as strong as it has been in former years, is still definitely a good champ. It's still very strong. If it gets ahead, it's going to completely steamroll.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nothing like getting just shin kicked in the face for a third of your HP.
Yeah, no, getting Cho'Gath ulted by someone doing backflips on you never feels that good.
Yeah, true damage like that built into your kit is a standard ability. Whose idea was that? Although to be fair, getting kicked with a sword leg is probably going to do a lot of damage.
For sure. See how the Camille does. Noxus map maybe, not helping her out.
Like that's ever stopped her.
Yeah, true.
Camille cares not. I mean, look around. I mean, nothing crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary. I mean, press the attack for Betty rather than Conqueror. I mean, there's a couple of options of what you can run with the Ezreal, but GAM gearing up, 4-man stack in the bot side. We might see a bit of a late invade.
Yeah, I mean, we see Woody up top. They're just trying to hide the lane swap at the moment.
No, that didn't clear out wards.
Well, yeah, this is also something we didn't think about, is that it's kind of illegal to pick bruises currently. Ares as well, going for the Comet. I mean, it does mean you have more poke in lane by just landing that E. I just like to see a bit more aggression, Get a bit more oomph.
Yeah, I think this probably benefits RG more as than R. Oh, okay, especially when you're going for a gank into the mid lane to get RS's flash early.
Yeah, I mean, Ares never really under threat of dying there, but just wanting to keep his health nice and topped up as Kaya has also joined. We've got a 2v2 at mid lane. Both solo laners, solo lane not.
So we've had Jill jungle as a meta, now we're going Jill mid lane. It is a wild time to be a League of Legends fan.
For sure.
No shot we're going to see proxy bot lanes.
That's what's happening.
That's the last thing we need in this game.
I think RJ is wise to
the bounce bot lane.
What's waiting for him in this bush. Not going to walk out until he sees Artemis and Elio back in that lane. And in fact, Woody's coming down to support him as well, which is going to help him out extra mentally.
Kia heads up, he's going to catch that wave as well. Casa onto the gang. Oh, RS.
Yeah, no flash, remember. And Casa, simple as can be. Not really.
I'm so confused.
Leaving much room to the imagination there.
Why is an Aurora you taking that much damage in the first place? Playing that far up, knowing you don't have flash, and they've got someone with a point-and-click stun.
Just the unfortunate situation of having a mid laner come blow you flash level 1, do a bit of damage. But yeah, definitely mispositioning, playing a bit too aggressively in lane. Good punish by Caster though, ultimately.
Sure, Kia might miss it. I think he is going to miss this cannon if he's not careful. Nah, never mind. Top tier.
Also got the heal as well of the sweeping strike. Levi now looking for Fofo. Could be another flash going down. Nah, Fofo's fine. This is going to eventually have to take the back anyway. It just means he misses one minion. Doesn't really matter. What up bot lane? The classic bot lane duo of Leon and Na, right? Going in for the 2v2, and unfortunately, somehow they lost.
We don't need to encourage that sort of thing. You and I have already encountered the Inting Scion in ranked. We don't need 80 carry Na being a thing. It's going to happen. It has happened. Who am I kidding?
One of the in-houses I played, not recently, but before the year ended, I had a Na jungle.
Yeah.
It didn't do exceptionally well.
No. And there's been a lot of discourse about how jungle Teemo is currently struggling. Shout out to r/League of Legends. Not too happy with the recent nerfs. The guy had a full-on spreadsheet too. It's crazy.
People passionate about their champs.
Yeah.
Kaya playing one of the champs I like to play. Hope to see him do well, but unfortunately he has been relegated to being lane swapped on. It's still crazy to me that we are currently with Na Leona just 2v2 laning. Like that is just where we've found ourselves. Biddy doing really good up in the top lane in the isolated 1v1. Of course.
He just wants it. He wants it so bad. Unfortunately, he's not 6, so he can't go in for it. But yeah, I mean, look, there's no real kill threat. Oh boy, RS, buddy.
Yeah, no flash on Caster this time, so he isn't just going to get leaped on in one shot like he did last time. Caster does clear out that pink ward and will be happy to take a recall now. Has the tunneler. See what else he's able to pick up. Obviously helped out a lot by that kill that he managed to pick up in the mid lane. Just a ruby crystal. Pink ward. Biddy returning to the top lane to once again 1v1 against a Camille.
So we're doing round the world here for the supports, looking to support every single lane but the 80 carries. We've had top support, mid support, briefly bot lane support, maybe even some jungle
support. He has to be careful here. Okay.
How is RS 2 levels down on Fofo?
Yeah, just a lot of pressure. Ultimately, Talon striking well. RJ finds a nice little play on him early, gets the kill, loses a minion wave from that, and now is going to lose another one as he does take a recall. Just a lot of pressure on the mid lane. You have to think that, yeah, I mean, he has misplayed. There's no way you should find yourself at this much of a...
He's the same experience as Elio right now on the roaming Nautilus. I mean, that's just a rough start to the lane. Oh well, it is what it is. Void Grub's picked up. They're going to trade it for an Ocean, which, I mean, look, they give you something. Kia hitting 6. Now, suddenly, there is a little bit of potential for kill threat on Debedi. Up until this point, there really hasn't been, just because top lane, the nature of it means you can't get the hook shot off as cleanly if you just don't stand anywhere near the walls. But with that ult coming up, maybe there's something that could eventuate.
Biddy, though, just going to recall. See what he has in store for us here.
This is an extended Orianna, and that paranoia is now up.
Yeah, it's pretty key now that Talon keep eyes on this Nocturne at all times, particularly for Fofo in the mid lane. And you're seeing because they don't, they're sort of leaning towards him. You've got Carson Woody up there. If an ult comes out, you know for sure where it's going. And also with the level 6 ticking across from Kiaya, now is the time we'll see Biddy finally go and honorably 2v2 his lane. Although, more of a 1v1, just this time it's a misfortune instead of a Camille.
There is a lead for Kiaya. Phage as well, so it is going to be with a move speed. But, yeah, I mean, Levi gets himself the red buff, has that 6. I think there's a lot to look for in the next couple of minutes. Grub's a wee bit away, so is the Drake, but with those ultimates up and available, you can look to pressure a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Arjep, he's kind of come out the worst end of this trade.
Even though he was, 2v2 laning for all good long. Oh, Kiaya!
Yeah, sends it in. Going to take a tail shot. And Arjep finds some damage on the back end. Getting Mega now soon. We'll have to keep eyes on the experience, because right now, no real kill threat. There's Levi possibly looking. Level 6 now available for Arja. Has that Mega Gnar, has that Gnar, is what it's called.
I'm pretty sure that's what everything's called when it comes to Gnar.
My favorite quote in the entire game is when Gnar's against the Demacian champ. And he just shouts, Demaglio! My second is when he's against Fizz and shouts, Sharg!
Now, we've seen Tryndamere. Do we see Fizz? Surely we see Fizz at some point in the best of 5.
I don't know when the last time I saw a Fizz was in a competitive game.
I mean, the last time that I can think that comes to mind is a long time ago when it was like Tank Fizz in the top lane.
I do remember that, yeah, the Iceborne corner. It was against Echo every game.
Yeah. Yeah. Just the off-brand, tank mage build.
I think it was Season 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Season 5, Season 6. It was a long time ago. Woody has been doing a lot. He's been doing the rounds. He's just done everything he can to avoid Betty, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, Betty has kind of just been left to his own devices. It does mean that Betty is now fairly comfortably ahead in XP. You see Misfortune halfway to level 8. Betty already level 8, and I imagine, if we clicked over his champion frame, we'd be able to see just how far through level 8 he is, but...
He's halfway. He is very nearly at 9.
Yeah.
Oh, Kiai is in a bit of trouble, potentially, though.
Yeah, so up an entire level. Kaya being looked at. Keep in mind he does have the Hextech ultimatum, but he's locked down. The CC's there, but down will go Woody. Not Woody, rather, Arja. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Ultimately, yeah, no harm, no foul. Things are even. It was Woody who picked up 1 kill and Levi getting the other. I guess in that sense, where the gold went, you did favour the side of GAM, but it is Kaya once again missing out another wave. That's more XP. That's time off the map for this Camille. Woody, he has flash available to himself. Is he going to be forced to use it? A lot of extra tanky stats coming through, but
oh, he gets it! Yeah.
Woody holding on to that flash just too long, and Artemis able to find the correct spread there on the bullet time. Means that they do find themselves the second of the game and feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was a pretty cleanly executed dive. They didn't account for the paranoia coming out onto the person who was tanking the tower, and Levi smacks him away. Woody took some big damage as well, and that is ultimately what enabled that kill to come through. Void Grub's picked up by GAM. Kaya backs right off to his tower. Wants to head back to base. He's not far off that Triforce, and that is when Camille starts to really just slap in the 1v1s and just in team fights in general.
Sure. Okay, now definitely getting to his items. Slowly but surely. Just going to be very happy about claiming himself another tower plate, though, as he gets a little bit closer in that gold. Recalls coming through from Betty and RJ means the Aga just going to swap back. RJ can teleport back to his lane. Betty, unfortunately, will have to take the long route.
I mean, for the most part, GAM have really righted the ship here.
Arsa going to find his way now, and Arias is just going to be taken out. That's the feat of warfare. Secured, locked in. Talon going to be happy with that.
Arias did have the flash, though. I mean, there was a world where he does get out and doesn't burn the ultimate either, but look, there's only so much you can do. At least he'll have that flash come the next time his ult is off cooldown. It's not, I don't think it's the be all and end all. I don't think it's going to cost them too dearly. But, I mean, Fofo's still very much keen to fight even without the shockwave.
Yeah, just wanting to get the minion wave in. Will now look for a recall as Dragon's going to be started up. I don't really think this is a particularly good timer, but...
No, I mean, Paranoia is up because Levi has picked up the experimental hex plate, so that cooldown is relatively short now. Although it won't be contested, Levi's up here trying to make sure that they can potentially crack this tower.
You're looking for, I mean, RJ almost getting that Mega Gnar. He's going to go to the wave. He's going to be able to get that Mega Gnar in. He's going to be able to get the Gnar. And Levi's just completely dead. It's going to be Woody once again claiming himself another 2-1-0 on the Leona.
Where it should be, honestly.
You know, one game, it must have been. I always reference the PCS, but obviously, you know, Talon came from the PCS and I watched every single game and casted them all as well.
Well, you couldn't really do one without the other.
Yeah. Well, you could watch the... Oh, true. You can... Yeah. Anyway, there was one game where Woody was on Leona and he started the game 7-0.
Oh, yeah.
And they won it. But it was funny to see a 7-0 Leona.
So. Yeah, at which point do you just, like, you know, change out, go Eclipse Leona? Because apparently that's stupidly strong at the moment.
Yeah, I have seen whispers of it. I've never actually seen it in my game.
Yeah, Assassin Leona, apparently it's real dumb. Like, stupid strong. And even better in a team fight because obviously her passive just allows for even more damage going out. Oh dear. Kaya has that Triforce online. Experimental Hexplate means that Paranoia can be a little more effective. Still working his way towards 11. I don't know, it's been a bit disjointed on the whole for GAM. I mean, should you really be looking for tower dives onto RG as a Camille? You don't have the bulk to be committing to that, especially if there is support coming in. Woody has consistently been roaming all game, so I mean, in reality, he was always bound to be on his way somewhere.
Absolutely. Woody, yeah, he's struggling to sit still. Even now,
he's still beating out Elio on XP.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's doing well. He's finding the correct timings. He's always where he needs to be, outside of the one time he died, where he's a little bit too far pushed up. But hey, you know,
he's got 50% of the team's kills. He's doing fine. He's got more kills than GAM combined. Oh dear. He's 900 gold ahead of Elio. That's crazy. That's a hell of a gap on a support. And right now, yeah, just a bit of a lull period, waiting for objectives to come up. Rift Herald, probably, well, he's arguably the closest. 1 minute away. Kaya, oh dear. Woody is just everywhere, man.
Yeah.
I want to see the heat map of this guy's movement around the map.
It's just going to be an entire half of the map covered in red.
There, they do have the paranoia coming within range. So if they were to commit and engage onto Fofo, who, look, does have teleport, they could make something happen. But nah, already Talon have backed off.
Yeah, realize when it's time to step away. They've used their turn. They got some damage on the tower. And all right, recall, get ourselves the boots. Needlessly large rod even now for Fofo, as I imagine that's going to turn into a Zhonya's. I don't think you can get away with not turning that into a Zhonya's this game.
It seems odd that it's not the Seeker's Arm Guard first, but I mean...
He probably just didn't have the 1600 you needed.
Or Kasa.
Kasa's going to walk in. He does have a lot of damage reduction that can come through, and there it is. Two-shot barrage, unfortunately, will go wide. Everyone committing. Woody's in the thick of things. And Kasa is going to be taken out, but he actually takes Camille out with him. As Arias comes in, Woody does flash away, and will calm the shockwave, and it's a lot of damage, and Betty as well, finding some for himself. 5v4 though, and Kasa getting taken out that quickly does mean that GAM will take the win. No objective to speak of for them on the back end of the win, however. As RJ was just staying up on the top side, did get the minion wave to crash. But an error out of Talon.
Yeah, they equalize across the board, which is crazy. 4 and 4. They're matching in gold, and Levi takes that opportunity to start up the Rift Herald. And that should give them opportunity to extend that lead out. Obviously, this will also bag them the feat of monster slaying, which then I think puts it firmly on this tower going down. Whoever gets the first tower will take the Noxian Blessing. And it did look like it was going to be a brilliant turnaround, but unfortunately, just two spread out for Talon. None of their damage dealers were there. Woody also falling. Fofo just getting in too late. Hits Ares and Artemis. Artemis tanking the Mystic Shot that keeps Ares alive. But
All right, Alio does walk back and dodge out of that Zenith Blade. That would have been near on certain death for him.
Yeah, they want this mid lane tower. They want to crack it. That Rift Herald possibly going to be used to answer somewhere else around the map, but I mean, so far, I mean, this has to be one of the most hotly contested matches we've seen this split.
Yeah, definitely Levi is going to have to use that flash. Shockwave was committed, however, as we flash forward onto Woody and have a look at Betty. He's going to be all the damage that they need. The Between Worlds comes out and does split up this team fight very well. Bullet time is even better as the X-Tech ultimate is going to lock down Betty and secure yet another one as GAM strike very, very hard in this team fight and looks to take yet another dragon for themselves. The team fight win clearly in their favor.
Now, I'm not going to point fingers about the weak point in this Talon draft, but the last time he was played, he largely had the same effect. Poor Aji on the Gnar. It is a tempo champion. You got to work around that rage bar. You got to be in position to use it in team fights, and that is where it does struggle. And you can't just pop it at a moment's notice and then go in and commit to a team fight. You got to work up to it, and especially being top side of the map, farming a lane. Levi backs out, pops or baits the shockwave. Paranoia just makes it very, very uncomfortable. Artemis there on the backside. Levi jumps in. And yeah, it was a complete and utter outmatch. Even the tail end of that bullet time hitting Betty allows Kiai and Ares to finish him off. So what looked like it was going to be a huge misplay, in fact, turns into the biggest opening that GAM found.
Yeah, absolutely. Levi too quick on the sticks to be hit by a shockwave like that. And now, gold lead does go fairly well in favor of GAM. Still, I mean, it's not a massive lead, and this will be the feats picked up.
No, tower's already gone down.
Oh, it did, yeah.
Yeah,
right,
bot lane and mid, so I'm not quite sure who got which one first.
I think Talon might have got bot first.
Yeah, I think so, ultimately. But look, if nothing else, Talon are playing very well, but so is GAM.
Yeah, Kaya locked down. Can he get the Hextech ultimatum off? If he does, this could change things, but he doesn't. And Talon, they're never going to just roll over and die. Fine play, go on the top side, target out Kaya. The Mega Gnar ult does do enough to secure that kill. Still, it's a 3v4 up here as we see Ares on the bottom side does have teleport. The bullet time is fantastic. Cast is going to be able to block a bit on the back end of that ability. And in comes Ares. Fofo trying to dodge and trying to create some zoning, but down will go that Pantheon in a matter of seconds. Betty does arrive to the team fight now. It's a true shot barrage that will go wide, but it does mean that GAM aren't going to walk any further forward. Still, fight in favor of TLN that time, taking out Kaya and then eventually Elio for only Caster's life, but the other car now spawning.
Oh, that could have been the equalizer. But I mean, the big problem I'm seeing is they burnt so many ultimates there just to get Kaya, who survives for a decent amount of time. TLN might lose too, but they then crack the top outer and they can start positioning themselves to really threaten. I mean, they burnt Shockwave, the, Nah, as it were, and of course, the Solar Flare just to get Kaya. They turn it around. Real shame they couldn't finish off Woody as well. Ares comes in. It's a great ult, but by that stage, the gap had been created by Woody and he's able to get away.
Yeah, I mean, TLN, good job navigating a way out there, ultimately. Pretty trying position to be in with that between worlds coming through, but
it's worth saying, Ares as well has also overcome it like he's 1,800 gold difference now. Yeah. He's tied up. So, I mean, GAM are well and truly in this with a chance.
And poor little RJ on the Nah. He's in a matchup that's reasonably miserable. Still, he's doing well for himself in terms of that 1v1 matchup now that it has sort of turned into that. Still not found the impact in the fights, though. It has led to a couple of kills on Kaya.
Which is more effect than we saw out of the last Nah in the LCP, unfortunately. It's just constantly on the other side of the map when things were kicking off. But as it stands, ultimates across the board up and available, so we could see a team fight at a moment's notice. Woody's there posturing aggressively, has Caster on the backside. But now Elio's here to match. Anyone caught is just really dead because Levi's got such significant follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely. Not yet will they fall prey, though. TLN. GAM, though, they're in the position to win this game. You have to just make sure they keep it clean. Artemis, especially, 4-0-2. Approaching 3 items now on this Misfortune. Betty very far behind him. Nearing on 2k gold.
4 or 5 rolls. 4 or 5 rolls going the way of GAM, and the only one that isn't is the 2-3-2 Leona. So I think you can kind of forgive that, honestly. It's not the be-all and end-all. But, I mean, at this stage, this is largely how we've seen the pacing of games go. There's only so much to do when there aren't objectives in play, and Artican isn't really an objective. It's sort of like a super objective.
It's very scary.
Yeah, it requires at least a fight baited out from one of the other objectives before you can actually commit to it, unless you're super far ahead. So that'll be the follow-up, the bonus, I suppose, after the next fight around an objective.
Elio going to get stunned up and a lot of damage coming through from Betty. This could be, oh wow. Oh wow. Just completely taken out. Not even needing the true shot barrage. Betty has been struggling to land those, but will not do so. As I'm going to struggle to commentate on anything that is happening at the current stage. Oh!
We're back.
The player cams are moving. The game, however, is not.
The game, yeah, the API is still working. The timer is, yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Elio should have respawned.
So what do we reckon? Okay, but when we come back live,
yeah.
Who's dead? What objectives have been taken?
Let's have a look. Take stock of it. Okay, Cloud Dragon goes over to TLN.
Oh boy, if that's what's happened, they've won a fight there. I don't think that's been given up freely, so.
No, they just killed Elio. Elio's off the map. They would have taken it, because the timer was ticking down, but the game wasn't moving. So the timer, like, he was dead for, like 15, 20 seconds. I believe the game is now being paused, so as to get the spectators back connected to the game. But I mean, Dragon's probably gone down. There's, the side of GAM has gone top to set up some vision. not going to start the Artican because they can't, but they've got the vision control over there. TLN will then get a reset off, go back up to the top side, contest that vision, take it, put their own. But I don't think anyone dies.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I mean, if Elio can die like that, maybe there's a bit of forced follow-up. We'll have to see. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a rough gig being a Nautilus in this situation just because there is so much jump coming out of Talon. Leona at least has that natural like steroid in terms of defensive capabilities out of her W. So she can sort of pop that, keep going more often than not. Yeah. You get a shield.
Minuscule shield, yeah.
Yeah,
it's not the most effective health.
I mean, the shield isn't even really the shield. It's about, you know, the AoE damage that you get, the defensive power out of it, I suppose. So
something I actually saw on the TFT Reddit, since we brought that up on Reddit earlier, was the argument of the shield tanks versus the durability tanks. I think the consensus in TFT at least is that the shield tanks are just stronger. Because if you get to 1 HP as a durability tank, you just die anyway.
Yeah.
Whereas I think in League of Legends, the durability tanks are stronger.
Oh, yeah.
I think the effective HP you get from a Leona W is substantially more than that of the Nautilus W. Unless you go on full AP Nautilus and get the AP scaling.
Oh, dude, I missed that. I love playing a bit of AP Nautilus. It's so gross.
You know, last split, I was doing a bit of a climb at the end of the season. No, the split before, actually. I was actually playing with Poltron on the Chiefs. He was jungling and I was playing mid. And I just locked in Nautilus every game, pushed my wave and walked into the enemy jungle with him every time. And it just works. No one knows what to do when Nautilus has smashed a minion wave in level 1 and walked into your jungle.
Yeah, no, I did back in the day. Had a lot of fun with Ravenous Hydra attack speed Nautilus, because he gets splashed out of his W anyway.
Yeah.
And so you just go like Hail of Blades, and it's just it's scary the amount of damage that he does with that with that W. So it caught a lot of people off guard. I don't think it would probably work nearly as well nowadays, but who knows? Maybe crazy things happen.
Yeah, a former pro player, he posted on Twitter, I don't know, like half a year ago now, but he was playing Halo Blades Lethality Blitzcrank in his Challenger games. And basically the tech was, you take E level 1, you flash on the enemy AD and start auto-attacking them, and you'd win the trade. And then you'd get a serrated Dirk as his first item. Bonkers what some people come up
actually,
with.
speaking of like out there support, picks and builds, the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen, Hail of Blades Braum.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. Sword Art plays Hail of Blades Braum. He's the substitute now for Vikings, but was the starting support for CFO. And for some reason, every single support would be Guardian. Him and him alone, Hail of Blades every single time.
Or so I saw Lethal Temple Jungle Braum, because you actually do more damage after the passive's procs, because it's not going to proc again, so it gives you extra magic damage. And so he'd do that, go Blade of the Ruin King first item, and just stack attack speed. And so he'd just jump into lane, get the passive proc, and just keep smacking them. And it was the most bizarre thing that I've ever seen, but also the most entertaining.
There you go.
Because you just catch the winder's bite, you jump to your laner, and then you just punching a dude to death.
Yeah. And such as League of Legends. What's your favorite? Okay, I won't say favorite meta, because mine will always be Ardent, since I'm an AD carry main and I became the main character for an entire year. That was awesome. I loved it. But aside from that, my favorite, I was actually living in Korea at the time. And it was when Victor just out of nowhere, Iceborne Gauntlet was strong, and everyone worked out you could just max Q, upgrade Q first with Iceborne Gauntlet, and nobody in the game could ever touch you ever again. And I spammed that so much. I believe I got to like, I started at like Diamond 4, and I started playing that and that exclusively, and I ended up in Master just spamming this one thing because it was so egregious that it was just printing LP.
I don't know. I haven't really had like a favorite meta, but like I remember AD Nidalee Top back when that was a thing, and it was just so stupidly strong because their Cougar form had 80 scaling, and I mean, you look back at the OG support days, which was stacking gold per 5 items.
Yes,
you had
the Heart of Gold.
You had like 5 of them in the inventory, and then boots, and that was your finished build, just so you could like get wards because you had to pay for them back then.
Yeah, actually true.
There was some wild stuff out there that you did that now is just you wouldn't even dream of.
For sure. I think the Season 3 wards, it was like, for a while, I haven't seen it in a while. It was like a meme going around that was like full build support in Season 3, and it was a Sona that had Heart of Gold, 2 regular wards, and Tier 1 boots, and it was like 30 minutes into the game.
But like, it shows your age. Like, you go into a game, he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to put a pink ward down, and he's like, what the hell is a pink ward? Ward. It's like, oh, that's right. Damn. Dread Ward now, that's right.
Oracles used to exist. That thing was broken.
Oh, dude. No, just like when like you had to deal with like true invisibility.
Yeah.
None of this like, oh, yes, I know who you are because of sweepers. Like, you just no idea.
Yeah.
Like OG Vayne, like you were done. But as soon as she got ult, you were done.
Yeah, true. You get the little outline now. Yeah, you never used to get that with certain champs. Most of them still is like, same as now, you know, you get into range, you'll see them. But yeah, back then, it was wild times. I actually cannot believe that things like the old Kassadin existed. Like Season 3 Kassadin, where his Q was a silence, his R costed less mana, did more damage, and was longer range. How was that ever balanced? LeBlanc's Q used to be a silence. Just...
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Like, these things, like, you think back and like, damn, I wish I was playing those champions then, because that just feels like the freest wins of all time. Of course, I was much worse back then, as
absolutely.
is the player base in general, like, you know.
Dude, back when Dominion was a thing.
Oh, and I used to play Hide and Seek. Did you
Hide and Seek Dominion was the game.
Yeah.
Like, it was just so good.
Yeah. Twisted Tree Line as well. Oh, there were so many good times, so many blasts from the past, but really is showing our age, I believe.
Absolutely.
Old men in the esports space.
Maybe that's enough like motivation to bring back like, you know, Twisted Tree Line Dominion. Yeah, get people talking about it.
Yeah, get one of those random game modes going. You know, you get the AR Earth, you get the One for All. Twisted Tree Line.
Twisted Tree Line was such a vibe. That's where I met like the OGs, like OS esports man himself, Alpha Guy, was just randomly in a Twisted Tree Line game.
Yeah, back into the Rift now, volume up to 11 as we have an exciting game on our hands. Take stock of the situation. It was the Dragon picked up by Talon, the Vision Control picked up by GAM, and then, yeah, as expected, Talon will now fight to gain it back.
Just pings galore coming out in Talon's topside jungle. Oh, RG, he's going to have that Mega Gnar and
I think what we've got is double the audio at the moment. Lots of audio.
Reverb galore.
Possibly more than double.
Oh.
And Kaya gonna go in, gets knocked up. Fofo will have that Zhonya's available, the shield as soon as he comes out. But all the teleports in the world coming through. The Hextech Ultimate as well will secure that at least Arja goes down. And on the bottom side, Ares comes and quickly snipes out that Orianna. Teleports both available for the solo laners of Talon, but now GAM have free reign over the map. Where will they choose to go? Ultimates used, Between Worlds still up, bullet time still up, but the rest of them will be down.
I think it was very much, you know, call an ambulance, but not for me moment. They thought they were going to have Kiaya dead to rights, and then Fofo just overextended. This should be an Artican, but Talon at least acknowledged that this is likely going to be the play, so they position themselves to maybe make a gamble for it, and it is going to, oh, True Shot Barrage goes out, hits four of 5 members, but Ares on the backside.
Teleports, 7 seconds. 7 seconds and the teleports can come through. Yes, the Artican getting very low. Can Caster find a way in? He's got Flash available to himself. Hook from Elio is not going to be all that effective as it does land on Betty, who is able to stay safe. Here comes the Artican. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Levi. So good on the smite. The Between Worlds is fantastic, but the withdrawals will be coming through. That's 2 of them for now. Maybe looking for a third. Arj is still very, very tanky. Artemis flashing forward, looking for Fofo, but the movement speed is there from the dissonance. Able to take all 5 members of GAM down, get them withdrawing back to base, but still tempo in favor of GAM. There is going to be 20 seconds left on Carter and Woody. Grand Skyfall can get them back out to that Baron if GAM chose to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, given how much damage they took, it was impressive that it went that way. And yeah, just the 1-2 on to Fofo. The rest of the team had already collapsed. Carter was just nowhere near, so there was no support coming beyond what was already down in this bot lane. Just the 2 of them. Woody just can do nothing but stand and watch. Teleport comes in. I mean, look, it's a good turnaround at the very least, but the fact that GAM not only got the Artican, but a couple of kills off the back of it means that, well, now Talon, of course, can't take the Artican themselves, but there was extra gold picked up.
And Levi on 1 HP, essentially. No point of damage finding him to take him out. He gets the smite, high pressure situation, and honestly saves the game for GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant stuff. Tower in the mid goes down, but GAM have the lead, if only tenuously at the moment. You look at, we might see one of our, okay.
And Skyfall, Artemis loses cleanse, he's down very, very low, but look at the damage to Between Worlds. Betty with a ravaging Nocturne on him will eventually be taken out though, however, it's still a team fight win for the time being in favor of GAM. It's a 4v4, unfortunately, eventually another 2 will go down. Still, 3 for 3 at the end of that, and Kaya just having free reign over this bottom lane.
Triforce, Camille. Had the teleport there as well, but it all happened so quickly that it probably wouldn't have eventuated much. I am going to call it though. We are about to see our first Rabadon in a long time here in the LCP.
Oh, we are. That's going to add to Ares' damage substantially, of course. Now, gold, Kaya picks up a lot. There was a shutdown onto Artemis. I didn't see who collected it. A really nice solar flare landed, but look at the return damage from Ares. Just pretty much one-shotting both the carries there of Talon. Fortunately for them, it is a 4v5 from the offset, and Arj is able to be there.
Oh, wow,
able to cancel the ultimate with a really nice jump, gets himself the shutdown too. So, yeah, Kaya picks up a lot of gold for himself in the bottom lane, but honestly, RJ possibly picked himself up more.
Oh, absolutely. That means a huge goal swing out of the shutdown. They're still behind, and it will be GAM looking for the 5th Drake of the map. Yeah, poor Artemis finally finds an opportunity to go for the bullet time and has to cancel it immediately. And Talon, knowing full well they're in a rough spot right now, will back right off, conceded over, knowing that it's not the soul, so it's not the end of the world. But Baron still very much up and alive. Kaya still has the teleport though, so if need be, can get up here at a moment's notice. As it looks like Talon are going to try and start this one up.
Yeah, ults available across the map. Levi no flash for this next fight, but Betty and Fofo in much the same position. Zhonya's, of course, will be available there for this Orianna as Fofo tries to find a lot of damage onto Levi and will do a substantial amount of damage, but Elio finds his way onto Woody. The damage is there, though. Xenoblade connects. Bullet time, fantastic, and Woody's just being one-shot. Still a lot used. In comes the Grand Skyfall. Fantastic hook from Elio. It is a lot of damage blocked though by Castle, but the Between Worlds is fantastic. RJ trying to peel for his backline, and Fofo and Betty go do so much damage, but he's missing Mystic shots. Ares is jumping on in, and Fofo is not going to be much longer. This Baron will be taken out of the backside of this fight, and Talon unfortunately left wondering what went wrong.
Elio with the snatch out of mid-air keeps his AD carry alive, and I think off the back of this game, he has well and truly redeemed himself from game 1. Some big whiffs there on the Rel. This time on the Nautilus, he is hitting his stride. GAM are looking solid. Not only are they in prime position to take this map, but they would be the first map that Talon has dropped all split.
Yeah, absolutely. Elio onto Woody. I mean, it looks okay for now, but Ares will just come in and wipe this Leona completely. Not you needing to use the ult either. Yes, you got the bullet time.
What a hook.
Beautifully timed.
I mean, that is about as clutch as it... RJ long-arming Elio into that wall. That was a nuts fight for GAM, and they come out on top. Talon, I mean, on the verge of dropping their first map all split, but he still would give them that chance, shutting down a reverse sweep. They've still got game 3. It's not over yet. But GAM playing out of their minds. It's a team, or 2 teams that have such massive history. You couldn't ask for a better matchup.
Yeah, absolutely not. And Ares now, you know, the only way maybe you look for some angle back in this game at the time being for Talon is get a pick onto this Aurora and things feel a lot better, but the Verdant Barrier not going to allow a random solar flare to connect onto him. You know, Shockwave much the same. Kaya looking aggressively. But it's going to be Casa who finds his way onto Ares. He's going to burn to the Ignite. He's not going to live. It is going to be 2 found from that bullet time, though. Importantly, Betty, RJ, and Fofo do remain up. And with so much damage missing from Ares, maybe are going to be able to hold on for a little bit here. Talon, RJ on the side there. He has the Gnar ult available, but he's going to run out of that Mega now. Trying to get back. He's tired. It's a really nice arcane shift out of Betty. He's not going to be able to be taken out. Next minion wave coming in. Baron's still there for a minute and a half.
Kaya makes a great call though. Heads to the top lane to start shoving in that wave. So it is going to be 2 focal points for Talon. Just to create some pressure, allow them to back off. And I have to say, Ares did a phenomenal job of doing what he could in that situation. I mean, you look at it, they spot the opening here over that ward, jumps on, Tries to go for it. Yeah, that was brilliant. But look, he's ignited up. He knows he needs to do something. Turns around. It's damage if nothing else. But yeah, GAM 10 kills ahead. This is not necessarily the biggest gap that Talon have been behind at, but it's still pretty significant nonetheless.
It absolutely is. And still, I mean, Baron about to be gone. There's not really anything else that GAM will achieve with it, almost certainly. Although maybe they find Betty. Betty has flash available. Between Worlds hasn't landed how it has the rest of this game, but Casa will be taken out. The carries of Talon. Betty's flashing away, but that depth charge is inevitable. True shot barrage, but the Hextech ultimate and the bullet time. And GAM, Archer try as he might, does not have what it takes. And GAM will take down Talon and take us to a third game.
No longer am I a fan of the frauds. Forget Oceania. It is Southeast Asia's time to shine. Up the Vietnamese, up GAM Esports as they handily deliver Talon's first loss of Split 1.
What a great start to this game for Talon, but GAM time and time again capitalize on some positioning errors, find the damage. Artemis, flawless gameplay from him. Ares much the same. And they capitalize, they get ahead, and they close the deal. GAM will take Talon to their first 3-game series.
Yeah, look, I mean, standings would have said that this was a 2-0 sweep for Talon, but GAM had other ideas. I mean, they set the stage to themselves. The pre-game content, they put together the press conference. They knew the stakes were a lot higher than maybe the leaderboard expressed. And GAM are playing out of their minds. And there have been questions about maybe things are a little bit shaky behind the scenes for them. They were 5th in the leaderboard coming into today. But a game like that is not a 5th position game. That is top tier GAM, and that's what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. No complaints whatsoever when it comes to them. The damage, absolutely there. Ares completely gapping in terms of that stat over on Fofo. And yeah, I mean, Kaya didn't do a whole lot of damage, but he was a nuisance on the side lane. He found the ults onto key targets, locking them down inside that bullet time and allowing the rest of the team to survive. Elio, great performance as well. I mean, if I had to name an MVP, I'd probably try and name all 5 of them because ultimately all 5 of them played very, very well.
I don't know, that hook was pretty clutch, hitting the trench line on the Pantheon mid-jump as he was about to launch at Artemis. That was pretty clean. That was a highlight moment, especially the disparity between his Game 1 performance on the Relics and now on the Nautilus. He really redeemed himself in a significant way.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Talon, for the first time, they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to go to that 3rd game. A lot of champions now off the table. Not sure who that favors. GAM have been here a couple of times now, so they've got some experience and know how to draft a little bit more possibly around this, but still, do I count Talon out of this? Not by any stretch of the imagination. I imagine they're going to come back. They're going to really sort things out and truly show us what Talon are made of. But at least here, game number 2, GAM, they were just the better team.
I just love the Nocturne there. I'm really loving seeing the Nocturne play come into it and looking through these highlights. Casa face checking a brush, much in the way as Kiai did in that last game. And it was just the team fight was so oppressive when it came to the 5v5. I mean, having Artemis on the back line. And I think that is such a significant disparity between the AD carries, not for lack of trying. Betty is an amazing AD carry, but it's what the Israel offers to a team fight comparative to a Misfortune, and there is no comparison, none whatsoever. Misfortune in a team fight is just so much better. Israel is looking for poke, he's looking to chip away at your HP. When it comes to the thick of it, as soon as that bullet climb goes down, anyone stuck in it is getting chewed to bits.
Yeah, and here was a big turning point. Levi, the veteran, never falters. He's on 1 HP, no one on Talon able to finish him off. He gets the Arakan. If not, GAM, they're just getting completely wiped here. They do get completely wiped here, but respawns do come through here as well. I thought, wow, this looks like a terrible team fight. But the turnaround, I mean, we didn't get any lockdown onto Ares. The Between Worlds hits like an absolute truck, and Levi, while eventually he does go down, does enough damage in the back of the team fight to allow them to go even, despite it being the 4v5.
Yeah, look, I'm still a little bit underwhelmed by the I just feel he's too situational to really be relevant in the current state of the game with how much the movement there is on the map. And right here, Elio gets jumped in on, but Artemis, it wasn't even the full channel bullet time, it was enough. And the dredge line from out of nowhere to pull Casa away from Artemis and turn the momentum of the fight. Artemis can just stand on the back line, pumping out that damage. Unfortunately, yeah, it's an insanely immobile mid lane, and Fofo on that Orianna. Dredge line in front of him, hits him with the passive, locks him in place. And it was just, that was the tipping point. They so heavily commit onto Ares here. They just really, there was no one they could jump on reliably for Talon to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. They do, this time lock down that key member. Betty here tries to get away, but just walking too far up, and Alio walks in, gets the depth charge. He then runs it through his team. All of them get knocked up. Hextech ultimatum still available too, just makes this a done deal. Arjet not going to be able to find anywhere near the damage he needs. Does just unfortunately go down.
Southeast Asian supremacy coming to bear here. Vikings top 2 at the moment. GAM looking to rapidly climb the leaderboard. I reckon going into playoffs, the Vietnamese teams are going to be the most dangerous.
Definitely very exciting, the Vietnamese teams. Very exciting is this series. We've got one more game of the week, and boy oh boy has it been hyped up, and boy oh boy am I hyped. We'll see you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, it has come down to this. We can now settle which is the better team. Is it TLN? Or is it GAM?
Let me break it down for you. It's going to be quick and simple. You're going to die. We're still going to be the kings of Pacific.
Ooh, 8 PCS championships. Well, guess what? We got 11 of those.
Yeah.
Where's our trophy? Where's our trophy?
Huh? You call that a trophy? This is a trophy. Kogi, 拿出来. Where were you at Worlds in 2021? Oh, that's right. Nowhere. Remember, we fought for you. Does VCS ring a bell?
Says the team that got 3rd place in 2022. I mean, was that even you? That team went by a different name. Shit, I don't see you guys taking down LPL teams in a best of 1.
Yeah! Levi, you should go join Maple in the retirement home.
Hey, that's too far. That's too far.
You guys lost Maple, and your mid laner, he hasn't even been to Worlds in 5 years. And your in-game economy can't even beat the watch on your jungler's wrist. But the point is, you're not running a team, you're running an elderly home. Kiaya, what you gotta say?
Vâng là dùng cảnh sát.
Stop making those silly faces. Why are you even wearing sunglasses inside? What does GAM time even mean?
What do you mean, what does GAM time mean? It's always GAM time, baby! It's GAM time! GAM time! GAM time! GAM time! GAM time!
不要再吵了！难道你们忘记我们彼此是最好的兄弟吗？
It's okay, it's okay.
He's right, bro. I'm sorry.
My bad. Love you guys, man.
We're still gonna beat you on the weekend.
Get that!
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This weekend, don't forget to catch Talon. This is GAM.
You know what time it is? It's GAM time.
No.
GAM time.
with my chest now. I got you figured out. It's something that you got, babe. It has me going wild. It's the way you say my name, the way you touch my face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got you singing like a choir boy. I'll take you back to church. Won't stop until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way I say your name, the way I touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited?
And we're back. Game number 3. I didn't think we'd see it. I did not think we'd see it. And how the last game started, I didn't think we'd going to see it. Ariz off to a terrible start, all things considered. Completely brings it back and honestly was a driving factor behind them getting that one across the line. So here we are, game number 3. First time we see Talon at it.
Look, I'm calling it with strategy. Blood sacrifice to make sure that victory is assured. They give up Ariz in the mid lane and then take the game. But Talon, yeah, look, definitely did a little bit better with the Nav than we saw in its first outing in the LCP, but I think we're starting to see some of those weird and wild picks actually make it a bit of a name for themselves. The Camille looked pretty good on the whole as we jump into the draft for what is going to be the final game of week 3. Talon forced to the first game 3. GAM on the verge of having a standout weekend for the Vietnamese hopefuls.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret Wales, they're upset. Vikings reign supreme still in their games. Kazante Viband, Callista against Betty.
The Don Fofo on your screens right now. Looking every bit the Mafia boss that he did in those player games earlier.
Corgi always looks so snazzy.
Yeah.
Always so dapper, this guy.
Every Don boss has a sharp looking lawyer. You gotta play the part. But yeah, Victor taken away from Fofo. And I mean, we're not that deep into the overall champion pools that there aren't some of those staples still up and available. I mean, Ash still has not been banned, so it is a possibility unless he gets targeted away here in this ban phase. The jungle, I mean, you've got Xin, you've got Lee Sin, you've still got options. Gragas hasn't made its way through yet. More for the top lane than the jungle, but yeah. Ornn, there's still a lot up that's pretty solid. And Jace again. Jace banned out all 3 games.
Same as Kazante. So Talon banning the Jace every game, I believe, and not going to want to see here in game number 3. What will GAM choose to take away?
What do you look to target? Rumble. Okay, so I mean, Jace, Xante, Rumble all having been banned. Every single game. Callisto as well, actually. So 4 of the 6 bans have been the exact same in the opening rotation. Talon, first pick. What do they prioritize here? Ash, you've got to imagine might be a thought, but I mean, Corky there as well. Of the 80 carries that are left available, which one do you think is the most important, or do you wait to use it as a counter pick?
You'll have to find out. I mean, pretty hard to tell. Corky, okay, big pick. Can go to Fofo, can go to Betty.
But I mean, the biggest question, if it does go to Fofo, then what do you pick for the remaining 80 carry pool? I mean, Zaya is up and available. None of them are particularly strong at this
Jhin
stage.
and Ash.
Yeah, I mean, those would be the go-to. Ari's going, so they're okay. I mean, the Ari off the response, I think they're just reading that as Fofo's Corky and looking to make the Ari pick there. It's very, very rarely would you just blind pick an Ari.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relatively safe champ, but I mean, maybe just concerns about what's actually remaining. You know, what is Fofo going to pick that they're worried about? Take away the Ari. It does well, in, you know, on most team compositions. It can team fight. It can look for poke. Oh, not poke. Look for picks rather. Zin's out for Casa.
Okay, so 2 fairly strong junglers into this pool. So they've already got that setup establishing itself. Talon. Final ban of the first, final pick of the first phase. It's going to be an Udyr in the top lane for RG. Yeah.
Far and beyond the best Udyr player in the LCP. Just incredible work this guy gets done on this champ. Not in his own lane, because he just pushes his lane and goes and menaces the enemy team's jungler. And it worked every single time. See if he can make it work here against Levi, a veteran of the scene. Not only locally here in the LCP, but globally as well.
Jax, Udyr, so Corky, Ari, Xin Zhao, Wukong, and Jax, Udyr in the mid, jungle, and top lanes respectively, which leaves everything priority-wise down in the bot lane, unless this is that Gigabrain bait and switch for Talon. It is going to be a Corky for Betty, but I think if that is the case, GAM are in a lot of trouble that they've, you know, just essentially blind pick the Ari. Gives it a lot of potential for counterplay for Talon, who are a team that have just really managed to exploit weaknesses. Rakan banned, Ash banned, Ash banned. So they are still reading it, yeah, still reading as the Corky mid.
I would, yeah, I mean, you'd have to imagine. Jhin ban, yeah. So, this means maybe Fofo just gives over the Corky. I mean, Betty probably has something prepared for a situation like this. Currently, the Zaya isn't even a bad champion.
I mean, there is an argument that could be made for a Ziggs even bot lane, given that you got Corky in the mid.
Betty does like the Ziggs sometimes.
I mean, in theory, you could still pivot this Corky down into the bot lane and bring out a Tristana mid.
Yeah.
If you still wanted to go that 80 carry route.
Would be lacking AP damage. Poppy. So support locked in now in that Poppy.
Caitlyn banned. So GAM are going to be reaching into the trenches of 80 carry picks down the bot lane for Artemis. I mean, Zaya. You'd almost think there'd be you can't justifiably go for an 80
We did see
carry bot lane.
Okay, Renata, what? So they're going to go for a lane bully. What remains open?
This might be, I think this is the deepest we've gone into 80 carries in terms of that pool.
We had that one Smolder game that was something like 980 carries banned.
Yeah.
This will not be a Smolder.
Twitch. There's no way it's Twitch. There's absolutely no way.
Mal,
okay.
So that's Corky going down the bot lane.
Yeah. Look, we did think it was maybe a possibility.
Mal, where's Mal going?
It has to be mid. It has to be Ari Mal.
What is Mal doing? The rebuttal.
Zeri?
Yeah, okay, exciting. I mean, Yeah, again, we get another Mal. Second of the day, this time in the mid lane. Betty going to be on the Corki, so a lot of AD carries banned. You know, still a very high potential that this Corki was going mid until that happened. So I don't hate the bans, obviously.
Still a complete unwillingness to even think about the Jinx or the Cogmore with the changes to attack speed vamp. So
yeah, weird the Vayne didn't come out.
Yeah, well, look, there's 80 carries into this Vayne, who's essentially a ranged minion, but a taller. To close that gap, yeah, there's no way they're closing that gap into that roster. But I mean, Cogmore now up to 3 attacks per second. Suddenly, that's a lot of damage. But
sure.
Insanely immobile, unfortunately, is the downside.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be a Cogmore against.
So I think if something
Wukong.
like a Cogmore does come, I mean more for Artemis, for GAM. I think if it does come, it'd be likely to be like an Ari, a Thresh Cogmore, just because you're gonna need some sort of bail out there.
Did we have Braum this game?
No, I don't think we have. I don't believe we did.
Every series tends to just mold into one, and I forget.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you go past 3 maps.
Yeah.
As soon as we get to that 4th one, it starts to get a bit hazy. Especially given that it's currently 3 o'clock in the morning here in New Zealand. So yeah, look, I think it's all right. I think these drafts are pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Mal again. Honestly, I don't think we've seen it full.
Mel in arguably the hands of the best mid laner in the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be peak Mel gameplay, I think.
Yeah, already, I mean, Honkyu had a reasonable game for the most part. Still didn't get that across the line. Mel sitting at a 0% win rate so far as Lima's played the second game of it. Even if you want to include the 1v1s, Aria played it yesterday and also did not get the win.
Why? Yeah, there's only so many projectiles, I think, that you catch here. Most of them being from Ari and then, of course, the Poppy. Yeah, you get some out of the Zeri maybe, but yeah, look, rebuttal is far from the most effective ability in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be used as a self-peeling tool this game. There's no other...
I suppose, yeah, more for the movement speed as well. It just means repositioning's a little bit easier for Fofo and a little bit more secure in the face of Ares.
And there's the Electrocute proc, and you're seeing it is much stronger than the poke you get from Arcane Comet.
Yeah, Betty Woody down the bot lane. Oh, their bot lane now up in the top side against Jax. I definitely think this is a pretty uncomfortable lane. I think RG probably has the better side of it just because he's got a little bit of sustain built into that kit. So once the minions do get close enough, he can look to heal off them a little bit. But we're going double mid laners again.
Yeah, and fortunately, Fofo, a champion that is not likely to suffer all that much. As we are seeing. In fact, winning trades 2v1 currently.
Yeah, unfortunately. The newest champion in the competitive pool, Mel, does reasonably well, honestly. When I think more in the mid lane than bot lane still at this moment, but again, it's Fofo. He's just peak.
Yeah, very, very talented player. KR now coming up. Elio going to be helping him. Roles reversed this time. Woody was the one that was saving his top laner last game. This time it's going to be GAM setting Elio to do the same. Fofo looking for a solo kill. Oh, that execution well and truly there. Run out of abilities though.
Yeah, it's a good thing Ares doesn't bend the flash this time around because last game he obviously then got ganked and Casa just whomped him out with the Pantheon. Interesting that Elio's posturing so aggressively, that just indicating that maybe they're looking for something here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard. Look at the damage that Renata's doing, just solo. Woody now. I mean, yeah, Elio's really got a plan installed, but I don't see the vision, unfortunately.
I mean, so far Talon winning 4 or 5 rolls, and RG is just 1v1ing Artemis, as Udyrs just do.
Yeah, such as Udyr. Handshake goes wide. Good job by Kaya to not walk into that one.
Yeah, again, I think we're going to see a slow start to the game. Nothing crazy is going to happen. Now all 5 roles are winning for Talon.
Yep. For Talon, actually. Nice. Another attempt from Woody, but I mean, oh, that's the fastest way to clear the wave. Mini Rumble ult it. It's going to mean now that Kiaya is going to have to miss out on some of that XP, although actually he's just going to teleport down to the bot lane. Recalls will be coming through now for the bot lane as well of Talon. See if they choose to match. The Void Grub spawning soon though. I suspect they'll want to come back to this lane and contest for those, as Corki is quite strong at the early stages of the game. Fofo as well, you can see him just manhandling this middle lane. Arez not having a good time whatsoever. One more ability landing and that could just spell the end of this lane for Arez. He does dodge out, but Fofo really showing the power of the Mal currently. I mean, just wiping the floor with Arez currently. Obviously minions are remaining even, but that should change a little bit now.
It's definitely feeling like Arez got baited a little bit with that Corki pick because of the flexibility.
Yeah, that's the power of these flex picks. Elio waiting on the side. Caster does have to be careful, but Handshake does connect. Woody might just get stunned against a wall, but intelligently pathing in a way that it disallows for that from Elio.
I mean, there's just so much tension building in this game already, and we're only at 5.5 minutes. No first blood just yet. 3 in the mid lane. It's potentially an avenue for a flash engage there onto Elio, but I just don't know if they got the follow-up to necessarily kill Woody.
No.
Rebuttal gone, though.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you'd ever use it for is Charm, instead choosing to use it for the damage of the Orb of Deception. Fofo not often in range of the Charm. I mean, might change when Arez does have ult, but still doesn't have access to it, so...
Levi, I mean, still a decent away from that ultimate.
Fofo level 6, doesn't quite land on the root, though. And Arez will undoubtedly be hitting that level 2 as well.
Oh boy.
Betty, he's wise to the fact this could be happening.
Elio is very much skill gap, right? Experience gap right now. He's 2 levels behind his opponent. But this could be the collapse that they're looking for.
Yeah, level 3, nice flash. Elio not trying to find the angle, but he's not able to as Casa. What a positioning from him. Fofo's going to all but certainly clean up this kill. There comes the ultimate and first blood. And follow-up damage, even gets the root now. Where is Artemis going to go? Oh, there's an angry bear, man. Man Bear Pig was absolutely behind him. Not able to get out, no assist for RJ, but just making sure there was no possible way to escape that situation. And this is what I mean by RJ. He walks up, pushes his wave, walks up to the Void Grubs without using teleport, ensures this kill goes over to Artemis, on Artemis, and then still has the teleport to get back to the bot lane to push it out. Now he'll be able to look for a recall and be perfect on tempo.
I'm just a little bit confused here from Elio. Okay, yeah, and then I don't know why he holds the charge as long as he does. He had the opportunity to get a stun off, but he holds it and then, in fact, helps Caster get away, if anything. I mean, look, realistically, it was going to be a rough fight regardless of what happened, but yeah, timing just a bit of an issue there. He's also suffering in terms of overall experience, but yeah, 2 kills this early, it's not the end of the world, but ideally you wouldn't have liked it to have happened.
Yeah, look, not the end of the world, but Mal is going to be a very difficult champion to deal with for GAM this game. It's really heavily going to rely on Levi finding angles to get that Cyclone onto him through the Renata, through the Xin Zhao and Udyr, which is wholly unreliable. With Flash, maybe you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Kiaya doing what he can, but unfortunately just the amount of magic damage sustained and CC out of Udyr is ungodly and wholly a cursed thing.
Yeah, otherworldly as Udyr. This champion is just agreed. I hate laning against that thing.
So does Kiaya from the looks of it.
Yeah, no one really particularly enjoys it. Just the epitome of a lane bully, really.
Yeah.
It falls off the later the game goes, but...
Drake well and truly started up there by Caster. He's almost finished it, which will put them within a single objective. So potentially 2 minutes away from getting that Oxygen Blessing. Levi, I mean, that's not the lane you're ganking, honestly. Kia doesn't even have a finished item, well, a finished sub-item, I suppose, but Aegis of the Legion in the pocket for RG means he's going to be a very tough champion to kill.
Sure. Really big outplay. I don't know if you saw it under the tower there where RJ pressed R and then R again, and this big circle of damage floated under Kia's tower where the minions were and took off a couple hundred HP.
Yeah, yeah. Huge moves, handshake.
Artemis takes a massive chunk of damage. Big one there for Biddy. Going to get himself a tower plate as well. Elio trying to look for something, but again, just level 5 to level 6, you're never, ever, ever winning that.
I mean, even with level 6, I'm not even sure he wins that. Aris doing as good a job as he can of staying out of range of that damage, but I mean, we're starting to see minion CS gaps establish themselves across the map. The closest is, well, Elio actually winning by 3, but it's a support, so it's much of a muchness.
Yeah. That the 3 CS probably means that Woody's up in gold simply because he's been auto-attacking more. Charm misses. Fofo must not have had the rebuttal available to himself.
Yeah, he just used it to, you know, bounce back the orbit deception. Kia might die here.
Yeah, there's a very real possibility. Although, with the ultimate being used on Turtle Stance, there's not anymore.
Yeah,
Bleeding really is GAM at the moment. Just each lane going bit by bit further and further behind. I mean, the CS lead in AD carry, mid, and I mean top.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was a pretty significant oversight. I mean, the fact that Betty is now 1v2ing essentially, and yeah, there's clearly a disconnect between Elio and Artemis right now. Elio wanted to go in, Artemis was already backing off.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both just looking for the recall, so Elio going in, searching, puts up the steadfast presence. If Betty had have, you know, misreacted and used that Valkyrie, there's a kill angle, but he's a better player than that.
Freest Noxian blessing of the tournament so far. Grub's picked up.
I need one more kill still.
No, wait, yeah, no, sorry, that's right. Getting ahead of myself, but I mean, the way that they're playing, probably going to be
Hold up,
free.
Levi, I mean, it's a smite fight at best. Levi's just going to be forced out.
Yeah, blessing of monster slaying, taken there by Talon. The feat of monster slaying, rather.
I was about to say Arda just for sure done the most damage this game, but I think Fofo probably has, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
12 minutes
to be Aria.
For the Sundered Sky and the Triforce. It's great timing coming out of Talon.
Yeah, it means the next dragon, which spawns in 2 minutes, surely should be theirs. Look at the damage. Look at the damage. Oh, it's so miserable to lane against champs like this. Biddy Valkyring in. Look at the damage from him as well. Oh my god. Biddy has flash, but I mean, he's going to be fine just taking that massive trade, forcing this bot lane of GAM to recall. Maybe not even allowed to. His casters here.
Oh dear.
Oh, and Elio hasn't seen him. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. That's going to be the Noxian Blessing. The flash handshake is going to be answered back by another flash.
I think it's the third situation tonight where we've had someone backing when realistically the smart call is just to leave. Unfortunately, information is the main part of the game, and when you don't have that information, I mean, the crazy thing is, even if they hadn't got that kill, they just got first tower, so the Noxian Blessing was happening one way or the other. Every single lane is losing. The map macro is just not there. Talon, look, it's a slow burn, but it's unfortunately still a consistent one.
Yeah, I mean, I did have my suspicions after game number 2 that Talon were going to come back with a vengeance, and come back with a vengeance they have. Currently, I mean, GAM, yeah, Levi, congrats, you got it wrapped up.
He's still a level down. I mean, he's just about to crack 9, but he's not going to find that anytime soon. Betty and Woody here. Levi needs to be very careful. He's got Elio, but that's all he's got.
Dragon started up by GAM. I don't think this is their objective. So they're going to hit it. They're definitely making an attempt at this objective. 4k HP. I think they're just going to back out.
They have to. If they were smart, they would. Because a hostile takeover here in that choke point is going to be devastating.
Oh, not going to be able to look for it anymore. And, I mean, yeah, Leo all but secures him that by heading Woody out.
Honestly, I think if anything, it's just a bit too much respect being paid there to GAM. And look, rewarded for that respect.
Yes.
Chem Tech Soul coming through.
Oh, nice. Third one of the day.
Yeah. When it rains, it pours.
Haven't actually seen any souls finish up the game, though.
No, I don't think we have today, which is, I mean, one. I think we got one mountain earlier today. But,
yeah, actually,
that's about it. Kiai, I mean, like, that's the best trade I think he's had, and it's under his own tower. Tower shot as well, helping things out.
Unfortunately,
he just can't fight. It's crazy.
The next wave comes in.
Yeah.
Rudy's health not looking so poor anymore. Oh, Fofo nearly connecting on the route. We'll get the slow. Levi trying to find a way in, but Talon respecting the possibility, as Casa did see. And that is the dead Ari. I actually cannot believe the damage I just witnessed. As Fofo continues wailing down on the health bars of GAM under their tower. Just out of nowhere, nothing really used. Fofo, yes, he does eventually use that ultimate, of course. Arja, he's going to start some proxying.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is, if Levi had just committed to that fight, Aris probably doesn't die.
Fofo's here. The damage, the root, the flash, and Kay will get away, but Talon is just taking away with this game completely. Fofo especially on the mouth, 3-0 and 0 at the time.
Yeah. Another tower going down. That makes all 3 outer towers taken in 15 odd minutes. Yeah, look.
I mean, what even happens to RS? Oh, he gets charmed.
Oh, no. And then handshaken, and then rooted.
I mean, yeah, when there's essentially one ability to rebuttal, you just hold it for that ability. Barring, you know, Levi getting on him, using that Cyclone. Woody standing here very aggressively. Levi is going to take a substantial amount of damage. That's a shutdown in terms of those objectives picked up by GAM. So a bit of a gold injection, but still they're down 4k gold. Casa still doing things on the other side of the map as he takes that Rift Herald.
The macro is just gone, unfortunately. For GAM, they really can't contest at any point. They're just going to have to keep fighting. I mean, realistically, if they just do that, they don't force fights, they are just going to be swept out of this game anyway. There's just too much to give over in this current state. I mean, Kia, it's...
Gets his Triforce now.
Yeah, best trade outside of its hour that he's had all game.
The dynamic of this matchup will slowly but surely swap, where, you know, eventually Kaya is doing too much damage, healing a bit too much health, and Udia can't realistically get through it, but...
I don't know if they find anything off the back of this. Sitting in the bush waiting, Woody's there. I mean, Woody would die. Orbit, okay.
Oh, okay. They find Woody. Hostile takeover is pretty good. It lands on a 4. He will be taken out, however. So, I mean, intelligent play around that blast cone. Still, your reward was just a support. There's no objective to take off the back of it. Levi trying to make the best of a bad situation and claim Caster's wool, Raptors rather, but even that not capable of doing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is just a situation where they're just going to have to keep scaling for as long as they possibly can. RG, he just walks in and just smacks the tower. Kiai gets what damage he can back, but I mean, it's a decent chunk of damage, even for one, you know, Udia smack.
Yeah, well, 6 grubs helping out tremendously. That's the problem with sort of the state of affairs. Oh, they saw him, but yeah, I mean, Woody just caught too far up. And it's just promptly taken out. I mean, good play by GAM. You know, they're not just rolling over and letting it happen. They are still trying to look somewhat proactively. Nice Valkyrie. Betty gets him out, but now they're looking for Arja. There's a redemption there. He's going to get his health topped up. The shield is massive. And it's Levi who ends up taking the most damage in that instance. Cyclone lost as well. Nothing used on the side of Talon as here comes the Rift Shield in the mid lane for Casa. All 5 members of GAM trying to respond to the top push.
Yeah, just it's a rough spot to be in, and unfortunately it doesn't get much better.
Yeah. I mean, look at Fofo. Oh, this champion is just doing so much damage. Ares, he's a screen and a half away. Even worse, now that you get rooted up as the Jax, you're just going to get eliminated. The execution comes through for Fofo on the Mal, just wailing on the health bars. Look at the range of this champ.
Yeah.
Now this is what Mal is supposed to look like.
Yeah, farmed as all hell. Yeah, Cast is just going to tank that tower and they'll finish it off, gets himself out again. The Zeri, I mean, it's got a kill, but it was sort of spoon-fed it off the 4v1. Poppy again. Elio really is a feast of famine support player at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, looking at the state of the game, the only way that you can foresee GAM winning this is if they find a 5v5 fight without losing the majority of their health to Fofo ahead of it, which, you know, is a tough task.
I don't even think it's the 5v5. They can't afford to take a 5v5. They just need to isolate one and then just front to back from there. They need to just take... It needs to be off the back of Talon, just filtering in one by one.
I mean, one shutdown on a Fofo and the dynamics certainly can change. Because while, yes, all of Talon are very far ahead, it's ultimately this Mal they're struggling with by far the most.
1k gold lead in every role.
Yeah. Yeah, very even spread, really. I mean, Ares, to his credit, you know, he's had a really rough lane. Has managed to be up even in CS. Partially, of course, due to the fact that Fofo is just grouping with his team so often, so he isn't able to get all of the wave each time. Levi loses half his HP ahead of what could be the Voracious Atakan. RJ, he knows he doesn't have to do anything. He's just going to sit there. Handshake connects on to Levi. He loses the remainder of his HP as RJ trying to find a way into Ares, forces out that Spirit Rush, and Elio is just completely one-shot by Fofo. The hard thing for GAM is they cannot even appear remotely on the same screen as anyone from Talon as long as Fofo's nearby, because he just takes out half their HP before they can do it. If they try go forward, he throws out a root and just one-shots you. And that's just partially because of how far ahead he is, but also just partially because of the team comp. They haven't built to deal with Mal. They're built to deal with the fact that they're thinking, okay, it's Corki mid, nothing bad can happen here. They intelligently pick the Mal against a whole bunch of champs that, yes, if they get onto it, we'll be able to deal with it, but there's just no forward way to do so, and Renata especially is going to inhibit that ability to do so the entirety of this game.
I mean, the Poppy pick as well is a bit of a question to me, because, I mean, a phenomenal support when it's ahead, because you can just go in and be a real menace, but when you're behind, it...
Oh. Okay, now looking. There's the Voracious. Atakan still available. The hostile takeover does come out before Woody is taken down. A lot of low health bars there on the side of GAM. No minion wave, importantly, so this top lane inhibitor tower will remain up and available for the time being. Woody now gets his withdrawal completed. We'll be able to walk back, and unfortunately walks into a singular route and is completely wiped from the map. Casa, though, is likely to be withdrawn as well. Fofo does receive the exact same effect. Casa is just living. Here we go. Back we go. Meanwhile, yeah, the top lane is just being torn to shreds.
You know, it just takes one rocket from Betty and can't contest him. Yeah, I really think that the RE first pick was such a mistake, given how, I mean, Corki is that flexible. There was no way that it was a guaranteed thing. Yeah, Betty's just so far ahead.
Yeah, flashing aggressively here does force out Levi's flash. And while, you know, okay, Betty probably doesn't want his flash to be down, ultimately getting rid of this Wukong flash means there's literally no way anyone, barring an insane flank with no vision, anyone gets onto Fofo.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 8-1. I hate to call a game over before it really is, but at 23 minutes, there is nearly a 10k gold lead. The one kill you have was a 4-on-1 onto the support.
Yeah.
And I just don't feel like this Zeri does enough in this comp for it to really bring this back. The rest of the team doesn't have the damage, or at least the survivability to dish out that damage, because Fofo is 6-0-1, that far ahead that he is melting people, like you said, off screen. It's crazy to me that Talon could be playing this game with the only death being on Woody.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is just what this is what I assumed Mal would look like. Right here. We didn't get to see it from Hong Q, we didn't get to see it from Lemus, but Fofo, he's like, you know what, guys? This is what it should look like. And it's times like these that is why I always reserve my opinions on champs in general. As the Keeper's Verdict going to be cancelled out. Arja does lose his ultimate, but GAM loses another inhibitor tower. Ares on the side trying to do anything, but Fofo is just going to be raining hell upon him. Woody flash forward is going to get the dash out of Artemis, but it is flash now missing for this Renata. Keep in mind the hostile takeover is still there. Arja's in the middle of 3 people and losing literally no HP. Fofo able to do whatever the damn hell he wants. So much damage coming down. Shutdown is found. His castle will be taken out, and Fofo in a peculiar position. Does he find any way out of this instance? Arja though, oh my god, this Udyr is completely unkillable. Fofo gets his second. That is gonna be legendary now on the Mal. 8-0, 8-0-1, legendary. What a performance. Talon, they took game number 2 personally. We're refusing to make mistakes, or as I say that, Fofo takes a considerable amount of damage to the Nexus Tower. Still, they're able to rain down. The execute threshold going to be very close for Kiaya. They're not able to defend this. Arja still remains very high in HP, and Betty might just go down for the first time this game. He's got the bailout. He won't get this reset. The shutdown will come through, and maybe Talon doing a bit of griefing as Elio trying to find his way onto Fofo. Arja pretty low and teleport coming behind, but Ares might just be too far away. He teleports in, he thinks, okay boys, there's a play, but by God is there not. Fofo is just destroying. Look at the damage. It's so outrageous. Fofo still, I believe, even with ways to deal with the Ari, he's getting low, there's no ultimate. Spirit Rush 10 seconds away, and that's the game.
Yeah, Fofo 12-0-1 by the end of that game. So while Mel, up until this point, was winless, the stats just got a huge injection there. I don't know, it just feels like a lack of flexibility is really gutting teams in these situations once we're that deep in the fearless draft. The Zeri felt completely irrelevant. There was nowhere to deal with Arji.
Look, every champ felt irrelevant.
Absolutely, absolutely. The Ari first pick was just such a questionable decision there from GAM.
Yeah.
They had the momentum coming out of game 2. They immediately read Corki as mid and only mid in a situation where he's been played both quite comfortably.
By Talon as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot that could have been done better from GAM. Unfortunately for the Vietnamese hopeful, they're not going to be the ones to take down Talon for the first time, but at least they do take a game off Talon. I think teams need to go back to the drawing board with the drafts, because we've seen champions come through that have surprised us. I think there is more to offer in terms of champions that haven't been picked yet, especially once we get that deep into the champion pool and there aren't other options available.
Yeah. I mean, Ari's fine, but yeah, I think just blindsided almost by what I think most people at home would realize could very rarely happen is, okay, all these AD carries are banned. We haven't picked a mid laner yet, or we haven't picked an AD carry one of them. Let's just put this Corki that we picked first into the AD carry role and pick something else, and the Mel was just such a fantastic answer. No real way to punish. You know, while you'd look at the champ Mal and be like, okay, you really want some projectiles flying at you, gonna make the champ a lot better. You don't.
I mean, for the one rebuttal that he hit in mid lane killed Aris under the tower. So, yeah, look, I just want to see maybe more options explored going into the next weekend, the final week of regular season. I just think that there hasn't been AD carries explored. Yes, look, at that point you were very, very limited, but I mean Tristana was still there. I think honestly Scale's a little bit better, probably hits Archie a little bit harder if you pick up something like the Bork as well. You've got the range to be able to do that. I mean, look, I've said it once or twice, Cogmore. You go on to hit Cogmore, Archie's getting shredded. 3 attacks per second, you are flying if you have even a semi-decent laning phase. Yeah, you die immediately when they turn on you, but still.
I think the Cogmore's a bit far down in the potentials here in the LCP. I mean, teams like G2 did make it work in the past, but regardless, while Talon do pick up yet another series win, not all doom and gloom for GAM. They are the first team to show that gods do bleed. They were able to take that second game. They did it, and it was back and forth, but eventually very dominating fashion where they grouped up, death ball with the Nocturne, get the game across the line, and oh my god.
Yeah.
Fofo has done the entirety of GAM's damage put together by himself.
Yeah, 12-0-1, remember? the highest KD in a game so far in the LCP. Fofo, while not having the best KD, I think that was still solidly in the hands of Betty. I mean, it was what, 21.2 or something insane at one point. He's still, look, Talon have proved that they are undoubtedly the best team in the competition, and there is no two ways about it. Yeah, look, what do you do in this situation when Mel is so dominant, Corky's having such a great game? Yeah, right there. Boom, and no thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know, a bit of a drafting masterclass in many ways, this game. I think Talon reading the room, essentially. A lot of times you'll see Levi on the Wukong thing, free win. But
actually, off the back of that game, Fofo might have just leapfrogged Betty in the KD department, because Betty coming in today was 9.7 KD. So from 21, he's obviously been gutted a little bit. Fofo was at a 7.2. A 12-0 game might have just chucked him up over the top there.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, there were the other games as well. I don't remember the scores all through the series, but I mean, this is how the game started. It was off a misread from Elio, maybe holding his E a little bit too long. Fofo gets first blood. Fofo gets second blood. A really nice route there onto Artemis. And again, while he didn't contribute to the kill, I think just the fact that Archer can be there and not lose anything for it goes to show the prowess that he has, the knowledge he has on, you know, playing the Udyr. Uh-oh. That charm comes flying back at you, and you have been one shot.
Yeah, I mean, of the abilities that you are able to rebuttal in this game, it's one of the two. And yeah, you hit it perfectly. It opens up the map, and yeah, I don't know. Tazeri just really didn't do much for me there. The one kill it got was a support, and it was 4v1, so it was death guaranteed anyway. It wasn't in any particular way because of Artemis on the Zeri. And Aji, yeah, like there was just too much.
Yeah.
Too much in terms of what was on the board for Talon at all times. That there was no way I think GAM ever took that. Fofo's just too good in the mid lane for that Mel to have a poor game.
Yeah. Well played by the side of Talon. Well played by the GAM as well to have got that far. Today's results, however, was Chiefs versus SoftBank. SoftBank did take the win 2-0. Signs of life, especially by Panther again, playing phenomenally. Something that has come to be fairly consistent now for the side of Chiefs. And then the second series of the game we just witnessed. It was the big heavy hitters really from each region, while GAM aren't leading the charge for the VCS teams by any stretch of the imagination. They are the biggest name. They do fall to Talon 2-1, but did importantly pick up their first win against Talon. Now they have been fouled at least in a game.
Yeah, I mean, GAM far from went quietly into the night in this one. They really put Talon through their paces in that second game. Even the first and third game, they did make them work for it. I think putting Ellie on something that he's more comfortable on, it has to be a priority going ahead, because he looked, I mean, on the Rel, on the Poppy, he looked super uncomfortable, and he was just making plays that were ultimately detrimental to the team, whereas the Nautilus, the guy just was dominating. He was on top of everything. He was setting up everything. He saved Artemis so many very many times. But SoftBank, off the back of their win today, have snagged 6th place. We were talking about it. It was a possibility.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They make it happen. Obviously gaining extra points for it being a 2-0. Do now leapfrog above DFM. So, you know, they have an easier schedule as well going forward. I believe the last 2 games they have is Team Secret Wales and DFM.
Yeah.
Now, Team Secret Wales, yes, they're sitting at 4th. Not exactly representative of how they play, I think. Ultimately, some days they're a first place team and some days they're a 8th place team. It's very up and down in terms of their performances. One thing that is always consistent for them, though, is their early game. So we're going to see the games, the next up games on our screen very shortly, but those are the big ones, I think. You know, can Talon fall to CFO? Can CFO claim themselves that first spot? Can DFM contest for 6th? Here it is, next week's games. We're starting off with the big one. Team Secret Wales with SoftBank. If they win this, all but confirm that they will be 6th.
Yeah, I think, though, Team Secret should win that. They've looked like the far better team consistently. Even when they're losing, they're looking very, very solid. As for GAM, VFM, much the same case. GAM still looking like the more solid team, even when they're losing. It's not by significant margins, whereas DFM and SHG have had blowout matches when they lose. Yeah, I think ultimately that 6th place spot will be decided again by the head-to-head between SHG and DFM when they go head-to-head February 15th on that penultimate play day.
Absolutely, and that, at least to me, is a very exciting concept that we are, once again, and this happens year and year and year and year, coming down to the very last game to decide who's going to the playoffs. And ultimately, in 2 weeks' time, we will have decided who we're sending to an international. So these teams, you know, TLN here, what happened in game number 2, they're going to have to clean those mistakes up if they're the team that wants to represent us. And any team below them are going to have to prove that they are going to be able to make the gap, close it, and surpass TLN. But for today, we are all done and dusted. This week has been an absolute blast. I've been so happy to bring you the show, but we are going to have to go get some rest. It's 4 a.m. here. We'll see you next week.
How was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century, and there was somebody that was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know, but wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game fits in your pocket, guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Splash, splash. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just